change my fucking title? I hate Twitch. What's up, everybody? I have to change shit. How do I change my fucking title? Can I do it like this? Whoa. That work? I haven't streamed too long. What's up with Tsuro? I don't remember how to stream. I'm not doing some runs. How do I change the stupid game? Set title hello? Is that how? Wow. Twitch's API return error. Huh. Let me go to the Nightbot website. What do I do? Commands? Default? Exclamation point game. Nightbot not logged in? Oh, that's probably it. I remember that. No, it's part channel. It's already in. How do I do it without Nightbot? Oh, I couldn't just... Can't I just do it here? What's up, Sun-Dried Camel? I'm trying to figure things out. I literally don't remember how to stream. Click the pencil below the stream. There's no pencil. There's no pencil. Does my audio at least sound good? I spent like a solid 3 seconds. Sorry, Yujin boy. This is gonna be Smash related. My audio's good? That's good. At least got that part right. And I put some lo-fi beats on as well. How do I change my title? And how do I change my game? I don't remember. There's no pencil. Oh, I'm gonna refresh. How about that? Refresh the Twitch page. No. Oh, there's a pencil. Crazy. All right, let's see. What should we call it? Category Super Smash Bros. Melee, huh? Audience, everyone. Tags. Drama? Is drama? Drama is a tag. What else is there? Politics? I think politics can be a tag. We'll take politics. How about your mom? Is that? No. I guess it's a serious stream. Alright, done. See that. See that. Blurthoughts.gov, www.blurthoughts. I think you can make your own tags. That's kind of hype. Alright, let me tell people I'm doing this. I think you guys should be able to see Yeah, there we go. All right, okay, we're kind of figuring it out. My audio is apparently good, and we're figuring this out. Tweet. Let's talk about it. I should probably not have my link in the stream, right? People tell me that makes Twitter devalue it. What's up, Peter? Cool. That's easy. All right. What's up, Gravy Train? All these beautiful people. Big Diesel. I was talking to KoDoRiN about that. Leffen only did 121 hours, right? I have more hours on Slippy than like tons of pros. Talent is some bullshit. Talent, you'll admit, is some bullshit, right? It's crazy. No, I mean, I had almost 4 times, with 3 to 4 times as many games as he did. That's insane. It's crazy how he can still stay that good. Obviously, he has a lot more hours in other years. But I wouldn't be... Like, based on that, I'm like, what if he has less hours than me just in general? He's just better. Kind of sad. Because I've been playing for a long time. It's fucked up. I mean, it's funny because, like, you end up being talented at some games and not others. Because it's not like I'm bad at other things. I'm good at other... Oh, come on. Come on, webcam. Not like this. Don't do this to me. Ah. Apparently backing up was what it took. What was I saying? Yeah, you know, like, you can be talented at some things and not others, and it's just completely RNG. Lame. Get hours in games not equal to hours thinking about the game. Bro, that's copium, Mudkip. Because here's the problem with that. And why is it that when I talk strategy with top Mars, they value my insights? Like, when it comes to strategy and knowing stuff about the game, people tend to agree with me. And like, think I know what I'm talking about. So it's like, it's not just... thinking, it's the execution's been the hard part. Only shield mode's on? What the hell is shield mode? Narp? Are you up to no good? Narp has forgotten how to be a mod, and Narp, I'm going to forgive you on that one. This stream's going to be a doozy. It might take a while. I know we're starting really late. But this just dropped. He dropped it at like a pretty late hour, right? Here's the good news. Is I might be the most informed person that you're ever going to hear talk about this. There are other people who are pretty informed, obviously. But none of them are going to be as transparent as me. So, if you want the real, most accurate take, it's probably right here. I was just going to be straight up. You know? So you're just not going to... You're just not going to see a stream that breaks down what he says and what we know better than this one. So I figure I might as well go online and be transparent. Is this the half deep cut hugs? I don't know what you're talking about with. I wasn't watching Hugo's stream, so I don't understand that. A financial incentive to make things look ambiguous. You're saying because he has to sell his shares? Bro, those shares aren't getting sold. I don't think so, at least. This needs to be uploaded to the MIM YouTube. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I'm just kind of trying it out. You hate that people are doubting TOs that have proven track records of doing what's best for the community based on the person of one person who actively got Nintendo involved with the scene? Sure. Makes sense. Sounds accurate, Eric. I kind of like that part. I like what you're saying there. Baka says, I look very attractive. You do too, Baka. All I see of you is your Twitch username. But I'll tell you something. It's an attractive username. Tells me you like anime. I like anime. I just noticed that because my chat's on my right monitor, I'm just going to be looking to the right this whole time, huh? If only there were ways to fix that. It's a shame. Maybe I can... Let me... Pop out chat? Pog? Oh, pop out chat. Oh, I'm popping you guys out. My commentary at main stage was sick. Dude, commentating is so fun. I love commentating. Look at this. Look, now I'm looking straight. Pop out chat is kind of genius. Thank you, Yanhar. Oh. That's my sub notification. Do I have that on? Oh, the alert box didn't turn on, so I'm sorry about that, but someone subbed. It's KoDoRiN. Sup, Kodo. How you doing, homie? I'm not going to do a pod friend to a first-time chatter, but I do love you. I haven't played Elden Ring yet, so I don't really understand the meme particularly. Thank you, Anime. And I literally to this day have a hard time saying your Twitch name. Why are so many old people praising Alan like he's building Noah's Ark? I haven't seen what they've said. I don't know that they're responding positively to what he said. But maybe some of them will watch this because, like I said earlier, no one's probably going to do a better breakdown than this one. People are asking stuff about the PM stuff. I'll say it now and I won't say it again. I think talking about that would be a bit of a distraction on this stream. I have a hard time knowing how to deal with talking through Project M's history in a transparent way at this very moment without like talking about other people's business. But I don't know. Well, you guys just don't know what's going on, that's all. You are misinformed. And this is what transparency is all about. Trying to get people informed. I think the alt heads aren't as familiar with TO, so they don't have as much reason to take their words seriously. Yeah, maybe. I think the alt guys maybe are just more into the idea of linking Nintendo with the community than maybe the Melee guys are. That could be it. Confusion and disillusion. Yeah, that makes sense. Will this be a VOD? No promises, Palm Chi. I want to get live viewers in. What's up, Chroma? Fantastic commentator, Chroma09. In chat. Thank you for the raid, Hugo. It's a late night stream. Hello, Sailor Megatron. Is that Poopy Ass? Is that the real Poopy Ass that I just saw? I love Poopy Ass. That sounds weird when you say it as a sentence. You 100% should read Bobak's statement first. I have been in TO chats talking to everybody. So I think I know his perspective relatively well, but I will go on Twitter for other supporting statements eventually. Is that the Lord Acidex? Acidics? I like saying Acidex more. I know it's supposed to be Acidics, but I feel like Acidex sounds cooler. They're both cool. The God. The single hit nair God. Alright, Crimson Blur. Thank you for the sub, Brian in Hell. Alright, so chat, this is a long read. And Zope gave a gift sub. I should probably turn off the sounds for this, but I'm trying to let me figure out how before we start. I do appreciate the subs, but I want to make sure that this has, so I can talk cogently to you guys. Do I just? Okay, I think I turned off the alerts. Relearning how to stream. That's great. Really appreciate the resubs, but as you guys can understand, this is the sort of thing that often lives in a VOD and is often referenced, and I want to make sure it's said really well, you know. And I appreciate them subs though. Thank you, Zope, again. Okay. Okay, so let me take a step back and talk about this statement in general, what I feel about the situation and what I've said in the past before this statement, to kind of recap what's going on. As I said, close to a year and a half back when Panda Cup was announced, I thought that Panda Cup had a lot of explaining to do in terms of what the construction of that circuit and cup meant for the scene. If it's positive for the scene, negative for the scene, whatever the case, they need to at least convince the community that it was good. Because if you remember, most people were nonplussed when it was first announced. And rightfully so, because many of us are not exactly excited about Nintendo's involvement, right? Unfortunately, ever since then, they weren't transparent at all. Not really for any other reason, as far as I understand, other than, well, it's kind of hard to put out tons of public statements. You'd probably have to get them approved through by Nintendo as well. And maybe there was also a little bit of Panda just as a company not being very transparent at all. Nonetheless, I think not having many people in the community convinced that this is a good vision and direction forward for Smash makes it immensely difficult to wrangle everyone together and to convince people that they should be a part of your project, right? Not everyone viewed Alan as the savior that brought Nintendo to the table, like maybe he'd hope, right? And maybe he came in with a vision and something that he thought was good for the scene that, frankly, other people thought were terrible and actually disastrous for the scene, right? So I think there's that part, right? You bring Nintendo to the table, now you can't be transparent, and all of a sudden you have a very hard time wrangling together a disparate and fractured community, right? And I think that that's a big core part of an overarching theme here. Having said that, I think even with a good actor, as in with someone who was like an angel, I think that the general goal of wrangling the scene together, getting, let's say, a circuit or large scale plan to happen, hasn't happened yet, right? And it hasn't worked in the past. The TOs all want different things, and many have very high expectations for what they're worth, and many are, maybe rightfully, not hoping to wait through a growth year by taking bad deals. And you know, in that world, it's really hard to make a financially sustainable circuit happen. We all know the benefits of a circuit and what it could bring. We could have unified sales rights. We can have commentators paid. We can have higher prize pools. We can have better and more detailed, storylines and content pieces and blah, blah, blah. There's sponsorship sales that you could do across the whole thing. All of that's great. But in order to make that happen, there is a give and take that has to happen. And unfortunately for Alan, he didn't have a huge reputation within the TO community when he came in, right? So there's what many people viewed him as when he came in was a third party, right? They viewed him as someone who's not really TO'd before, someone they hadn't worked with before. And that, I think, was also critical, right? If someone was going to succeed at this Herculean task of bringing everyone together, it'd probably be someone like Scar, right? I've tried in the past and I failed, so I can't do it, right? And I don't even know if Scar could do it, right? I actually don't think he probably could either. I don't know of a single human that could do it. And I say that with as much respect for other people's work. I know of many others who've also wanted to do projects like that. It's just really difficult, and the TOs don't make it easy, right? So that there is some kernel of truth in Alan's statement in terms of how hard he had it and how in terms of bringing everyone together. But his methods were bad, and he didn't listen to anyone. And I think some of the outlash is actually very much deserved. I think one of the things that is underestimated about is unfortunate about all this is that he's being painted as evil. And I think if you watch the MI Own podcast and if you watch a lot of my other stuff, I actually made it clear even before this statement that I never thought him as evil, right? Just because of my interactions with him. I think it's unfair to make judgments on his character, especially by randoms on the internet who don't know him. When truthfully, he's been in the scene for a long time. It's been over a decade he's been in the scene. He's been doing Panda for a long time. He sponsored our players, and yes, there's been some incidences here and there, but for the most part, he has been a community contributor. I've disagreed with some of his decisions on other things as well, not just this circuit, but there's that. I think it is the correct analysis to say that he had a different vision for the scene than many had a very hard task in front of him of bringing everyone together, and then also he had extremely bad methodology when coming to the execution, and put many TOs and frankly the whole scene in danger by sticking to a vision which included Nintendo against literally every advice to the contrary, right? I can say personally, I told him over and over again, I had many hour calls at the very beginning of the planning process. I'm talking about years before the Panda Cup was announced, and told him not to do it the way he did it. And he listened to none of it, literally none of it. And for me, that's forgivable to not listen to me, but it sounded like that was generally his approach with collaboration overall. And I don't think it's surprising that when you're this uncollaborative with everyone else, they return the favor and don't want to be part of what you're building, right? So I think that is a large part of the core issue. I think it's unfortunate that if there are death threats or he's getting doxxed or any of that stuff, people need to stop with that. Yes, he put Smash in a terrible spot. He did, right? I think so. I think that by involving Nintendo this heavily, he put a lot of the scene in true trouble. I don't think he did it maliciously. I think he did it out of naivety. I think he did it, without taking everyone else's interests into account and without listening to other people. But I don't think he did it maliciously. I truly don't. And I think he actually did it with the scene's best interest at heart. He was just wrong. And, that's the bottom line, right? Am I aware of the Bobak statement? I've literally been talking to Bobak for the last like 40 minutes. So I don't think I read it, but I just know what he feels. So yeah. I never thought him as evil as damning with faint praise at best. I mean, I never had a bad interaction with him necessarily, but I you know, I do think that him listening to people would have probably helped a lot. Imagine a world where he just fucking listened to me, or most other people. It probably would have been better for him and better for everyone, right? So, he sounds like an egomaniac who, despite not understanding how big tourneys are ran, thought he knew better. He did. Well, that part is. I don't know if I'd use the word egomaniac, because again, that's a judgment on his character. But he definitely was in and over his head, right? It is an insane task to do what he was proposing to do, which is bring a bunch of different people together, different businesses together under one umbrella. And I can't imagine the person who does it isn't going to be someone who like is highly respected among the TO community. And he wasn't to begin with, right? Not at the beginning, no one knew of him really, or weren't like great and close friends with him, right? And never really made the groundwork of like getting community trust before that. Anyway, that's about a bunch of vagaries. But I think you guys get the picture. What advice specifically did I give Alan that he didn't listen to? Oh, so I specifically said don't do Nintendo. I said it for many reasons, many reasons. I told him about my previous professional relationship with Nintendo and how hard it is to get it to work with him. I told him that his, because it took like close to 3 years for Panda Cup to happen, a little bit more than that, from when he started talking to them. And this is right around when I was talking to him, right? And I told him it's going to take you 3 years. Like, are you ready for that? Like, it's going to take a long time, 3 maybe more years. And I was like, what if you don't work with Nintendo, you can launch this year and not have to deal with them, right? Not have to deal with all that work and overhead and control that they're going to ask of you. There's a million other reasons not to do Nintendo. I think many of you know them. Nintendo kind of sucks, right? And working with them often puts you in more danger than not. Frankly, if he never worked with Nintendo, this would have never happened, right? He's kind of collateral damage to Nintendo shutting down SWT, right? It's guilt by association, and it's not unfair, by the way, right? There's a part in this, and we'll get to it, where he's like, oh, I'm like, you know, people are mad at Nintendo, so they're taking it out on me. And I'm like, yeah, bro. That's not unfair. It's actually kind of based. Like, because if you think about it, you're like it was part of your advertising. You are the Nintendo circuit, right? You are the thing. You and Nintendo. You are Nintendo esports. So they don't want to work with you. Makes a lot of sense, right? Sounds right. So like, simply working with Nintendo means that anytime Nintendo does something bad, and if you pay attention to Smash Brothers, they do something bad all the time. You're going to take the collateral and you're going to have to basically take their hits for them. And that's just not good. That's not a good life you want to live. That's not where you want to be. If you're a circuit operator, it's just not going to work. And so my advice to finish the question was to not work with Nintendo. I told him to grow organically. I said, use your PGR as a qualification system to a finals event. Run one finals event. Start smaller, but make that one event like so freaking good that it creates a big splash. Use it as a tent pole, make it the biggest event Smash has ever had, and continue to make it bigger and better in the next few years. Take up more of the calendar by having more owned and operated events, and slowly add other events as direct partners of your ecosystem as you gain market share and respect among your peers, right? I was like, that was my advice, right? Now, my advice wasn't going to have that immediate gratification and splash that a Nintendo partnered circuit would give, but it would have worked. I remember on Commentator's Curse, you used to describe him as a really good businessman with Panda and growing it. Actually, Swarm Engine, you know what's crazy? I was right. If you scroll down through this, he sold over $2 million in sponsorships, right? What he wasn't was a good community manager. He wasn't good at there's different skills that he was good at, right? He was good at getting investment from outside sources, right? He got VCs, venture capital money. He was able to get sponsors on board. He was able to frankly, just even getting Nintendo to the finish line is kind of crazy, right? All of those things are accomplishments, and all those things are hard to do. The problem is, he had no community management skills, bad people skills, based on what other people are saying. My personal experiences weren't really that bad, but other people I trust didn't like interacting with him. Bad communication, bad people skills, and was really stubborn. So you could have some of those good businessman traits while also not having some of the things that you need to succeed in this frankly Herculean task, right? Don't you think partnering with Nintendo was one of the reasons you could get those sponsorship deals? Yes and no. I don't want people to think too much of that, right? So he did sell, he says in this, $2 million in sponsorship, and I actually think that might be the right number, because even before all this came out, he was telling me about his how much sponsors that they were able to sell. So unless he lied to me then, I could see that being true. Just keep in mind that you can get that much money and more without Nintendo. It's possible and has been done. So it's not required to have Nintendo to sell to sponsors. So I'm not going to talk about any particular deal or how much, but just the general idea that you can make a collection of sponsorships or even one sponsorship that is above the number that he was able to do is true. It's possible in Smash Brothers with with our numbers and our current reach. That is more than possible. Sup, dude? What's up, dude? So. Oh, Narp. So, if you guys don't know, Narp mostly watched my Slay Aspire. I actually don't know if Narp knows what's going on, but Narp, there's a lot of lore. Smash community is kind of imploding, and I don't know how to catch you up, dude. I don't know how to catch you up. There's a lot going on. Nice, dude. I like that. Has it been done before, though? 80% lean in terms of... Are you talking about sponsorship sales? Yes. He is not the only person who stole great big sponsors into the scene. So... Alan definitely didn't path correctly. He made the wrong choice. Maybe... People will slowly realize to just fucking listen to me. We'll see that. We'll see that over time. Well, who knows? Only good thing coming out of this is another Spire stream. Well, you guys don't know, because I still play casually, and I'm actually disgusting. My win rates are crazy. They're literally cracked. They're cracked. I'd have to unrust a bit, but they're cracked. So, well, you know. What do you think will happen at VGBC? People saying they lost hundreds of thousands or struggling beforehand anyway. Yeah, they lost a lot of money. And maybe they'll make a GoFundMe. I don't know. It's kind of up to them. I do think it'd be nice if it came from someone else, because I know it hurts your pride to ask for money. Maybe they don't want to do that. We're thinking about it. I think people are talking behind the scenes of what to do for them. I think the bigger question for them is can they run tournaments going forward? Question mark, right? What will they do with that? I think the easiest thing for them to do, my suggestion to them that I gave them in person, was they can maybe dip their toes with Pound, which is at Xanadu venue. And Xanadu, they lose less money. They still lose money if Nintendo shut them down. If they ran it at Xanadu, than other places. So I think they're still kind of licking the wounds, coming up with a new strategy, figuring out if they can frankly stay in Smash Brothers. I know that's really sad to hear when you're talking about our biggest channel ever. But like, you know, maybe they can, and they might have to like basically test the waters to see if they can. Do I still TO actively? The last tournament I organized was Mango's Birthday Bash, which was before COVID. I haven't TO'd. If you wanted to be honest, actually, one of the main reasons is because of stuff like this. I've found it to be a really corrosive environment to tournament organize. It's one of the reasons, right? Like basically, it's there's so much politics and competing interests. It's like it's not why I TO personally, and like there's a lot of drama behind the scenes right now, and I was a little burnt out from it. I'm really enjoying being an attendee and a spectator and a commentator at the moment. It's been really fulfilling. It's been good. My relationship with Smash has improved. Being a player has been fun. Obviously, TO'd a ton of tournaments. Still the most prolific one of all time, I'm pretty sure. Especially of 100+ events. In terms of 100+ attendee events. So, you know, like maybe I'll go back and run a tournament here and there. I do get the itch sometimes. But it's really weird to run tournaments when, you know, at this very moment, it's such a shaky business proposition. If I started going through it, not yet make cakes. I'm kind of going through a general overview of my feelings about the current state of things, what he might have done wrong, and all that. Blur enjoys retirement too much is what I'm hearing. A little bit. I actually really want to work in general. I think commentary's kind of been a good outlet for that. It's not really working. At least I don't view it that way. But just being out there is fun. There's TOing is really, really fun. I've always enjoyed it. If I could do it for a living, I would. I just can't, and it's like it costs a lot of money, and you know, it's a lot of effort, and you don't get a lot of like progress out of it other than like, hey, I did this dope thing. I do like doing the dope thing, but you know, with all this Nintendo rumbling and Panda and VGBC and BTS, all this sort of stuff, I just kind of throw my hands up and be like, bro, I'll be a commentator. You know what I'm saying? Khalil knows what I'm saying. The part of the Nintendo section where he says Nintendo tries their best feels pretty insulting to the community considering Nintendo literally just shut down a $350,000 tour. Yeah, how about that? How about that, Sebastian? Right? Nintendo is amazing. Nintendo's the best. Bro, read the room, bro. Read the room. You know? That's what I'm talking about. What's up, Ninor? Okay. Anyway, I want to get through this. I know this is really long, and we're going to look at Twitter threads too, and try to be as comprehensive as possible, right? There's so much to talk about with this that clearly... Oh, man, I can't have chat open and this at the same time. All right, I'll do it like this. Okay. So I'm going to go through this, and again, I'm going to try to be comprehensive, and I'm going to try to tell you what I view as the truth, at least with what I know, and it's probably going to be the best truth you're going to get, so listen up. I'm no longer CEO of Panda. Awesome. But you still are an owner. I will no longer part of the Smash community. I do not wish to return. Press X to doubt. The community deserves the truth, and I'm not afraid to call the names. I'm just saying it because I know someone like him and someone like me you guys know what it is to be entrenched in the scene. It ends up becoming your entire social circle, so much of your thought process. It's really hard to just be like, I don't want this large part of my life and identity. Yeah, that's not me anymore. You know, yeah, he had a huge company that he was, you know, spearheading, as a large part of what he was proud of in terms of his accomplishments in life. I know this is a big blow to him on a personal level. Like, this is not an easy pill to swallow, right? I'm sure he's bitter, but I do not wish a return. I don't know. Doubt it. Okay, the community deserves the truth. Sure. Private information have been leaked online. This has gone too far. Again, no one should go after people personally. This seems pretty obvious. If there's anyone interested in purchasing my shares of Panda, yikes! Yikes. At least he tells people he's still an owner. Right? He's probably the majority owner. So, that's a problem. Not to say that there's any saving Panda, even with or without this. Chroma's down? Chroma, you and me? Bro, how much could we buy it for? If I bought it, would you guys be down to be on Panda Cup? Bring Panda Cup back? I think everyone would, right? If I just... Can I do it for like... I don't know. A sub goal? Would everyone be in? Here's the problem, though. Wouldn't just making a new company be better? What's left? Aren't all the employees gone? Yeah, but buy the dip. But there's nothing. What would I buy? There's no employees that as I understand, maybe there's some left, barely any left. There is no cup. There's a Nintendo relationship I'd have to honor, which I don't want to honor because I wouldn't want to work with them. And you don't have a pro team anymore because they all left, including the fighting game division. So what am I buying? The PG Stats website? The PG Stats website's worse than Liquipedia and Smash Data. I guess it has some value, but... the name Panda? That's an animal! That's literally an animal! Buying a potential partnership with Nintendo. Yeah, man. I'd pay not to be in a partnership with Nintendo. I'd literally pay money not to be. The first thing I do after I buy Panda would be to, like, dissolve Panda so I can get out of the partnership. So, I really don't think that's that valuable. Buying the Panda controller? Bro, what Panda controller? We've all been trying to buy it. They didn't let us buy it. I don't know. I don't know what I'd be buying. I get the logo. All right. For a quick summary of the actual truth, here's a message after notes I took. All right. So first of all, you'll see this, and I've obviously already read this statement at a basic level. You'll see this throughout. Doesn't have a lot of like good screenshots of actual conversations that are relevant. He has a lot of notes he personally took, which to me is not exactly evidence and not exactly very important. If I just gave you guys something I wrote up now, or just something I wrote up a few months ago and said this is the truth, it wouldn't be particularly useful, would it? So like, by the way, you're going to see this all the time. He references notes he took. But what if his notes are shit? What if his worldview is warped enough? It's not like... I know he has quotation marks around things people said. But if it doesn't have them actually saying it in the screenshot, that's not particularly useful, right? It's like kind of like a believe me bro, right? Situation. And by the way, this happens a lot. So... whatever. We're reading the statement. So let's see what it says in this stupid screenshot. I shouldn't say stupid. Trying to keep an open mind. Per blank. Censored to protect identities. It's going to be hard to read. Gimmer and Ken hate you, man. Alright? Tell me something for real. Ken said that you said you'd kill everyone who doesn't work with you. Is that true? Okay. So it sounds like there are people talking mess behind the scenes. At least Alan is saying that they said that. So turns out Ken is spreading crap. Per Ken, I don't like Alan, but if there's really offering all of this, then even I'd take it. Alright, so here's what's weird about this part, right? I think this is like something that I don't know if Ken would say, because I haven't gotten the impression that every TO was exactly excited about the offer that Panda was giving. There are some TOs, I will say LTC, CEO, and Big House, which were pretty satisfied, right? But not every TO was. So it's not like, oh my God, Panda had the best product, had the best deal, had the best thing for every TO, and we have to take him down on a personal level in order to stop his gain of market share that will obviously happen because he has the best product, right? I think that's what is being implied here, right? That seems to be what's implied. But that doesn't align with everything I've heard from TOs. Again, some TOs liked being a part of Panda Cup, genuinely did. They're a small minority, and many of them didn't want to be a part of it, right? For many reasons. If his deal was so good, if his deal was incredible, they would have all been a part of it. I'm just going to be real. And many of them wouldn't have come out against it, like in a very public manner. They would have been like, hey, this is the guy that's offering us like 100, 200K, whatever the number is. Please shut up about him. Where do I sign? Right? But as you're seeing here, with most TOs coming out against him, that part doesn't really line up, right? Apparently Joe Guy had a fine experience. Yeah. Big House, LTC, CEO are the ones who will probably tell you they were very happy to be part of Panda Cup, and rightfully so, right? That's fine. They're not everybody, and not every deal is created equal, right? So just put that in mind, right? So, per Gimmer, how long have you been working together? 8 years, and you're really going to do this to us? So he's saying Gimmer is guilt-tripping people for leaving him or something? Leaving them or something? Again, these aren't actual quotes. These are just his notes. It was to the point that Blank even asked Blank, okay, that's... How am I supposed to know what's going on? How do you really feel about Panda? Do you have any hesitation? To which Blank said he has none. Blank? All right. Someone says someone to someone in some notes I took a long time ago. Bro! All right, this is going to take a while. We're going to try to actually read through it, though. These are some epic notes. So I was able to assuage his fears and explain that no, I am not and have not threatened to kill events. I have not threatened to kill events. Okay. I also told him that I'm not threatened by SWT and have no reason to want to kill them. But even in their own statements, they mentioned like that he went around and told people that SWT is going to be shut down, that they shouldn't join SWT because Nintendo's going to go after them. That part seems to be corroborated by him himself, right? As far as I understand. Maybe I have to read more, and I didn't understand it. So, I don't know, man. Seems like you're dissuading a lot of people from being a part of SWT. But anyway, explain that Nintendo can't license events on an unlicensed circuit, being the real reason why a circuit is exclusive. So he says that's why, at first, he wanted exclusive circuit rights. I also don't really buy that personally. I think maybe Nintendo felt that way. I don't know. I can't read Nintendo's mind. That's this part where I'm actually... This is one of the only parts where I'm speculating in terms of this analysis. Because truthfully, I do know a lot about the behind the scenes here. I don't know if Nintendo ever had the stipulation that they can't license events on an unlicensed circuit. I don't know about that. Was there an SWT event that was licensed last year? Well, none of the... SWT was pretty much just VGBC events. Who else was on it? I guess maybe they could have licensed it afterwards. Gommel? Well, Gommel ended up being on both. How much info is being held back behind the scenes? You can make that judgment for yourself. My stream is probably going to be the most transparent one you're going to see. So, like, I'm going to tell you the real truth, so you should listen up. But yeah, I mean, I additionally explained that I've offered many ways to work with BTS and I'd rather work with them and not against them. All right, he's gonna get to that part later, but Offers he gave BTS don't sound like things that are exactly working with them. So yes, Blank does believe us because the shit Ken was telling him is counter to everything we've ever done as a company and who we are as people. Okay, so he's taking it personally, but that explains a bit of why he was holding back. He also mentions that Ken BTS feel very threatened by us. I don't see why they wouldn't, and so does SW. I also don't see why they wouldn't. If you're going around to telling everyone that SWG is going to get shut down and telling BTS to his face that we're going to take the broadcast rights away and put it on our channel going forward. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, we're bringing Nintendo in. Yeah, sounds pretty threatening. Maybe they feel threatened by you because you're threatening them. Maybe that's why. Maybe they feel threatened for a really good reason. I have no thoughts on what to do and don't really care very much. Don't really care very much. Probably care. It's maybe care. It's clear that Ken is trying to actively undermine us, but considering that everyone is willing to work with or talk to us so far, outside of Blank, I don't think he's been very successful. Okay. He thinks Ken is out to get him. The evil hot bid. One of the nicest guys I've ever met. Having said that, people do talk a lot of mess behind the scenes, and I'm sure if Alan rubbed Ken the wrong way, he'd rightfully tell people, hey man, this guy's kind of shit. Don't see a problem with that. The events and claims that I will be making are true. All right, brother. Some have evidence, some do not. Well, that would help you, as most of these are verbal conversations. Sucks for you. In those cases, I do my best to recall details. That's fine. I encourage you to read everything. Fine. Okay. I'm sorry this took me so long to write. I don't find a problem with that part, actually. I think this sort of situation, taking your time, completely okay, and I don't think it even took that long. Please consider that SWT leadership did not release a statement until a week after hearing from Nintendo. These things take to properly construct. I know people have been waiting to hear from me, but between being blindsided by SWT's shutdown, extreme harassment, death threats, again, not cool guys, and fleeing my home due to doxing, it's been hard to focus. Yeah, his life is falling around him. And apparently he's filed a police report, which I know nothing about, but that's just crazy. Life is falling around him. A lot of things he's worked on and built are failing, and that sucks. It sucks for him, I should mention. I'd like to particularly apologize to his team at Panda for my initial response. I froze up. I had panic attacks. This all makes sense. I actually think this is, again, fine. Some would say this is looking for sympathy and shit, but I actually believe him. I think when you're under that much public pressure, it's like fucking terrifying. And when you're going to lose your company and lose everything you worked for, it's really bad. Let our message go through multiple PR firms instead of crafting it myself. Really? You didn't have a hand in writing that? Huh. I'm also doubting that. I listen to them. I really don't believe that. But maybe it's true. I listen to them telling me not to step down despite my team asking. Wait. He's saying his team was asking him to step down, but it's because of the PR firms that he didn't step down. Does he? Okay. You're telling me a PR firm whose only job is to make some public relations is telling him what to do with his position as CEO? It's not their job, number one. Number two, it would help their PR statement. So, what? The PR firms threw hard at? No, Hapster, that part can't be true. That can't be true. I'm just saying, man, that's quite sus. How can that be true? Just think about you guys' conception of the world. The PR firm told him to step down. Just let's play the scenario he's saying. The PR firm told him to step down. His team and company was telling him to step down, though. And then he ended up listening to the PR firm instead of his own team. Stepping down goes weakness in most business situations. He was weak, Ray. Like, sometimes you have to hold the L. You're telling me that he's telling me the PR firm is at fault for not stepping down? No, bro. You didn't listen to your team just like you didn't listen to me, just like you didn't listen to other TOs, just like you didn't listen to anyone. And I know a lot was happening and a lot was going on in terms of it was a lot to take in. That's what good leaders deal with shit. And I know it's asking a lot, and I want to have empathy here. But right now, we're trying to evaluate him in terms of the job he took on, right? He took on this responsibility. He took on the responsibility of being the king of Smash Brothers, bringing Nintendo in, doing this incredibly hard and difficult task, right? You're going to have some bad days, and you're going to have some freaking really, really hard decisions. You're going to have a lot of lose-lose decisions, in fact. I can tell you that because I was the guy who was more or less running the Smash scene for many years, right? Like, I was at least the most powerful person. I think everyone would agree on that. For a lot of years. For maybe 7-ish years. 7, 8 years. Before I kind of took a little bit of a step back and became the commentator I am more now. You're going to be in a lot of lose-lose situations. You're going to be in a lot of bad spots. And you're going to have to make some tough calls. One of those calls that doesn't sound that hard to me is listening to your team instead of the fucking PR firm. It just sounds like BS to me. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. To me, this part of this is like so much deflecting from accountability, and instead of looking at like, except for things that are like, and instead looking for the sympathy instead, right? I want to have empathy. I know it's fucking hard, but it's not good leadership, and that's the bottom line. My hesitation to act, step up, and fight back didn't just hurt me, it hurt you all. Okay, that's taking accountability. I'm down with that. I hope you all know how deeply you matter to me, and I would never want like anything to happen. This is the most transparent public statement in my life. I like transparency. I asked for it a year and a half ago, and this is the first time we've gotten it. The PR firm thing's crazy, right? Am I crazy? That's nuts, right? Our negotiations with Nintendo started in 2018. I can verify this. And ramped up in 2019. This is just true. Getting to the Panda Cup was a long process with plenty of late nights and dozens of iterations. Should have never done that to begin with. Back in October 2019, I called Justin, owner of Super Smash Con, to talk about Panda Cup negotiations. Justin was one of the first TOs I ever reached out to in the negotiations because I respected him. Justin, cool guy. Runs Super Smash Con. Hung out with him last weekend. I told him that it's, and he respects him too, sounds like. I told him that Nintendo was interested in giving Panda a circuit license, and that SSC is an incredible event that I think could become the biggest part of all. It was a pretty benign conversation. 3 months later, I heard VGC is starting something called the Smash World Tour, and discussing was a part of founding it. They never talked to Nintendo about it. So, just to make clear, since this seems to be implied here, VGBC and SmashCon were working on Smash World Tour far before whatever benign conversation they had, right? Justin didn't happen to tell him about it, but I can tell you, for a fact, they were working on it far before that conversation. It's not like Justin heard that Panda might have a circuit and was like, gotta get ours out the door. No, they were already working on it. Like, it's not that, whatever, if that's being insinuated here, that's just not true. So, making sure people know the timeline. Nintendo caught wind before launch, and SWT leadership was explicitly told to wait until they have approval to announce the SWT into 2020. Yeah. Justin and VG knew this and launched anyway, aware of the consequences. Okay. So here's what's weird about this. He's making that sound like a bad thing when I read that as a Giga Chad thing. And I think most Smashers are going to read that as, wait, that's kind of badass. That's a little BA, isn't it? Isn't that kind of fucking sick? No. He's literally bolding it like, what horrible Smash leaders not bowing down to Nintendo and listening to them when they said that they shouldn't run their league. We're all like, wait a second, that's sick. You're telling me these guys went ahead and did it anyways and didn't give a goddamn about fucking Nintendo and took the risk? God bless. That's Chad as fuck. That's based. I don't know. He just loves Nintendo so much. I don't know why he loves Nintendo so much that he just doesn't see it that way. But for the rest of us, that's fucking cool. Imagine describing Smash as chatter based. Hey, rare SBM, you'll admit that's pretty based. Taking that sort of risk, I'm telling you, I don't know what else, how much more Giga Chad than you can get. That actually was a perfect gamut for VGBC. Information came us from an anonymous source all the way back in 2020. Who could this be? Is it me, perhaps? I don't know who it is. VGBC was feeling, dude, like, so far we have one note that he's taken and an anonymous source with bullet points. Cool. BTS was feeling pushed out the community from losing so much ground to BTS. That's actually accurate. BTS was starting to take a bunch of tournament streams by outbidding VGBC for the rights. They want something of their own. Also true. So they came up with the SWT Gambit. The Gambit. All right, what is this anonymous source? Well, what does Alan say an anonymous source said? One, SWT doesn't get shut down. VGBC gets their own circuit without the years of negotiation with Nintendo. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds like that could be good. SWT uses the threat of social media backlash against Nintendo to pressure Nintendo giving them a license, or into to make sure that they never have to get a license. Also sounds good. Sounds like good TOing to me. SWT gets shut down by Nintendo, and now VGBC is a martyr of the community due to Nintendo. Then the community will rally behind their other events to support them. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward logic. VGBC wins no matter what. Well, I wouldn't call what they're doing right now feeling incredibly good about it, but I don't... Again, he's painting this out to be a bad thing, but to me, this sounds like good TOing. Right? Like, this is just saying, hey, we want to do a big project. We know Nintendo always gets in the way. We're gonna go and run the fucking thing, and if they try to shut us down, we're going to stir some shit. That's what we've all been doing for years, right? That is what he's describing is how TOs operate in general. Maybe this is part of like him not being a TO before this, but in general, Smash tournaments are unlicensed. Like a lot of them have been historically, right? Some of them have been licensed now in the more modern era, but in general, like this strategy is all we've got, right? This is like kind of been our thing because Nintendo is so hard to work with. Like what's wrong with this? Isn't that just the inherent risk that every TO takes when running a Melee tournament? Yeah, when you run a Smash tournament, it's kind of the thing you do. TM isn't that profitable, yes, and very risky. What SWT is doing here is saying we're taking the risk. It sounds pretty fucking badass to me, right? They were like this sort of general concept is what every TO does. Almost every TO that doesn't get licensed does, right? And even if they get a license, right, it lets them have leverage for having the most favorable license possible. Sounds good. I don't know why it's framing some unique gambit. Yeah, it's not like an SWT original. This is like Smash Brothers 101. Sounds like it's fine to me. We've also knew that Nintendo had never issued a license to any event with the name Smash in it, nor have they ever licensed a circuit before. They have, okay, sure. VGBC knew both these and launched the Smash World Tour anyway. Okay, so he says the name Smash was too aggressive. I can agree with that. Maybe it's a criticism of their product. Whatever. Doesn't mean Nintendo has to shut it down. They're still shitheads for shutting it down. Nor have they ever licensed a circuit before. Yeah, it's why we've had a hard time having circuits. Why MLG had problems, why many other things had problems. The fact that they went through and tried to anyways is badass. Right? It's just badass. See an art. SWT leadership had intimate knowledge that Nintendo was working on an officially licensed circuit with Panda months before launching. They were told to wait for approval, but announced anyways. Again, really good, cool of them. And Nolan did multiple things that prevent Nintendo from issuing licenses to events before. Yeah. Again, like it's like he lives in a different world than every other TO. We don't want licenses. We don't want to work with Nintendo. Right? Like, not... Nintendo's been trouble for 2 decades. So, you telling them, hey, we're going to run this amazing thing with Nintendo. First of all, their first response should be, sure, buddy, Nintendo takes forever. See you in 5 years when they finally get back to you. You know? And the second, they're not going to hold up their plans because of your shit. And second of all, like, the fact that they launched without Nintendo approval is just the correct move. It's what you should have done. You wouldn't be in the... Panda wouldn't be in this position if you just made this very simple play. None of us would have this problem. We'd have 2 circuits if you just did this. So, you're criticizing them for doing something that you should have done. I don't know. Fast forward to 2022, when SWT leadership said they were having positive talks with Nintendo. I entirely believe they were chatting with Nintendo, and I'm sure that Nintendo's statement saying they were evaluating SWT for partnerships is true. I think Nintendo was telling VGBC and SWT that they were evaluating them for partnership. I personally don't think SWT ever had a chance of getting that partnership. Getting a license. I don't think they had a chance in hell. I think VGBC, as you're seeing earlier, like Nintendo was already not about running a tour with them from the beginning. And I think Nintendo, based on what I know of them, mostly wants and dangles a partnership in front of you in order to get as much information from you as possible. And I really don't think that, frankly, SWT ever had a chance. I think Nintendo's a little shisty about that. I think they're a bit duplicitous about that. And it's why it's so frustrating for SWT, as per their statement, that they were told, hey, there's a real chance for this, when truth be told, there really never was. And that's where they got blindsided, right? I think Nintendo wanted Panda to win from the start. They really wanted the Nintendo-affiliated Allen to be the most, their liaison, right? To be their conduit for everything that they want to see happen in the scene. They don't want SWT to win, and they wouldn't have wanted to have SWT as a partner. It's just not. I really don't think they had a chance in hell. I'm sure Nintendo used very personal language when talking to SWTs that things are possible because anything is possible until... Okay, so this is him speculating here. He wasn't in those meetings. He wasn't in Nintendo's talks with SWT. So, this is just him saying, I think Nintendo's cool. They would never do anything wrong. What do you guys think, chat? Would Nintendo ever do anything wrong? If you're a Smash Brothers player, you know the answer. Like, yes, they would. So we're only like a few paragraphs in, and I haven't agreed with anything yet. I've actually, almost every sentence I've had a major problem with. So, I know there's a lot more, but I just want to like kind of get ahead of this and be like, I don't know. There's some things I have empathy on, but mostly we simply disagree. Another note is that SWT leadership knew roughly how long these sorts of licenses realistically take, which is why you should have never tried. Between the time of me speaking to Justin in 2019 to 2021, when Panda's partnership with Nintendo America was announced, they knew that the process to get official license took at least 3 years. Hey, I said that earlier. Usually, actually, it might take even more. It might take like 5, 6. And that's how long it took an exclusively North American circuit to take it off the ground. Yeah, that's the shitty thing. Your product sucked. SWT was able to be worldwide because they never tried to work with Nintendo. His had to be North America only with a million other strings attached because he worked with Nintendo. It took him 3 years to run an NA only circuit. What about the rest of the scene? What if your shit actually succeeded? They would just, like, Europe Smash Bros. Would just get owned? Like, why is that good for the scene? This is kind of what I'm saying, like, at the fundamental level, his vision for the scene was not what many others thought was good for the scene. And, like, he never went out and publicly and transparently made that case. And, by the way, this exclusive North American thing that he's talking about here is in my Medium article asking him specifically. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try to freaking pull that up. Where is Medium Crimson Blur? There. Here we go. You guys see this? Let me look at my own stream. Yes. There you go. Look at this. This thing is going to be useful throughout this conversation. Because this is Blur right when it was announced. Minute 1 when it was announced. So you can get a good idea of my concerns, right? From the outset. So just to show he is not like this is not like stuff that like is like beyond understanding for him at the time. Like people were telling him this stuff and were saying this is a problem, right? And he just didn't listen, right? So, for example, in here I say international, right? Right here. Are there any plans for this circuit to expand outside North America? Is the fact that it's a partnership with Nintendo America and Nintendo America only the reason why international events can't be included? This is a bit rhetorical, right? This part of the line of reasoning is a bit rhetorical because I knew the answer to most of my questions, right? I asked for transparency. I have no idea what this will ever work, but if it ever would, we need openness and transparency going forward. That is exactly what I said. I said, we need to be transparent. He was never transparent. Literally, it took everything exploding around him to say anything to the community. That's how bad the community management was. It literally was as bad as it could get. None of these questions got answered publicly. None of these. I gave a questionnaire, which he could have just answered. He could have just gone bullet for bullet and answered these fucking questions, right? He never did that. Now, the truth of the matter is, I knew the answer to all these questions because I'm me. But I wanted him to publicly answer for them because I had genuine concerns about what he was building, and I thought it wasn't good for the scene. And then I predicted, because I thought he wouldn't answer these questions, that Panda's goodwill in the scene will get used up, and Nintendo will basically tank them. That's what happened. But it's rough. It's rough, bro. Like, it's rough, man. It sucks to see the scene get hurt this bad when, like, it was all so predictable. Like, it was literally exactly as it expected to happen. Everything that we thought would happen happened. Anyway. So, I don't understand his point here. He's saying, like, hey, working with Nintendo is a pain in the ass. You're going to need 3+ years to work with them. And then you're only going to get an exclusively North American circuit. Therefore, you should work with them. No. Therefore, you shouldn't work with them. And also, he's saying, like, okay, so he's saying, like, are you surprised that a license wasn't issued within a year? It doesn't add up. I think, like, you should be surprised, like, they weren't surprised that a license wasn't issued. They were surprised that they were told that they couldn't operate without a license. They specifically asked Nintendo, hey, can we operate without a license? And also, can we operate next year without a license and then in 2024 we get licensed? You remember their statement, they asked that, right? Nintendo directly responded that you have to have a license to continue to operate. So that wasn't their expectation. Now, if he's saying they should have just not ran SWT because of Nintendo, that's crazy and bad community leadership. We wouldn't have any tournaments if we just waited on Nintendo. If everything we did, we held up because of Nintendo, there wouldn't be a scene, brother. Right? That's not... Like, VG Bootcamp has been living that life forever. Their channel exists. Our scene exists because we don't ask Nintendo for permission. So, it's just... Anyway. As for the SWTC event cancellation, I do not know why SWT leadership decided to shut the event down. I do. It's literally clear as day. I know Nintendo corroborated to me on several occasions the same thing they said in the public statement. They verbally told SWT leadership that they would take no action to shut down SWT. Okay, first of all, that's not what they said in the public statement. Reading comprehension is important, ladies and gentlemen. What they said in the public statement was, I want to get this part right. Man. Google, don't fail me now. Nintendo public statement SWT. All right. Oh, I'm giving Matt Kim and IGN one more click. Ew! Sorry, chat. That's on me. What they very specifically said. Oh, maybe some of this is cut off. Whatever, I'm just going to read it because we're not going to be on this page long. I want to get out of here as fast as possible. Dude, I hate the garbage journalism that this motherfucker does. Okay. Empathy and love. Empathy and love. Empathy and love. Young guy. Yeah, okay. Insurance apologies for saying that. Excuse me. Didn't mean that. I have to be better. That was bad. I apologize. Anyway. Sure, they're nice and well-meaning. So anyway, what Nintendo actually said is we also let them know verbally that we are not requiring they cancel the 2022 finals event because of the impact it would have on players, right? So if you're not careful in reading that, you'd think that says they gave them the okay to run, unlicensed. But if you actually read it, what it says, we're not requiring they cancel, right? We were not requiring they cancel. We were not requiring they cancel. That doesn't mean that we won't require they cancel in the future, right? That just means that we at some point in time they never told them that they have to cancel, that they were required to cancel. That's all that means, right? They could have told SWT it'd be a shame if lawyers get involved. But there's no current imminent requirement for cancellation. But the CND might come soon. It's also verbal and non-binding. You know what I'm saying? Similarly, this, because of the impact it would have on players, is now pretty much confirmed BS. Because later SWT to ask them, hey, are you aware of like how late in the game you're canceling and what this would do and like how bad people will be? And they were like, yeah, sounds good. There's some pros and cons, there's some positives and negatives to it. Now, I think that's also part of the verbal conversation, so you have to take SWT's word on it. But I do think there is other stuff in writing that SWT hasn't put out there that would back that up. So, back to what he's saying. Nintendo isn't saying that they will not shut down SWT. They never said that. First of all, I know Nintendo enough to know that they would never tell an unlicensed event, we won't shut you down. That's not what they do, right? That's not what they do. That's what licenses are for. Licenses are that assurance. They will tell you, if you don't want to get shut down, get a license. That might be something they might say, right? Now, what they might say is, we're currently not requiring you to shut down. That doesn't mean that we won't shut you down in the future, and they'll also try to pressure you to get a license or something of the sort, right? And similarly, they'll say, hey, as they said to VGBC, we require licenses to operate, and then they later told VGBC and SWT, we won't give you a license, right? So, did SWT ever release their email letter thing? I think so. Well, I think they put it out as text. So, Just to be clear, so there's no ifs, ands, or buts here. They never said they would take no action to shut down SWT in their statement. It's not what they said. It's literally not what they said. You guys can call that out as a direct mistruth or misleading statement in this statement, because you guys can read both statements, right? Nowhere in their statement did they say they won't shut down SWT. If Nintendo wanted to, they could have said it that way. They could have said SWT can continue and we won't shut it down. That could have been part of their statement. They never said that. They just said we were not requiring them to shut down, which is a completely different thing. I can say that I wasn't requiring anyone to do anything, but doesn't mean that I won't do it in the future. Anyway, sup, Mikey? I'm going through this fucking shit show. I'm trying to do my best. Just try to get ahead of it. Tell people what the truth is. Whew. I know Nintendo was genuinely surprised behind closed doors when they found out that SWT leadership did this to their own event. I have no doubts in my mind that Nintendo is telling the truth about what they verbally told SWT. Okay, so I'm putting a lot of doubt on this too. Man, every sentence I haven't agreed with. I'm waiting for a sentence I agree with. So, the thing is, Nintendo was genuinely surprised behind closed doors when SWT leadership did this to their own event. My understanding is, after the email that you guys have seen, which says, what Nintendo says the hey, you won't be licensed, and we expect licenses, right? Remember that email? After that, SWT says, okay, I guess we have to cancel, right? If Nintendo really didn't want them to cancel, they would have said, please get on a call. You don't have to do that. If they were genuinely surprised and disappointed and sad that they did that, they could have stopped it. Right? So, if Nintendo felt like, oh shit, they didn't get us, they didn't read between the lines and see we actually want them to run, despite very explicitly basically saying we don't want you to run, they could have corrected that and saved the fucking tour. Instead, they kind of just like sat on it and waited a week, and then it was publicly announced that SWT will be canceled. So, I don't know. This painting that they were genuinely surprised and disappointed that SWT shut down on their own is just insane. It's just not true. It's just not true. They could have saved the thing by simply making a call. And they very explicitly told them that they won't get a license and they expect licenses. And they never verbally told them that they won't shut them down. Again, to be clear, they never verbally told them they won't shut them down. And that's now been corroborated in Nintendo's public statement, in what SWT says. That part is as close to ironclad truth as we have, right? They never told them that they won't shut them down. They might have told them that they aren't currently requiring cancellation, which is weird doublespeak, but that is not the same as saying we won't shut you down. All right. I've been recently informed that the main hotel in San Antonio listed in the SW Discord did not have any pre-existing block or any expectation of large groups this weekend. There was no block canceled. It simply never existed. Okay, so this is like his little conspiracy theory, right? He thinks, apparently, that VGBC was never planning to run SWT. With the apparent conspiracy that they're doing it, they did all of this just to cancel it? What, to screw him over? And be martyrs and to get this PR out? Does he think that's the reason? They ran a fake tour? This is the conspiracy theory? Alright, here's a quick refutation of that conspiracy theory. I met someone, the real human being, a real live human being, last weekend, like 2 days ago, who booked 40 flights for SWT and was now stressing the fuck out about rebooking and canceling those flights. Here's a real thing I know existed. What? You're telling me they contacted 40 players and tried to book them with flights as a joke? You're telling me they contracted hella people, like they did everything that you need to do to run an event, as far as I understand, as like a joke? As like a good haha? Mikey says the hotel block straight up exists. I bet it exists. What like... He's saying he called them and then like a hotel attendant said like couldn't find the hotel block and therefore that's like the proof of this conspiracy? Come on! It just doesn't add up. And then why would they do this? Why would they run a fake tour just to not... What's the point of losing all the money? What do they get here? What do they get? There's something on the website implying it does. Yeah, I'm sure if you go to the fucking link for the hotel code, you could probably sign up with like the VGBC code, which would maybe be the way to get into the hotel block. I don't know. And also last year's SWT did exist. So you're telling me they ran 1 year full. And then like everything up to the finals for the second year. For this like grand plan? And what, to get what out of it? Exactly, to lose money? I don't understand. I guess you could say to not pay out the prize pool because they have a large prize pool. But they lose more money than the prize pool by canceling. They lose hundreds of thousands by canceling. They lose more money by canceling than they would have paid out. That doesn't make sense. They don't lose what they never booked. Oh, right, Shimorta. You're right. True, good point. If they never booked the venue, if they never booked the hotel, if they actually did nothing, then they don't lose what they never booked and they don't have to pay the $250. I see what the mental model is here. Here's the problem though. They did book 40 flights. I know that for a fact. Again, I met the guy who did it. All right, let's look at a Cheat's link. What am I supposed to learn from this? There's venue information. You guys see this? I'm double checking my own stuff. Yeah, you guys can. Okay. So what am I learning here? Explain. Top of second image. Oh. That's the Super Smash Con fans family. So this is their hotel block. You can just Google it. They have a hotel block. On the official Marriott Bonvoy page. This is like literally... This is like public. All right. Good thing this made it in, huh? My God, you could have Googled this for 5 seconds. This is the most transparent public statement you've ever made? Come on, you're a doctor. There's a tweet of someone calling the hotel where they say they don't. Bro, the hotel front desk might be bad at their jobs. That might be the entire conspiracy here. But if the Marriott official website has the room block, it exists. And by the way, I'm giving way too much time and credence to this dumbass theory. SWT was a real event. No shit. Come on. It's just, it makes no sense. Come on. Like. Oh, also, when did the call happen? Release of the hotel block is canceled by now. Maybe he just... Maybe they canceled their hotel block because they canceled their event. And they made the fucking calls afterwards. Like, and the front desk person doesn't know the difference. Dude, we are like not that far in, and this is ridiculous so far. So far, this has literally just been horseshit. But keeping an open mind. Keeping an open mind because we want to see both sides, right? Empathy and love? Always empathy and love, chat. But so far, this has been really bad. Empathy and love, chat. This is my first read-through. I skimmed it before. But, yeah, Jerry. If that's Jerry in Top Shelf Esports. This is literally just fucking stupid, man. So far, nothing he said has made sense. There hasn't been a single sentence I've agreed with. Not yet. We'll wait for that sentence. Wait, I think there might have been a sentence I agreed with. I agreed with the idea that, like, in general, this has been hard for all of us, including him. I agree with that. Doesn't really change anything, but I agree with the fact that this has been hard for all of us. But in terms of the facts of, like, between all the different parties, literally nothing he said has made sense. So, all right, going on. Here's a big question to you. Why now? Why did you need and apply for an Nintendo license specifically for SWTC 2022? Probably because Nintendo reached out to them. And maybe they thought they were pressured and felt like they had to because Nintendo's scary and it shuts shit down. The legendary team ran a few events in 2020, including the championship without a license. Yeah, sounds good. We love to run things without licenses. No one wants a license. BGS run tons of events without license. Correct. So why does their 250K prize pool event that ran unlicensed this year need a license? I don't think they need a license. I don't think they want a license. This is a wrong assumption. Again, every sentence seems to be wrong. They don't need or want a license. They just want not to be shut down. This has been a recurring theme. I know sponsor value in Nintendo license highlight, and by getting more sponsors, events become more financially sustainable. Sure, but you can still get sponsored without a license. And regardless, maybe they're exploring the idea of getting a license because they think that it might make them safer. Whatever. Many reasons to get a license. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. Yeah, so he says in the doc it's because Nintendo asked, right? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'd have to double check. I'm not sure who started the conversation. But if Nintendo's knocking on your door and saying you need a license to operate, you answer. So, yeah, they've been asking, right? Mikey confirms in chat. So, like, yeah, I don't know, man. Sounds like again, I'm really looking for one sentence I agree with. So far, not yet. He's saying like they are the ones searching for the license because they are trying to tank their own event. I literally don't understand the conspiracy particularly well. And they're pushing for it, but they're not. Nintendo's pushing for it, and that's the problem. And Nintendo's partially pushing for it because of you. Because you're bringing them more entrenched into our scene. Right? Like, this is giving everyone a bit more stress. So, anyway. Right, even if SWT was the one who asked for Nintendo for a license, which I'm actually pretty sure it's the other way around, that Nintendo went for them. Alan's going around telling everyone that they're going to be shut down without a license. So, why wouldn't they want a license this year if you're this year telling everyone that they will be shut down? Maybe that fucking scared the shit out of them. I don't know. I think this hubbub will scare away future sponsors, Blur. Depends on the sponsor. There's going to be some sponsors like Red Bull who are just going to think of us as more badass and grunge. There's going to be some sponsors, like Milk probably, who will be like, uh-oh, we probably don't want to take this risk. Okay, since they weren't communicating with Nintendo and were verbally told SWTC 2022 would continue. Again, they were not verbally told SWTC 2022 would continue. It's not what they were told. It's not what Nintendo's statement says. I want to really make that point clear. I want to make that absolutely crystal clear to everyone. That's not what they were told. Nintendo would never tell an unlicensed event that you can run unlicensed. And we guarantee that you will never be shut down. That is not how Nintendo works. It's not what happened. And Nintendo didn't even say that in their own statement, right? So, continuing. Sorry, there's just so much BS that I'm trying to mix. I'm trying to make sure we don't get mixed up. If they're confused with mixed message from email versus verbal communication, then why don't they just ask for clarification? My understanding is the next email they say, hey, I guess we're shutting down then. And then Nintendo was kind of like, sorry, that sucks, guys. I'm so sorry that this happened to you. We're gonna go to Hawaii for vacation. We're gonna peace. Sucks, man. Better question is, if Nintendo reps work so hard, like you're saying, if Nintendo really didn't want them to shut down and really wanted to continue, why didn't Nintendo pick up the phone after reading that? Is he like under the impression that like the email that is public now is the only email? Because he's wrong about that. So this is just wrong. Whatever's in this paragraph is just wrong. He loves Nintendo. I don't know why. Has he not paid attention? Has he not paid attention to the scene? We have been struggling against Nintendo. It has not been good, this relationship. I really do not understand why he likes Nintendo so much. He wants a Panda controller. Yeah, that would help. Thank you, Papa. I love Papa. Papa, an original Blurred Twitch chatter with the raid. The purpose of Nintendo Versus is not PR, Nefaso. The purpose of Nintendo Versus is to grow competitive Smash Brothers. Now, you might say they have a strange way of doing it. But the complete sentence is to grow competitive Smash Brothers under Nintendo's control. And the way Nintendo wants and likes, and for their own exploitative marketing benefit. So, thank you, Eganist, for the gifties. Again, we have notifications off just because I have so much to run through here. But I appreciate everybody, nonetheless. Do you believe his intentions were good, but just fucked up in working it out? I believe his intentions were good, yes. And do you think he was an antagonist of the scene from the jump? No, I think his intentions were good. I think he thought he was like doing something incredible and amazing for the Smash scene. The truth of the matter is, he didn't listen to anyone, and he was truly not doing something that was beneficial for us all. He wasn't. He was doing something that was actually very detrimental to us all. But he just couldn't see it. Because he didn't know enough. It was mostly naivety and folly. And maybe a little bit of ego. Who knows? I don't want to do too much character assassination. Don't think that's fair. And I know enough people are mad at him that we don't need to pile on that respect. But I more so mean to say that I don't think it's because he didn't care about Smash or Smash's growth. Sometimes even people like that make mistakes. And make really big mistakes that hurt us. His dedication to Melee specifically is being questioned. Any thoughts on that? I mean, there's some choice conversations being pulled out from like what he said to KoDoRiN in terms of sponsoring him as a player. I could see other team owners saying that. I think it wasn't a wise way of putting it. He did in the end give Melee and Ultimate a equal prize pool at his thing, at his Panda Cup. I don't think there's a lot more going on than just that particular point. I don't want to dwell on it, but He definitely cared about Ultimate more. I mean, I think that part's true. But would he have actually treated this one scene worse than the other? In the first year, he wasn't. Not yet. The first year, he treated them equally, and that part, that's at least appreciated. Yeah, I think I agree with that egonist. He thought that by effectively monopolizing or being the forebearer of competitive Smash and building the scene around what he thought was a correct vision, he would grow the scene. But unfortunately, you know, that also means that he's basically saying it like, I want the world under my control, and frankly, many people didn't like his vision or the things he was bringing to the table. So anyway, I want to keep going. I do not know if they ever plan to run SWT. I do! It's crazy that this conspiracy is even being entertained. They clearly plan to run SWT. This is like... It's also really awkward to put this in a statement like this, because all this takes is one VGBC, like, planning doc to show you, like, you really? We did all this shit? like, they just show the 40 flights. Like, this is just like a weird conspiracy to put in here. It's like, it's clearly just not, like, this is so, I don't know how they were paying for it or what revenue they expect to make back to make the expenses worth it. I'm making no claims, did not intend on running SWTC 2022. Dude, you are. Maybe this is like, again, communication and community management naivete, but you literally have spent like 5 paragraphs talking about your fucking conspiracy and then saying, I'm just asking questions with a Tucker Carlson face. You are. This is what you're saying. Like, that's literally what this is reading as, bro. Like, shut up. I'm simply pointing out their words and available information for the many, many different inconsistencies behind the curtain. Does feel, nothing you've said has felt inconsistent to me. Nothing he said. Okay, wait, I think I skipped a paragraph. Statement here, given all the evidence I've leaked together, SWT leadership, Justin and VBC absolutely knew from the beginning there was a snowball chance of getting a license agreement. And the moment they launched SWT in 2020, they were prepared to get shut down. Sounds good, yeah. There are far too many inconsistencies for their statement, and they're total surprise to be accurate given the... What? Why is it inconsistent for a Smash Brothers tournament organizer to think that Nintendo might shut you down, given their history, and be prepared for it, and also be disappointed, sad, and frankly surprised that you're being targeted? Right? Like, that doesn't seem inconsistent. That seems consistent with our history. That is the life of a tournament organizer in Smash Brothers. You know, if VGBC can't carry on the events, does that mean literally our team will lose 80% of our events? No. We lose only 60% of our events between Panda and VGBC. It's not 80, bro. With these 2 tours canceled, we lose a lot. It's just like 60. It's like 66, about 2/3. It's just a paltry 60. We still have Summit. We still have Genesis. How do we carry on? Do you know who we are, Chris? What we do is carry on. Look at the people around you. The people are what matter. We're going to be fine. Don't freak out about it. If you haven't noticed, next week we have a hilarious boxing event between some smashers. The week after that, we have a fucking dope-ass invitational. And a couple weeks after that, we have Genesis. We have some time to figure out what we do after that because there's a big hole in the calendar, but we'll be fucking fine. Not due to the help of one Allen Bunny and all this bullshit, but we will be okay. We've survived 21 years. We're literally immortal. We've only been winning the war against Nintendo, so please don't forget that. There's been 21 years of Nintendo trying to shut us down and doing horrible things to us, and we've been persevering and growing despite that. Literally, that's been the trend. We've only been doing better year by year. Every single year of our existence. So, never lose focus. We'll be fine. Not that this is a good thing. This is lame. But we'll be fine. We won't lose Gommel, not as far as I know. I mean, who knows, maybe, but I don't think so. I haven't talked to Joe, so that's the only reason I'm saying that, but it's not really related. Gommel will be fine. Thank you, Killhertz. I haven't seen you in a while, homie. Much love. Okay, one question for you, Gimmer. Is partnering with Nintendo really that important to you? You sacrificed PM, now your championship event, and you want to keep trying. Yo, fuck this guy! I'm sorry. Okay? No. Empathy and love. Woosaw. Woosaw, chat. Woosaw. Empathy and love. We have to say it over and over again. Empathy and love. Empathy and love. I'm just doing a dramatic reading. I don't know if you watched this. Sorry. Trying to get through your statement. I know a lot's going on. Empathy and love. So there's like 18 things wrong with that statement. Number one, Gimmer's gotten a lot of shit about PM. He didn't fucking do anything to PM. Not really. And it's Nintendo. Nintendo. I know the PM community likes to look at fucking people like me, Gimmer, whoever, all the TOs, the melee TOs specifically, and point fingers. But Nintendo killed your game. I don't know. Like, it's not really that complicated. Nintendo fucking killed your game. It's like, that's it. And second of all, the second thing that's wrong with the statement, are we pretending that Alan Bunny was a friend of PM? Is that what it's like he like he was like gonna run PM events? He's Mr. Nintendo. He's Mr. Nintendo. Why even bring up? You're partnered with the people who did that. And you're telling us they're a good partner for the scene. Crazy. Meanwhile, Gimmer's out here running entire circuits unlicensed like a Giga Chad, middle fingering Nintendo. Which one gives you more PM energy? Which one gives you more of that spirit? You tell me. Like, I don't know, man. It's just so stupid. Middle finger, but still backing down. I wouldn't call getting shut down backing down. It's more like you're running it and doing his thing, and then getting shut down is it's not backing down. Like, still, I mean, if Nintendo's gonna fucking sue you and shut you down and shit, stuff like that. Now, they hadn't sued them yet, but they might have, right? It's a little hard to go up against. They're a humongous company. But, you know, they pushed the envelope. What he didn't do was push the envelope. He literally partnered with them and brought them onto our community. And to this disastrous result. Also, what's horrible about this is that on the Panda/Nintendo blacklist was Stewed, Wisely, Junebug, all the PM commentators. So what's he like? He's the friend of PM? Really? He did. These poor guys, when they were younger, commentated PM, and now you're telling them that their commentary careers are over because of your stupid tour. Before your tour, they could commentate any event they wanted. You brought that onto their lives. By bringing Nintendo in. So, how does that make sense? How does that add up? You invited the devil to the doorstep. Exactly right, Ocean 2C. Junebug's an amazing commentator. I had like a 4-hour conversation with Junebug yesterday. Love that guy. Love Junebug. I am going to request, next time me and him are in the same venue, for a top 8 block with Junebug. I think we'd have a good time. Me and him would have a great block. Love that guy. Literally have a high opinion of that guy. Can't tell you anything else. The two Zane coaches, Blur and Junebug. We formed that man out of clay. We formed that man out of clay to be the beautiful man he is. All right, man. Okay, all right, okay. All right, okay, all right, okay, all right. A little Blur W here and there never hurt. Anyway. So, his entire VGBC section is actual horrific horseshit. I'm just going to be, I don't know, again, love and empathy, but I didn't find a single true sentence in this entire part. Just going to be real with y'all. I didn't find a single one. Not yet. And to this point. This sentence right here is needlessly aggressive, untrue. Gimmer took a lot of flack for this PM shit that he never deserved. PM community was very mean to him and they never deserved it. They unfortunately have a habit of that. And he has like this crazy conspiracy theory mixed in here that doesn't make any sense. Like with any, once you rub two neurons together, if you do like some basic logic train, his conspiracy makes no sense. And in fact, it's directly verifiably untrue when you just go to the Marriott website and see that they do have a hotel block. That's the best he could come up with? That they didn't actually want to run SWT and they did it as some sort of gamble to become martyrs? To make him look bad? Bro, that's not it. That's not what happened. It's not what happened. That's the best he could come up with. That's crazy. It's not true. The PR firm told him to write this? Bro, you gotta understand. The PR firm told him not to step down as CEO. And even though everyone else in the world, including his own company, including his own team, was telling him to do it, he didn't do it. He listened to the PR firm. They led him astray. The PR firm is the only person he's listened to in history. The Crimson Blur? He didn't listen to the Crimson Blur. The Crimson Blur? No. The foremost expert on Nintendo and Smash Brothers esports. Not going to take that guy's advice. That guy can't know what he's talking about. PR firm, I have to listen to every word they say. Every word they say. What the fuck? You know? Jeez, if you like him so much, why don't you marry him? What the hell? What's up, Gara? I just don't get it. Why is the only person you listen to in this entire escapade the PR firm? To the public. You were lied to. What lies? I haven't seen a lie yet. I literally have not seen one lie cited or sourced. By the way, no sources in the VGBC section. Have you guys noticed that? No source. He has one anonymous source with a bunch of bullet points. No sources. Sick. Love that. Real good. A lot of text, no sources. You were lied to, and your goodwill is being both weaponized and abused. All right, buddy. SWT leadership juxtaposed their entire relationship with Nintendo against the actions they claim I took. Action which, by the way, are completely irrelevant to them getting shut down. Completely irrelevant? Completely irrelevant. You think it's completely irrelevant things you did to Nintendo shutting them down? You think it's completely irrelevant that Nintendo is facing with their interests? They have two tours out on the world, out on the market. One of those tours is literally a puppet, which they can use at will. Another one of the tours is basically giving them a middle finger and it's kind of grungy, kind of badass, if I do say so myself. And you think there's no relationship, and that between them shutting it down, shutting SWT down, and that general dynamic. You think that wasn't a part of their calculus? Okay. But of course, he thinks that Nintendo never shut them down. He thinks that VGBC never intended to run SWT. because they wanted to lose money. Okay? How's me telling TOs that SWT would most likely not receive a license agreement? You didn't tell them they would most likely not receive a license agreement based on everything that we verified and been corroborated. You told them that they would get shut down. Different, brother. Be careful here. That's not what we've corroborated with many people. You told them that they would get shut down. Different. Prove any sort of action undermining SWT's relationship with Nintendo. I think telling TOs that they're going to get shut down and so therefore you shouldn't be a part of the tour is a way of undermining SWT's relationship with TOs. And also, I think, based on what I know, that there's no shot in hell that Nintendo didn't consult him on what they should do with SWT. So, here's what I can tell you. I was the Nintendo liaison. I was the first Nintendo liaison our community has ever had, right? As you guys might know. There was like 5, almost 6 year period where I was the person talking to Nintendo on behalf of the community, right? And there was literally no one else talking. And the person who replaced me, unfortunately, was Alan fucking Bunny, right? But empathy and love, not saying he's a bad person, just clarifying, right? So what I can tell you is every time they tried to shut something down, they asked me for advice. They always went to their, because they don't know the community. They don't even know who to talk to. They're kind of checked out. They're not smashers, right? They don't even know who to email sometimes, right? Not that I would be like, hey, here you go. Here's offer up to a platter. It would then be my job to try to convince them not to fucking do it, right? That was just generally the fucking relationship. Is I had to be like, actually, please do not do that, right? That would be bad. And that's the thing. I have extreme doubt that Alan did have knowledge of SWT being in trouble and potentially getting shut down. In fact, I think the reason why he told TOs that they would likely get shut down is because he was talking to Nintendo about it. I think he was frustrated that the TOs didn't want to work with him and wanted to work with SWT instead, because he was thinking, bro, they're going to get shut down anyway based on all these conversations I've had with Nintendo. And so he used that information as a way of trying to convince TOs. I don't think he did it as he meant it as a threat. He just was saying it matter-of-factly. Now, do I think that he, like I would have done, went to bat for SWT and told Nintendo, hey, keep them alive? Please don't shut them down? No, I don't think so. I think he probably said, Nintendo, yeah, that sounds good. Sounds awesome. Please take them out for me. I would love that. Please, please. Please do more. But that's me making assumptions. I don't know what he said. Maybe he went to bat for them and Nintendo did anyways. Nintendo are pretty terrible. They might have done it anyways, right? But based on the many corroborated statements, which showed that he basically was using SWT's potential shutdown in order to acquire more TOs. It sure seemed like he was eager to have SWT shut down in order to convince more TOs to be on his cup. Right? That I'll tell you. We don't know if he went to bat for SWT or not. And I suppose we don't technically know if Nintendo asked him about it or talked to him about it. But I bet they did, because that's literally how they operate. There's no way part of their evaluation wouldn't be talking to their liaison, right? And so, yeah, I just don't believe him. Blur, he said he went to bat for them. Yeah, I don't think he did. I simply think, my inference is like Nino was saying, it's pretty probable. I think he just seemed like he was super down. I mean, does this read as someone who would have gone to bat for them? Look at this. Read this. Does that seem like a guy who's like, oh man, let me go out of my way to make sure Nintendo doesn't shut them down? I don't know, man. Maybe he did. We don't know. But he definitely was asked. And actually, I think later he did mention that he was basically asked. So that part is weird. Actually, wait, no, there's a contradiction here. There's a bit ahead in the article. But he says right here, actions which, by the way, are completely irrelevant to them getting shut down or Nintendo's behavior, right? He's saying, what things I've done, wait. Yeah, actions they claim I took are completely irrelevant to them getting shut down, right? That's what he says. He says, I am not why you got shut down. That's what he's saying, right? Later, he confirms, I'm trying to figure out where, he confirms that he was talking to Nintendo about SWT shutdown. And that he went to bat for them, right? That's kind of what he was saying. I doubt that he went to bat, but does he say bat at any point? I think it's the conclusion. All right, I'm going to skip ahead because I don't want to lose this point. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are we doing with our lives? Holy shit. Someone give me a control. So this is going to be a 10-hour stream. Look, guys, this is important. And I think you guys, it's important. It's a 31-minute read. Yeah, but I have to fucking tell you guys everything that's wrong with it. And unfortunately, every sentence is wrong. Unfortunately, every sentence is wrong, right? I'm giving you guys the most detailed breakdown possible. And together we ride. You know, like, ultimately, I don't want what's frankly a very BS statement to just, like, sit here uncontested. And I'm trying to give you guys as much of a in-depth analysis as possible from someone who actually knows. You guys never get the actual truth. Except from me, usually, frankly. Because most of the TOs don't talk to you guys. So, I'm trying to give you guys that. What's the point of this article except to take everyone else down with him? Probably to find a way to get the scene back on his side so he can weasel back in. But maybe that's a bit, again, not empathetic and not being generous enough. Maybe he's saying it because he feels like they're bad actors and they don't deserve their win, their W's. Okay, look, I can't find it because the statement's fucking gargantuan. So I want to keep going, and I know, you know, we want to keep going. But the point is that he says, and I want you guys to remember, this is part of what his thesis is. Because there's a lot written here, but this is part of his thesis. They claim, he's saying that he has nothing to do with them getting shut down. Just remember that, right? He says, oh, closed doors. Thank you. Closed? Okay. Closed doors. I've defended VGC behind closed doors more times than I can count. I've done impromptu presentations to Nintendo about VGC's importance to the community, their history in the scene, and the good things they've done, explaining that they're worth working with. He's saying, at the same time, that he is talking to Nintendo about VGBC and basically has entire presentations about them that he's presenting to them, and yet somehow he was not involved and has nothing to do with their shutdown. You guys see what I'm saying here? You guys see what I'm putting up, I'm putting down, and how this doesn't add up? What makes more sense is that he was insanely involved with their shutdown, because I'm telling you, as the previous Nintendo liaison, that is how it works. Now, he won't be the decision maker on it, as I wasn't the decision maker on it. I mostly begged. I begged and I pleaded. Please don't do it, you evil monsters. Okay, I didn't say that, but you know, please don't do it. But that's like the thing. But it's inaccurate to say that he had nothing to do with it. that's not right. Now, he might have made the case for them like he's saying here. But I have seen nothing to indicate that that's actually true. No proof. And I've seen everything that shows he was not exactly their biggest fans. How many tournaments did I save? It's a dark task. It's a dark task. But point is, again, another contradiction. Another pure contradiction. It's just as pure as it gets. Where he's saying that he had nothing to do with the shutdown. Doesn't make sense. He's going around telling TOs that they're going to get shut down. He's talking to Nintendo about VGBC and their place in the community while they're evaluating them for partnership. By talking to the TOs, by the way, he's making it harder for them to operate by trying to convince them to be on his shit instead of SWT. And also, he's trying to get broadcast and sales rights for every tournament exclusive to his thing. How is he not adversarial to them? I don't understand. Yeah. So I somehow know you all get shut down, but I have nothing to do with it. Also, I've given presentations about you all. Exactly. Also, didn't the original Panda statement say that they didn't know about it? Right? Didn't the original Panda statement say, hey, we didn't know they were going to get shut down? But what we do know is they've been going around telling TOs that they'll get shut down. He doesn't even really deny this. Right? And that they're making presentations to Nintendo about VGBC. Right? What's the likelihood he didn't know that they were going to get shut down? Sounds like he was very involved. Maybe he didn't know the date they were going to get shut down. Maybe he didn't know, oh, they're going to do it right before Thanksgiving. But he definitely knew what was going on. Like, come on. How did hundreds of thousands of people make my life a living hell for a week over a false equivalency? What's the false equivalency? Quick, Google. 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 Oh, fuck. I'm messing up. False equivalence. Dude, I'm messing up. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see this, but I'm just going to read it out loud. It's an informal fallacy in which an equivalence is drawn between two subjects based on flawed or false reasoning. Like apples and oranges. What? What's the false equivalence? What's he saying is the false equivalence? Does anyone understand what he's saying? He just continued to say that he had nothing to do with getting shut down. Okay. But like, what's... Okay, I'm just going to move on there. Who gives a shit, right? Let's keep going. Him warning them, not including him causing them to shut down. Okay, is he saying him talking to TOs doesn't mean that he was part of them getting shut down? I don't think that's what we're saying. We're saying that him bringing Nintendo to the table, getting Nintendo more involved, pushing for TOs to get licensed, and making fucking presentations to Nintendo about them probably had something to do with it. I think that's kind of what people are saying. Thank you, Zane. Appreciate the raid. Little Zaners, little love, Zane. Like, I don't think people are saying I think what people are saying is that hurts SWT's relationship with TOs, talking behind their back and saying they're going to get shut down. Anyway. Both Panda and I, as the former CEO, have done absolutely nothing to harm SWT in any way. You went around telling TOs that they're going to get shut down. It's been corroborated hundreds of times. And you're not even denying it. Nor sabotage any of SWT's business efforts. I disagree. License efforts. Or otherwise. Period. I think bringing Nintendo into the fold makes it harder for them to operate as an unlicensed circuit. Disagree. Okay. So I was able to assuage his fears and explain that no, I am not and have not threatened to kill events. I was told him I'm not threatened by SWT and have no reason to want to kill them. Explain them to... Okay, so a screenshot shared at the top of this document. Where is this from? Who's talking? Is this, once again, him using his goddamn notes as proof? Moving on. I've defended VGBC behind closed doors more times than I can count. I've done entire presentations to Nintendo about VGBC's importance to the community, their history in the scene, and the good things they've done, explaining that they're worth working with. Look, maybe I'm being not charitable here. Maybe he did this stuff. Or maybe if he did do a positive VGBC presentation, it was to convince Nintendo to make them a part of Panda's plans. AKA, tell VGBC they have to roll SWT up into Panda or else, right? Maybe that's what the positive presentation was about. I can see that. But did he do impromptu, as in like unprompted, without Nintendo prompting him to do it? Do a presentation where he was like, please license, or please support and love VGBC? I doubt it. Now, to be fair, I'm saying that his VGBC presentations are part and parcel with licensing evaluation by Nintendo, because they are. But he's saying they're impromptu. He's saying that just out of the kindness of his heart, while SWT is being evaluated for a partnership, and he knows they're being evaluated for a partnership based on corroborated testimony by many TOs and something that he doesn't deny, he just happened to do presentations about them. Right? Impromptu. And he had nothing to do with their shutdown. Okay. When people told me about the terrible things the VGC team were saying behind my back about me throughout the year, I looked at those people and told them I have no ill will. What a saint. So, sounds to me like it's going around TOs, telling them don't be a part of SWT, and now VGBC is telling people, hey, I don't like that guy. Which I think most people would do in a situation like that. I consider Justin Gimmer and a possible equal peers and hope to work together in the future. If you hope to work with them in the future, you probably shouldn't have been doing that. You probably shouldn't have been going around to TOs and telling them to not work with them. I mean, I think he expected them to be kind of cornered and then work with him because they had no options. But that's no way to do business, brother. I even had been asking Nintendo for months to please consider issuing a license. So he's literally saying that he's involved in Nintendo's process of licensing VGBC. And he's also saying that he had nothing to do with it. Now, in here he's saying, with no proof, that he was advocating for them. And we have to believe him. Apparently. Here's the thing. I wonder if this ask was in writing. Right? This would be an easy screenshot to do. Is this presentation? Is this presentation something he can give us? Can he show us this presentation within a time limit so he doesn't make it right now? Can you give us this presentation, I don't know, within the next hour or so? Even when you're charitable, it's really, really hard to believe anything that's been said so far. It's like conspiracy theories and like completely illogical connections you'd have to make. I told countless number of people that we didn't feel SWT was a competitor. They were. This is... Okay. If you did tell that to people, you are a bad businessman. Panda Cup and SWT were in competition. That's a fact. That's just a fact. Like, duh. Right? It's not... Duh. SWT had their own product, which was fantastic, if I would add. Okay. I agree, it was better than yours. But there's some cool things about Panda Cup too, so I'm not hating. But we have a completely different one. They're doing their own thing and we're doing ours. They're not just doing their own thing and you're doing ours. You're directly competing for tournaments and broadcast rights and sales rights. You are directly talking to the same TOs and trying to convince them to go with you instead of them. Later on, it becomes allowed to be on both. And that kind of cools things off for a little bit. But for the first few months, that was exactly the dynamic and was part of what was happening. No reason to deny that. And I wish them the best of luck. Yeah, just like someone wishes someone the best of luck before playing a tournament set. You don't actually want them to win. You don't actually want them to have any sort of luck. This became one of my set phrases I repeated meeting after meeting. Okay. Cool, man. You told people best of luck? The exclusivity of the Panda Cup was because Nintendo originally couldn't license events that were on an unlicensed circuit. Okay. That we could only work with license. So he's saying that the reason why I was saying that you have to be on Panda Cup, if you're on Panda Cup and you don't have to be on SWT, like you can't be on SWT at the same time, was because of a stipulation by Nintendo. Which, by the way, again, going back to it, he's the one who brought Nintendo to the table. Buck stops with the guy who's the CEO, bro. Yet another problem that Nintendo brought to the table that made your product worse and that made it harder for the community to operate? Whose fault is that? We were able to get this rule lifted 6 weeks into the original Panda Cup negotiations. Cool. Not bad. That sounds good. And MS on SWT were able to receive a license agreement. Wait a second. So he's saying at first, Nintendo wouldn't do license events on an unlicensed circuit. And then in a mere 6 weeks, they were like, nah, it's chill. Okay. I could believe that. Nintendo's weird. Nintendo's weird. I can believe that. It's fine. This is one sentence that might be true. This is one sentence that might be true. And only because Nintendo's stupid. However, I will say, even if it might be true, it only took me 2 hours to find a true sentence. Yeah, KoDoRiN, kinda. It might be true. I don't know if it's true. However, I will say it's mighty convenient. Because what was happening around this time, if you guys want a timeline, is Alan was getting his ass beat. No one was joining his fucking tour. Right? His tour was pretty delayed. If you guys remember, he announced the thing and then it didn't come out until really a lot later. Didn't have anything prepared. A lot was happening, right? He wasn't giving people good deals. And he was telling people they can't be on SWT at the same time, blah, 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 right? And then this rule got changed And a lot of things got changed that made it easier for people to join his tour, right? For example, a lot of things changed, right? Like, people could stream on whatever channel they want, like BTS or VGBC or whatever channel they want, and still be a part of Panda Cup, right? I don't even think they had to show their sales, like show their sponsors, like Panda sponsors on their stream, right? So they didn't have sales rights, they didn't have broadcast rights, and they could be on other competing tours, which made it much easier calculus for TOs to be like, I guess why not? If all they're doing is taking our points, then why not being a part of Panda Cup, right? You know, and so in summary, he made his product less compelling by like not having sponsors and not having all this other stuff in order to make it easier for him to get TOs, because he's having a hard time getting TOs, right? So yes, it might be because Nintendo flip-flopped why he was able to add SWT events to his tour, to his cup. Or it might be because he had to, because he couldn't get TOs on his cup, right? Which is the actual reality. He couldn't get TOs on his cup. He wasn't getting people on. They weren't agreeing. And so he changed the deal he was giving TOs, like the stream and all the stuff that I talked about, and this, in order to make it a better deal for TOs, right? So that he can get them on. What I mean to say by this is, would he have stuck with the hardline principle of Panda Cup or bust, you have to be exclusive to us, if he wasn't forced into it because the TOs didn't want it? Right? And the answer is probably no. Actually, definitely no, because his original vision was Panda Cup exclusives, right? He wanted everyone Panda Cup exclusive. That was his original vision. What is the likely future vision of what Panda Cup would become? It'd be Panda Cup exclusive, right? Because he's like, okay, first year, fucking fine. He throws his hands up. No one wants to join unless I cede some ground. I'll cede some ground. But I'm gonna have after year one, I'm gonna come back and ask for exclusivity, because he's competing with SWT. Who are we kidding, right? So I mean, like, I guess the general thing I'm saying here is, don't get lost in the sauce of, hey man, he was only being really aggressive about being Panda Cup exclusive because of Nintendo. I don't think that's true. I think he wanted people to be Panda Cup exclusive, period. And he was forced into it because no one was going to join his shit otherwise. I think that's what actually happened. And then he had to convince Nintendo, maybe, to change their rule because he couldn't get anyone on to be on it. Which is fine. Right? But I think the way it's framed seems really wrong. He did see SWT as a competitor. They're literally competitors. That part is hard to even understand. Our players asked if it's okay for them to go to SWT events and encourage them to go. Our own player won SWC 2020. Why would I want it to be canceled? I've encouraged some events to join us because it might help their attendance. Citation needed? Okay, so first of all, this is like classic manipulation. He's saying he didn't use his position as a team owner in order to win the circuit war, which is a conflict of interest that Ken and Hotbid was calling out a while ago, right? And he wants us to applaud that? Bro, that's like... It's like someone saying, oh, we were both in a back alley together and I didn't mug you. Like, okay, thank you? Question mark? Yeah, Plup won SWBT, so why would they be a threat to me? How is that a logic train? How is that part of what he's saying? You know, like, what does that have to do with anything? What, are you going to tell your players to not go to tournaments other than Panda events? They'll leave your team. And second of all, you'll be shit on. Like, this is not some charitable thing you did. You didn't do something like this because you literally couldn't do it. It's like the absolute bare minimum. Like, not using his position as a team owner to, like, try to gain a monopoly over Smash Brothers. It's not admirable, bro. You encourage some events to join SWT. If there is an email or something like that, I'd love to see it, because I do not believe it. Because it seems like we have a bunch of corroborated people saying how he was convincing people not to join SWT and telling them SWT was going to get shut down. And then he's saying here he encouraged them. Everyone I've ever talked to said he was telling people not to join. But now he's saying, no, actually, man, I told everyone to join. No, you didn't. Show me how. Tell me, give me one person who can verify that. One. You clearly talked to someone, right? Give me one person. I doubt it. Why would you tell people to join your competitor? I don't even... It's not like that's the bar we're setting. You're a competitor. We get it. You don't need to go out there and tell people, hey, join my competitor. Just make a good product on your own. And that should be convincing enough. We don't need that. I don't know why he's going out of his way to say that, like, he's SWT's best friend. You're not. And you have no proof of it. I thought SWT was great for the community and did things that the Panda Cup and North American circuit couldn't do. Yes, because of Nintendo, by the way. He's literally explaining why SWT was a better product because of a decision he made. Plus the storylines that SWT see in finals end of the year back-to-back burn outside, it was going to be hype. Yeah, it was going to be hype. Shame that all got canceled because of Nintendo, your partner. Anyway. In terms of having prior knowledge of the shutdown, we moved our finale to the weekend before Christmas because SWT took our finale date after we placed a hold. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with the prior knowledge of the SWC's shutdown? The calendar stuff is like February to April, as far as I remember. I'm on the calendar, by the way. I'm not on the team that he's talking to because I've long since given up calendar duties. I just have access to it because I'm the one who made the Smash calendar. Shout out to myself for doing good shit for the community. Love myself. And man, the Smash calendar has been helping the scene ever since. And so he's going to talk about the Smash calendar process. It's a process that I made, so I can tell you guys a lot about it. Now, I'm not the one currently that's in charge of it right now. Rami and a few other awesome people are. But I can tell you exactly how it's managed because I was the longest. I ran the Smash calendar for like 7 years. So maybe even more. Maybe it was 8. So for the longest time, this was one of the things I did for the scene, right? So at least I could try to fill in the blanks here. Okay, Mikey's saying stuff. Alan tossed down 2 dates on the calendar. I remember that. I remember looking at the calendar and he had 2 fucking dates without even having a city planned. I also remember that. Even in April, he didn't have his shit planned, which is really late. If you guys don't know, most calendar dates are booked like a year in advance. Like we have all of 2023 planned. Well, now we don't because everything got canceled. But we had all of 2023 planned, like a year plus in advance. So Mikey's telling the truth here. Us and SMG had to book venues immediately. What the fuck were we supposed to do? Sounds right. He's trying to reserve dates on a calendar without having anything really. And remember, if you guys remember the first half of the year, it was taking so long for Panda Cup to launch that many of us were like, is this shit even happening? Right? Because he was just taking forever to start his fucking cup, right? So and he want 2 full weekends as like option A, option B. One of those weekends was open. We said, sure, brother, take that one. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna try to figure out his what he's trying to say about the calendar thing, but I do not see how it has to do with the prior knowledge. Maybe he will get to that point. SW took our finality after we placed a hold on the Smash calendar. We moved for them. He's saying he did them a solid by moving his date. If we really went to shut them down, knowing for sure that we know SWCC, then why would we move to a worse date? It doesn't make sense. It makes plenty of sense. Number one, you as Panda don't know for sure if Nintendo's going to shut them down, but you may be doing everything in your power to convince them to shut down. So you move to a different date just in case they don't get shut down, but you still work to shut them down. This does not have anything to do with this. They're not related. These are not related facts. And it does make sense. Jesus Christ. Whole statement is like literally just insane. Dude. This is exhausting. We're going to get through this. This is good. This is a good thing to do. Again, I don't want to make this shit sit. Okay. By the way, I'd like to point out that the calendar team removed him from the calendar. So, I'm not sure if they're the biggest fans of him either. But that might just be in reaction to everything that came out. Okay, hey, blank, lots of feedback on this. We would like to prioritize pursuing a setup where the Sunday finals are in a theater or arena. Please just note that December is currently a mess for dates. Beyond the Summit is the first week in December, and now the second week has SWT. I think we should pursue the third week in December. He's writing this on February 26th. Really late for December date reservations. Just letting you know. That is insanely late. He might not know that because this is his first time fucking TOing. But that is late. That's really, really late in the game. Anyway. I see. So we're on weeks 1 and 3. BTS asks us to swap 1 and 2. We get moved to 2 without confirming. We were on weeks 1 and 3. So he had 2 options on the calendar. Right? He had 2 options on the calendar. Week 1 and 3. So he had option A and option... He was trying to reserve 2 weeks. BTS asked us to swap 1 with 2. So we got moved to 2 without confirming. Then SOE tries to book over both weeks 1 and 2. And then gets 2, again, without us confirming. So we end with 3. What's wrong with this? This is standard calendar procedure. So, okay. You guys won't understand what he's saying here, so I'm going to try to break it down. On the calendar. Actually, I think I can open the calendar here. To help y'all out. Let me make sure. Let me open up. I'm opening up the calendar to make sure I'm saying everything correct. You guys can't see it, unfortunately, because there might be, there are unannounced events even in 2022 that I don't want to spoil. Right. Yeah, okay, I'm right. Okay, cool. Double checking. Cool. Nice. All right. Panda Cup. Yeah, Mikey, there are still random end of December events that people I don't want to put out there. Anyway, so he had week 2. Imagine there's 3 weeks in a row, right? He had main stages current week, so last weekend, and he had the original, the actual in week 3. Right? If you guys remember, what it currently is and what it ended up being was main stage, SWT, Panda. That's the order, right? He told the calendar, hey, give me 2 weeks. So because I don't have anything booked yet, I need 2 options. So when I go talk to venues to book things, and I'm that no one ever likes to give anyone 2 weeks, but the calendar team was assuredly like, hey, sure, we'll give you the first week and the third week. And then BTS wanted the first week because his shit wasn't happening. It was taking so long. It was already like fucking April before he got anything going. He didn't have a venue or anything. Because they're like, hey, this weekend, what is this shit on the calendar? Can we take it? So his first option got moved to the second week. But he still had his third option. He still had week 3. Then SWT gets week 2 because they say we can do week 1 or 2. But of course, main stage is on week 1. And so SWT gets week 2. And so Panda ends up with option number 3, which is completely fine because that was one of their original options that they requested. Not sure what point he's making with this, but I'm trying to make sure you guys know what's going on. Anyway, if someone mentions the finals date, we'll consider we booked first. You didn't book shit. Okay, all right. Sorry. Old calendar man getting mad. This is a guy who hasn't TO'd, so I understand why. I understand why he doesn't know how things work, right? When you don't have a venue, and you don't have a city, and you don't have shit, you don't book anything on the calendar, right? The calendar team's never gonna be like, you have that weekend, you're good, right? That's not the way it works. They're gonna be like, we're gonna put a tentative on the calendar which says that you are considering being on those weekends so that other TOs know that that might happen, right? That those are things that you're considering. However, you don't have that weekend because you don't have shit, right? You don't have a venue. You don't have anything. We don't even know if your fucking cup is happening because you're taking so long. It's like halfway into the year and you don't have anything. Right? Meanwhile, BTS and VGBC, I don't know this for sure, probably have their shit confirmed. They have main stage and their final ready for actual booking on the calendar. So the calendar keepers do what you're supposed to do and say, cool, here's an event that's actually happening, who wants a weekend, versus this tentative thing that doesn't have shit. So we're going to give it to them, and he keeps one of his options. We locked in immediately, wasn't booked yet. Okay, so they didn't book their venue yet, but they were locked in, as in they said that 100% we're taking Ontario Convention Center. We had Summit on week 2 before, but OCC. Okay, so they switched Summit from. Okay, that makes sense. Right. Anyway, it's irrelevant to what we're saying overall, but in general, he didn't have anything booked. Just letting you guys know that's not what booking means. It's again because he's a noob TO. He doesn't know how this shit works. And both BTS and VGC scheduled over us with no repercussions. How do they schedule over you? Literally, how do they schedule over you? You had 2 options. They didn't take both week 1 and 3. They took week 1 and 2. Right? You still had 3. You guys still had week 3 as a tentative on the calendar. And number 2, second thing, is you didn't have a hold on that date. You didn't have shit. If you don't have your event confirmed, you don't have anything on that date. So what repercussions do you expect the calendar people to give? Perhaps we have a bit of reason why our date might still be up in the air. Your date wasn't up in the air because you weren't ready. You weren't ready. Okay. So we had a Panda Invitational no date given for a long time. So he admits that his shit was not ready. He just asked for December weekend 2 for Smash Summit in November. This is what Mikey's saying in chat. And receive full details of their 2022 roadmap. Okay, on December 11th, Panda book weekend 3. Okay. So this is Alan talking. Why is everything redacted if this is Alan talking? Okay, this is maybe a Panda employee talking. I think this is probably a Panda employee talking. Because they're talking like they're Panda. Panda had a tentative on weekend 3. Panda tentative weekend 1 on January 1st. So on January 14th and December 11th, they said we were tentatively wanting to do something on weekend 1 and 3. The World Tour book weekends 1 and 2 on January 21. We smelled trouble and tried to get all 3 parts of the deconflict December. Smash 7 and Main Stage moved to their present slots on February 9th to resolve the Miami conflict. Okay. SWC goes to 1 weekend. Weekend 2 was a bit confused. We had 2 events figured out. I do not know why Main Stage was in on December. Would he handle that part? The question here is presumably why didn't he need that weekend? Okay. All right. I don't know where this is going, but maybe he's like, they tried to push me to a bad weekend. That's sounds like where he's going with this. I didn't like all the tournaments being back to back to back. I think everyone didn't like that. And I thought it was lame. But I mostly chalked that up to people like him not having their stuff together until very late and having a December as one of their options. If he really didn't want the weekend before Christmas, why was it his first option? Right? On December 11th, the first weekend that he asked for was the weekend before Christmas. However, earlier in the statement, he says how shitty the weekend before Christmas is. Weird, right? If that's the weekend he didn't want, why was it his first choice? He says, we moved our finale to the weekend before Christmas, a historically terrible day for travel and events, because okay, so he's saying we were forced to a bad date because of SWT, and we moved for them. But that is not what this says. His own shit is disproving him. His own he literally screenshot himself. He literally screenshot himself. But love and empathy is what we do around here. In this screenshot, it says that the first weekend that he asked for was weekend 3. But in the statement, he says, hey, I moved because SWT forced me to move. They maliciously put me on a shitty weekend to undermine my event. But if that was the weekend you didn't want, why was it your first choice? Like, this screenshot says it was your first fucking choice. I don't think he's saying that. Ramathon, please explain it for me. Are you just... I don't think that's his account. It can't be, right? I doubt that Samurai... I mean, Samurai Panda is a very popular name in the world, right? Like, someone else probably has that account. I do think it's really funny, though. The point is he thinks he was being nice giving week 1, even though that's not how it works. He's saying that he has goodwill towards BTS because he chose weekend 3. No, but the problem with that is, Ramathon, that he chose weekend 3 before they had weekend 2 and 3. They had weekend 1 and 2. See? The World Tour booked weekends 1 and 2 on January 21. You see what I'm saying? He chose weekend 3. That was his first choice. Do you get what I'm saying? And he chose that before World Tour or Summit or Main Stage had their weekends. I know this. And the statement says that. So it's not like he took the worst weekend to be nice to them. He took that weekend because that was his first choice. When did they throw weekend 3 on there? It does say on December 11th, Panda booked weekend 3. Do you guys not see it? It says it right there. It literally says in his own screenshot that Racy, I get that. I get that's what he's saying, but I'm saying that how does that align with saying that he got put on the shitty weekend? He got put on the shitty weekend that he chose himself. He's saying he agreed not to overlap out of goodwill? But they never even went on his preferred weekend. They never took his preferred weekend. Right? Like, whatever he's saying here makes no fucking sense. Yeah, Ocean gets it. He got the weekend that was his first choice. There's no goodwill here. And he wasn't forced into it. He got the weekend that was literally his first choice. Which he's very lucky for, by the way, because he booked it pretty late. Does it really matter? No, but I'm trying to be completionist in terms of telling people why this shit's stupid. Because he's making the claim that the calendar team and like SWT basically stole his weekend and that he was forced into a bad weekend because of SWT and BTS when his own screenshot contradicts him. And that goes to a general theme of how fucking untrustworthy and shitty this guy is being in his statement. Right? Like, I literally have not even halfway through. I can't believe I'm not even halfway through. It's going to take 5 hours. This is insane. Just literally everything has been wrong. Anyway. Now in terms of motive. We have known since day one that the biggest risk to Panda Cup would be if SWT gets shut down. Okay. We've noted that if that ever happened, then Panda would be caught in the explosion as a bystander, something we do with our partnership with Nintendo. If you knew that, why did you partner with Nintendo? In the first place. Panda Cup was amazing, is the next sentence. Sure. Why would I want SW to be shut down when I knew that it would be the biggest risk and harm to Panda Cup? I think, as I've said before, you might have not known when it would be shut down. But you might have advocated for it to be shut down internally to Nintendo, or you might have not. None of us know. Maybe you really did give that presentation telling Nintendo how good VG Bootcamp is. But maybe you wanted SWT 2023 to be shut down, and Nintendo, in their incompetence, shut it down on Thanksgiving, which then fucks you. Right? If SWT 2023 gets shut down after Panda Cup, then Panda Cup gets a monopoly and no one has anything to boycott. So, no, bro, still lines up. Nope. Doesn't make sense. Why would I want SWT to be shut down? Because they're your competitor. No matter what you say, they're your competitor. And they're clearly a thorn in your side. And if they shut down, you can roll up VGBC's events to be a part of your shit. The only thing that ended up being a harm to Panda Cup was the timing. And that was a Nintendo decision. Right? The timing was a Nintendo decision. A hilarious irony, because that's the partner you chose. The great partner you chose fucked it all up for you. Panda Cup had 56 mailing entrants for their LA Convention Center final. Yeah. Wasn't going to... Like, people didn't want to go with or without all this drama. Like, people weren't going to his free entry LA Convention Center Novo Theater event. 56 entrants. My locals got over 300 people in 2014. 8 years later, you can't get more than 50 fucking people? For free? In the middle of LA? With all the top players going? That's like the worst TOing I've ever seen in my life. It's literally the worst TOing I've seen in my life. I can't imagine. I don't even know what that means. How do you even do that? You can literally walk outside your house, go door to door, and tell people in Los Angeles that there's a Smash Brothers tournament happening, and within one day, you would have more than 56 entrants. Because some kids in that house are going to be like, shit, I want to go. And they show up, especially if you tell them it's free. They would show up. I don't... How is 2014, 24-year-old Blur have 6 times as many entrants on you to buy on a fucking local basis? Literally a local. And you have millions of dollars? But love and empathy, chat. He just didn't know how to TO, I guess. I don't know. Mikey saying I can put more people in 10 minutes to Smash game? Yeah, I know. This one's free. Free tournaments? You have to cap them usually because you run a free tournament, you're going to have like thousands of people. Mayhem speaking truth. Literally none of the things he's saying make sense. If you know what you're talking about. Maybe there are some people who don't know how things work in terms of TOing, who like buy this shit because they don't like get how the calendar works, for example. But that's what this is for. I'm telling you. If I'm not the greatest TO of all time, I'm number 2 or 3. But I'm probably the greatest, right? I'm trying to tell you guys how things work on the inside. And I'm trying to tell you that this is all full of shit. But I'm the greatest. Jesus Christ. I do not have any theories as to why SWT's leadership decided to drag me personally in their statement. I do. Probably because you were an asshole. I'm sorry. I'm gonna love and empathy. This seems pretty obvious. I do not know why they try to create a false equivalency to convince the public that anything to do with their situation. You literally said you gave presentations to Nintendo while they were being evaluated for a license. I do not understand why they gave a massive platform to lies, rumors, hearsay, misunderstandings, and misconstrued statements. Bro, that's all I've been reading for the last 2 hours of my life. I do not know if they think I actually had anything to do with the denial of the license. You admit in this your own statement that you had something to do with Nintendo's evaluation of VG Bootcamp. And I do not know why everyone believed them. Because they're telling the truth. And the truth will set you free. One thing I do know is the SWT leadership team stood to gain the most out of anyone by targeting Panda's reputation, dragging the Panda Cup down. What did they stand to gain? Wait, hold up. What did they... Finish that thought. SWT gets shut down, right? Let's frame this. SWT gets shut down. VG Bootcamp, Super Smash Con, etc. might be gone for good. What do they gain by ruining Panda's reputation? Because it sounds like they can't operate in Smash Brothers anymore. Sounds like there's nothing to gain anymore. It sounds like they're just fucked. Remind me what they gain. Anyway. To SWT leadership. You and your team have without doubt played a critical role in the development growth of Smash Green for the years. Hey, a sentence I agree with. We said we would, in the interest of love and empathy, always point out sentences I agree with. There haven't been many. That's a sentence I agree with. That's true. Hashtag true. Well played. No one can ever take that away from you. Agreed. But you have caused damage. You have caused damage to hundreds of people in or associated with Panda. Damage to me. Damage to your own people. Extreme harassment to my family and friends without any shred of remorse. Bro. Okay. To parties completely irrelevant to what happened. You are very relevant to what happened. You are very relevant to happen. And I gotta be honest with you, bro. They didn't do it. You did it to yourself. It's very clear. But I'm trying to read this impartially, so we'll continue. This is the last thing I have to say to you, likely for the rest of our lives. Shit. You do not and will never deserve the... Dude, this is so spiteful. Look at this shit. Deserve the position of community dominance that you keep clawing for. Bro, they're destitute. They are literally broke as fuck because of all this crap. What community dominance do you see? And why do you frame the world in community dominance terms? We're talking about Smash Brothers, right? You do not and will never deserve the position of community dominance that you keep clawing for? This Smash Brothers? I used to run tournaments in basements, bro. This is why everyone needs to be a local TO first before trying to run national. Just fucking earn your stripes. Community. I hope it was worth it. He did at Sandstorm. You're right. He did run one smaller tournament. I'm sure he did a great job. MVG Sandstorm. Where he was the ultimate TO. Famously known as a good tournament. When I think of great tournaments in Smash history, I think MVG Sandstorm. And this is the guy that's supposed to be the fucking Messiah. Not Messiah like Amsa the Yoshi. Not Messiah Chakamoto. That guy's good. That guy, we like Messiah. I'm talking about Messiah. Very different Messiahs. Not my Messiah. This is not my Messiah. Different. Whew. So, we're done with the VGBC section, and I can confirm to you guys, now that we've gone through a deep dive, it's horseshit. It's all trash. It's all garbage. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. It's like horrifically bad. It makes no sense. It's filled with conspiracy theories. Doesn't add up. It's all bad. And many lies. It's honestly, and there's parts of it where he's screenshotting. The only proof he has is proof against his own points, which is like really weird. Just a little quick summary there. SWT just responded. Okay, since we're on the VGBC section still, you guys want to skip to that for a second? What do you guys think? Shit's going down tonight. It's 2:15 a.m. tonight. It's going down. Yes, yes. Everyone says yes, 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 yes. All right. Where do I go? SCS Smash World Tour. A short response to Dr. Allen's statement. Let's see it. You guys see this. Let's see. I see this. You do see it. Nice. Okay. It's going down tonight. For the people who really want the juice, you stay up for this shit. Alright. Let's see what they said. We're hopeful that this is the last response needed. I doubt it. Now that all sides have spoken their piece, one thing we want to make clear is we don't condone harassment or doxing. I agree with that. 1% agree the Smash community is better than that. We will be quickly addressing the main parts of the statement addressed to SWT as we know. So they're about to address the parts that we just broke down. Let's see what they say. As we know, many actions were thrown at others as well. We don't feel it is our place to respond on their behalf. That being said, many respected event organizers have corroborated our original statement, and more have come forward again while we were in the process of writing this one. Overall, we are incredibly disappointed at the loose claims directed at us without evidence. True, no evidence there. Dr. Allen mentioned that he was not aware of most of our conversations with Nintendo all year, yet speculates on numerous topics regarding those conversations. Yeah, very suspicious, isn't it? It's almost like he knew and talked to Nintendo about their licensing. Like I've been saying this entire time. Including questioning why we would even pursue a license with Nintendo in the first place. The statement begins with a number of assertions made about a long-term plan or gambit, inferring that SWTC was never meant to occur, including there was no block canceled. So they're about to talk about the hotel block, which is insane. This allegation absolutely baffles us. Yeah, it's really crazy. As well as the implied overarching narrative that we might have been somehow planning to not ever run the championship. We could have never have predicted Nintendo reaching out to us just 2 weeks before our event. The day before Thanksgiving with both verbal and written notice that we could no longer operate without a license. I like that. Good job. Man, Justin's a good writer. Especially after positive communication with Nintendo for almost 12 months to that point, as outlined in our detail in our original statement. And they have proof? Nice. This was not something we could have planned for in the slightest. All of our efforts and time. Dude, it's so much. I can read so much faster when there's no BS. Have you guys noticed that? There was not something we could have planned for the slice. All of our efforts at the time were in the last minute planning stage of the tournament. Yeah, regarding venue, hotel doesn't play fights. Just yesterday, we received our final invoice and payment plan for our primary hotel block of hundreds of room nights that we were still responsible for. Wow, what do you know? They have an actual screenshot of their hotel room block. Crazy. Wild, bro. Insane. Crazy. To be clear, we are also losing significant sponsorship revenue. Yeah, there's no fucking point in getting sponsors and booking shit and booking flights and then canceling. No one would do that. So we're losing significant sponsorship revenue as well as absorbing massive sunk costs. Yes. Not to mention the additional $100,000 due lost to sponsor agreements for 2023. As well as multiple years of work. So they did 2021 for no reason either? Like, doesn't make sense. Tour, which was labor of love. Okay, what else am I going to point out? Since they were in communication with Nintendo and were verbally told could continue, if they were confused with the mixed messages, why didn't? Okay, so they're about to do the second email. This is what I predicted, guys. Right? I told you guys there was a second email. Right? They're about to hit you with the 1-2. Alan's about to get the 1-2. Again, to clarify, there was no confusion. We had a year-long correspondence with Nintendo and knew our particular situation was very unique. We were reminded throughout the year that even if we could not get a license at the time, we were building for a long-term future, and that's where the focus was. Yep. In our call with Nintendo the night before Thanksgiving, we asked if we could continue to operate both the year's event and 2023 without a license and with the same mutual understanding as before that we would not be shut down. We were told specifically that those times are over. Again, the same quote from the article. We then received further communication running via email that both activities were in the same, but we go into much greater detail on this topic in both of our previous follow-up statements, including copy-pasting the written notice we received from Nintendo after the call. Here is the screenshot. All right, what's this screenshot, chat? This is the one. Thank you for submitting your proposal and license application. It is Nintendo's expectation that an approved license be secured in order to operate any commercial activity featuring Nintendo IP. Oh, this is the same. Oh, this is a screenshot of the email in the other statement. Right. Okay, so they're doing that email. Okay, fine. Can you make that bigger? I don't think I can. Not while not fucking shit up with my OBS. But it's the same one. It's the same one as the last statement. It's the same one. But yeah, that email is very clear. Control scroll. I know how to zoom, guys, but you'll see what happens. You guys are just noobs on the internet. Look, come on, guys. It's not gonna work. Come on. It's gonna fuck up my cropping. All right. We're gonna do it this way. Goodwill's being weaponized and abused. To reiterate, we never claimed in any way that Panda undermined SWT's relationship with Nintendo, though I personally think they probably did. But rather that Panda undermined our relationship with the tournament organizers, which is exactly what they said, and exactly what I said when I was analyzing the statement. But we're told repeatedly we'd be shut down soon, or the latest shortly after we announced in March 2022. Multiple organizers specifically did not join the Smash World Tour due to these warnings. This is also the reason we brought this concern to Nintendo directly, and they said it would be addressed. Again, as mentioned in our original statement. Multiple tournament organizers corroborated our claims, which is why we felt we could come forward with in the first place. He sums up his claims that SWT leadership organized and coordinated a lie around the circumstances surrounding their status of license agreement, making up a villain and to blame it all and to come out heroes on top. Truly, we are not even sure how to respond. That's what I'm kind of like. We have put almost 3 years in the Smash World Tour, and we're very proud of what we were building. Sure. They're saying we're not a coordinated lie. Okay. Cool. I was hoping that that after this email, instead of this email, they would have shown that, hey, we did tell them that we were canceling. And they were like, oh, okay. You know? I was hoping for that. But other than that, it's a good statement. Fine. Anyway, I actually think my reputation is better than their reputation. Their reputation is good because it's quick. Like they quickly hit some points. One of them being, hey, here's our hotel room block. But if you could somehow summarize my stream so far, I think it gives a pretty rock solid case as to why all this is full of shit. Yeah, the statement wasn't that interesting. Well, especially if you've been watching this stream. Because I pretty much said everything in that statement already. Bobak said, I heard I was talking shit. Mostly about this statement, Bobak. Actually, only about the statement, really. So... All right, so we're back to now we're doing the BTS part, guys. Juicy Juice, the BTS part. He starts it with, I've been told that someone named LD. Someone named LD. This guy has been working in esports for half a decade. Doesn't know who LD is. He is an esports CEO, owns a team. Doesn't know who LD is. He doesn't know who LD is, nor does he care, in fact. Excuse me. As far as I'm aware, I've never talked to them, never seen them, never met them in my life. Doesn't want anything to do with LD. LD is the head of Beyond the Summit, guys. Very famous Dota commentator. Great guy. Great guy. Fantastic person. Just want to point that out. Character support there. This sidebar is just him being petty. Not the best thing to do when you're defending yourself. But I'm sure this is an emotional situation for him. I do think it's pretty bad, though, to admit that you are an esports CEO and you don't even know who the fuck LD is. If I listed the 5 or 10 greatest esports commentators of all time, LD would be in the list. Someone who knows esports at a very basic level should know who LD is. And certainly someone who works in Smash Brothers should know who LD is. You're telling me you don't even know who the fuck runs Beyond the Summit? And you've been in Smash for this long? You've had a pro team in Smash. You've done content in Smash. Gone to events. And you want to tell us you're ingrained in the community and you don't even know who LD is? 1, 2, Tasteless Artosis. I agree with that. I think they're the GOATs. Tasteless Artosis are the GOATs. But like, I don't know. It's like... it's him being emotional and it coming out in the statement. So I don't want to be too harsh. But it's just lame. It's just lame. And now, to be fair, the way he sees it is that LD came at him. So fuck him. Sometimes, when making a public statement like this, you're supposed to cool your jets and be a fucking leader. You know, that's like it's the whole leadership thing. Anyway, here's the background of my 2 whole personal interactions this year with BTS. Or more specifically, with one of the most unsavory, goddamn, individuals I've ever had the displeasure of interacting with, Ken Chen. Ken Chen! That's one of my favorite people in the world. I love Ken Chen. Why is he unsavory? He's very savory. Ken Chen, if you don't know, is the man who first got Summit involved in the Smash scene. He hit me up one day on Skype. Yes, we used Skype back then. And said, hey, you know Take Story Cup? What if we did something like that with Smash? Wouldn't that be dope? He's a Melee player. Cool Falco. And he was like, what if we do something like that? And I was like, yo, that would be sick. I love Take Story Cup. What if we talk to them? He was like, hey, I actually have a good idea. What if we did it with Beyond the Summit? I was like, Beyond the Summit? The Dota guys? You think they do that? And he was like, yeah, I think they would. So he arranged and started getting me to talk to Beyond the Summit. K-Pop Tosis was the representative for Beyond the Summit at the time. And me and K-Pop ended up basically taking it from there. We ended up like coming up with the voting plan system, along with Sean from Smash GG. This is when Smash GG was still really new. And also, like, we're basically able to come up with the idea of like how we'd fund and run Smash through Beyond the Summit, right? Point I'm making with this is that Ken Chen, even before he worked at Beyond the Summit, because he didn't work at Beyond the Summit, he worked at Liquid when he first reached out to me, has been doing good shit for Smash on his own, right? Literally it was not his job to grow Beyond the Summit or Smash Brothers while he was at Team Liquid. That was not what he did there, right? But he just likes Melee and wanted to see it happen. And so he reached out and he helped make one of the greatest things that's ever happened to competitive Smash happen, which is Beyond the Summit, right? Undoubtedly, you can't deny it. Beyond the Summit is one of the greatest things that ever happened to competitive Smash. And he made that happen without it being an obligation, just something he did, right? Not a business and no business interest involved, just something he did, right? I don't know, man. Seems like he's pretty savory to me. Seems pretty savory to fucking me. I don't know about you guys. Seems like a savory individual. Also brought Mafia into the forefold in Summit. So if you guys enjoy that content, that's Ken Chen and his influence. I guess the Dota events were also doing that, having a lot of Mafia, but he's really like a big Mafia fan. So Mafia's fun. But you're actually going to make me cry in the fucking club? I love Ken. I'm going to sing his praises. And I know this gets very ugly later about what it says about Ken, so I want to set the tone immediately about who we're talking about here. We're talking about a guy who's been in the Melee scene for a long time, has been contributing to the Melee scene for a long time. Worked at Beyond the Summit, worked at Team Liquid, now works at Team Liquid. Right? He's been behind the scenes helping us out for a long time. For a long time. And without him, the cheat would not be working at Beyond the Summit. We wouldn't have people from our own community working at Beyond the Summit if it wasn't for Ken Chen. That's a fact. So, anyway, in 2022, when we first talked to a few TOs with our packages, the original version 1 design of the Panda Cup backend featured a concept where we would provide co-streams of some events or be the mainstream depending on the event alongside the packages we offered. This is back when they tried to have the streaming rights, right? You guys remember? Then they couldn't get the streaming rights because no one wanted to do it. We wanted to start building a channel that can be a destination for purely competitive Smash. Yes, they tried to get broadcast rights for all the TOs. They wanted everything on their channel. Nothing wrong with that. It's just something that they wanted. Some early TOs said they were in, depending on what BTS said, as they already had an arrangement with them. Right, BTS had long before already signed contracts with TOs for it to be on their channel. Panda comes in, late in the game, because he doesn't know how things work, because he's not a TO and hasn't TO'd. And it's like, wait, there are like agreements? Shit, people sell like broadcast rights? Like you guys sign contracts for what channel you're on? Ew. That's a problem. I've been telling Nintendo this whole time it'd be all on my channel. What a shame. Cool. I said no problem! Exclamation point. Sounds like a problem to me. Sounds like the broadcast rights have already been sold, and the thing you're pitching Nintendo might not be what actually happens. I was confident that I could figure out some sort of win-win. I would not be confident. The difference between me and Alan here is I know how the ecosystem works and he doesn't. If you told me, hey, BTS has all the broadcast rights already signed and contracted, but I'm somehow going to call them and get it all on my stream instead, I would say, you're not. And that's because I know how shit works and he clearly does it. Right? Like, no, bro. They already have it. You're too late. You're too late in the game. Maybe try to play for 2023, but you're too late. They have it. Get fucked. But he's trying to figure out a win-win solution that helps BTS and us at the same time. What win-win solution could you even devise in that world? Hey, what if it's on our channel and you guys fuck up? I mean, I don't know. Where do they win? I don't know. Let's see what he says. Whew. SB claims I targeted BTS that already had deals made. Okay, so he went and asked them, wanted to post the broadcast rights from BTS, which, by the way, is normal competitive behavior, which I don't actually think I have a problem with. They claimed that I wanted them for free and directly threatened BTS with Nintendo action if they did not comply. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. First of all, it's not a coincidence that most of the first few events I reached out to had deals with BTS. Yeah, because almost every event's on BTS. Of course they were streamed on BTS. Makes sense. But I didn't even know who they were with when I first reached out. Yeah, again, this is your problem, Alan. This is your problem. You didn't know the ecosystem you were building for. This is why you grow small. This is why you listen to the goddamn Crimson Blur. You start small. You don't go out and make the biggest plan ever when you don't even know who is on what channel, what agreements are behind the scenes, how things work. You don't even know the basics. You're a little noobity noob. You're a little noobity noob, TO, way over your head, hoping that people will just go on your shit and your channel because you're, I don't know, the savior or something? I don't know. If you were just like ATO, you would know this stuff. But you weren't. And so you were not qualified to do this. Whew, okay, here's a screenshot of me asking TOs. So he's talking to Aaron and Trey. Aaron, if you guys don't know, is the head TO of Riptide. Trey is the head TO of Low Tier City. Low Tide City, I guess, in this case. And then Aaron also helps with Low Tide City, so that's probably why he's on this chain. Hey guys, you say you signed a contract with BTS for LTC and Riptide for 2022. So in March of 2022, he doesn't know what's going on. Wasn't Riptide in like August? Trey says, Alan, yes, I did sign a contract with BTS right after he told us there was not going to be a Panda Cup a couple months ago. Okay. Good response, Trey. He's like, hey man, sorry bro, I signed my shit away because you were like, we're not going to do it. So he's going around telling people there wasn't going to be a Panda Cup. He is referring to an Omicron surge delaying the Panda Cup to an indeterminate start date. Okay. Probably didn't help your TO communication here. Whew. On to the initial conversation with BTS where I met with Ken Chen. In this first meeting, he was joined by one other person. I went to the conversation with Ken loaded with ideas, probably all bad ones. Around 4 to 5 of different ways we could accomplish our goals. I doubt you have an understanding of what their goals are at all. But while crowding with BTS, ranging from making a jointly owned... Why would they do that? And it does... Oh my God. Again, he doesn't know how things work. Beyond the Summit has a Twitch deal, which I negotiated. I know how this one works because it's my deal. I helped them, right? The Blur, shouts to me. Signed, I was the head of Nintendo at Twitch, right? I did like a lot of different deals for stuff. BTS was in my wheelhouse. So, they have a list of streams which are on their deal, like BTS Smash, right? And Beyond the Summit. Blur made all those ads happen? It's true. It's true. It's true. That's on me. Hey, but I got everyone paid more. So think about it like that. Hey, baby. And let's commentators have bathroom breaks. Mikey, you don't have to make people know about stuff like that, all right? Oh my God, it's all adding up. But whew. Anyway, the point is there's a list of channels that are on BTS's network, okay? Like Beyond the Summit 2, BTS Smash, etc. Right? That's like their network. And that's how their Twitch deal works. You can't just make a jointly owned channel and say BTS also owns it and is a part and like then what happens? Where does the revenue from that go? Is it part of the BTS deal? Why does Panda get half the fucking money? So when he says he came with good ideas, came up loaded with ideas, accomplished goals, he simply doesn't know how the ecosystem works. So he doesn't have good ideas. Like, this doesn't even make sense. Jointly owned channel doesn't make sense. There's no feature on Twitch to jointly own a channel. And so even if you made a separate LLC to make a new channel, why the fuck would BTS do that? They already have a Twitch deal where they want to hit a certain viewership and stuff. Like ad density and all this sort of stuff, that these goals that they want to hit on their own channels. Why would they make a jointly owned channel and give you stuff? It doesn't make sense. Okay, now he's saying to doing a side stream where we'd give them all the revenue from our channel. Great, but then it'd be on a stream you own. Once again, if they want to do a side stream, why wouldn't they just do a side stream on BTS Smash 2? Why would they do it on your channel? Makes no sense. Even if you pay for it, they wouldn't want to do that. Makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. Just please give us stuff while we give you nothing, is basically what he's asking. Maybe he'd give them money, but they don't give a fuck. Like, why would they care? It doesn't make sense. Unless it's $1 billion, but I doubt it was $1 billion. Anyway, we wanted to build a circuit that could be collaborative alongside them wherever they were. And why wouldn't I? Bro, your initial vision for this thing was for everything to be on your own channel, the Panda Cup channel. You had stuff on /Panda Cup throughout the year. You positioned yourself from the start, from point zero, as a BTS competitor. And you want them to do you favors. Why? BTS is a pillar of the community and sets new standards. I agree with that statement. Guys, love and empathy. That's like sentence number 3 or 4. We're going to call sentence number 4, which I agree with. That is a good... Is it 3? We're counting? Sentence number 3, which I agree with. I agree with that statement. That's a good sentence. A sentence I agree with. Number 3. See? The statement isn't all BS. There are 3 total sentences which I agree with. Whew. You're loving? You're empathizing? So if we could forge a relationship that accomplished both of our goals, then we both stand to win. What goal do you think you're forging? What goal of theirs is being forged here? What goal of theirs is being forged here? It seems like it's just your goals. What are they getting out of this? They're giving you, they already have the broadcast rights. They've already got TL signed. But they're giving you a side stream. And they're giving you half the revenue on a jointly owned channel. A new channel, by the way, which would do worse than the ones they've already have. What is... I'm sure he's paying them or something. But throughout all of this, Alan cannot fathom his ideas are just bad. They're bad ideas, right? They're just bad ideas. I was doing my best to be collaborative, and receptive to their feedback and thoughts. I don't think you were. I think you just didn't know the ecosystem. You were woefully uninformed. And you weren't listening that they weren't interested. The response I got, unfortunately, was the exact opposite. I was met simplest terms stonewalling by Kent because he wasn't interested. I wouldn't be interested either. I would even humor this shit. I'd be like, no, bro, it's on my channel. We already signed them. Goodbye. Like, stop wasting my time. Rejection after rejection. Yeah, she's not that into you. Hate to tell you this. No other ideas or possibilities brought up. Why would they? He's already got the broadcast rights. He doesn't need you. Why would he want to be? Why? He doesn't need you. Why would he come up with possibilities to make this fucking work? Not into you. Once again, not into you. I don't see the problem with that. Nothing I could say was possible, and there was no alternative suggested. Just Ken raising his voice. Okay. And being mad that we even dared to suggest. Yeah, because half the shit you're suggesting, honestly, bro, are shit. And they're red flags to anyone who's working with you. If you suggested half this stuff to me, I'd be like, I'm never working with that guy because this guy doesn't even know how Twitch works. I'm like, I'm not going to hitch my wagon with a guy who literally doesn't know what the fuck is going on, is what I would be saying. Like, doesn't even know how Twitch works. Probably hasn't streamed before. Like, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Like, just doesn't know the very basics of the industry. To say the least, it was a frustrating call. But I didn't give up, and I still want to figure out a way to work with him. Even brainstormed with Nintendo about different variations of working with BTS before we had our second call. Hey, would you look at that? He's talking to Nintendo about BTS. Would you look at that, chat? So, confirmation, he's talking to Nintendo about VGBC and talking about BTS. And in his words, it's working with and in support of. But I would frame it as another way. How do we get BTS to be a part of Panda Cup? That's probably the actual conversation, right? It's like, how do we talk to Nintendo about brainstorming ways to make BTS a part of their fucking umbrella? BTS doesn't want to be a part of the Nintendo umbrella for obvious reasons. Because Nintendo sucks. So, he's over here basically making Nintendo hone in on and have a more bigger magnifying glass on BTS. Not cool. Not cool. This is a self-report, right? Bro, he has so many self-reports in this. How many self-reports does he have? Sounds like BTS keeps saying no and he keeps asking. And not only does he keep asking, but he's snitching on them. None of us, as a collective, as TOs, whatever, want Nintendo thinking about us for even 1 second. Right? Our entire lives, we hope that they are not thinking about us. Like, if Nintendo lives their life without thinking about me, that sounds great. I want them to never think about the Blur. I want them to never think about PTS. I want them to never think about VGBC. I want their minds to be blank. The less brain cells, the better. But the thing is going to them and talking about BTS, telling them, hey man, these BTS guys, they're up to no good. How do we get them in the fold? That's basically what he's saying here. Self-report. This is a self-report. Right, Nefaso gets it. BTS doesn't like him, so he goes to Daddy to make him his friend. Which is a snitch. It's literally a snitch. It's like if your sibling snitched on you. Shit's fucked up. Interesting cropping incoming. Oh, this one made me... I laughed my ass off. If you guys can only see the Discord. Because I already knew about this DM conversation. Right? Thank you, Makani. So when I first saw this, I literally couldn't stop laughing. Thank you, Proxy. When I first saw this, I was literally dying of laughter. I was dying of laughter. I'm going to be honest with the chat. I was dying of laughter. Because he cropped it. Did he not think that BTS and Ken would fire back with the full conversation? This is so far, I want to recap. The only genuine evidence he's brought forward, and he's literally purposely cropping it. Once I show you guys the full statement, you'll see what I mean. But he purposely cuts it off in his statement. It's crazy. And you'll see in a second. Please don't uncrop it. Yeah, like, what do you think's gonna happen? So I'm gonna skip to the actual cropping because I don't want to give this shit. Like, why look at the shitty version, frankly. So in okay, so actually in this one it cuts off the full thing. So I'll just read it out loud. I'll shoot over. They're pretty basic catch-all NDAs. That's fine. This is the part that Alan included. Hey Ken, so I put my head together with Nintendo over the weekend, aka telling Ken, just so you guys read between lines. Hey Ken, I talked to Nintendo about BTS. So Ken's like, what? And then he says, and we're trying to figure out some things that could work. And Ken's like, wait, what? You're talking to Nintendo about BTS, and what do you mean things that could work? And if they don't work, what happens? But they did mention that broadcasts here are a gray area and want to get in touch with you while they look into it. You're talking to Nintendo about our broadcast rights? Why are you doing this? You snitch! You're snitching on us! I shot him your email. Anyone else I should send as well? Ken's like, what? No, that's great. Okay. Also, please shoot over that quote for remote analyst list when you have a moment. That would be very helpful. We're figuring out different ways to possibly work with y'all. Let me know if there are services BTS provides that we should know as well about as well. We'll add it to a list. Let's look at the actual thing. Okay, so Ken's like, wait, for broadcast rights being a gray area, you mean tournaments selling broadcast rights? You're basically, Ken's like, you told Nintendo what now? You told Nintendo. Hold up, what? We'll work on outlining a plan for you. He doesn't answer the question. He doesn't answer. Wait, what did you snitch on us on? Now, Ken's clarifying. We purchased broadcast rights for Riptide, Big House, Shine, etc. Twitch buys the platform broadcast from us, and we brought them from tournaments. Ken's trying to explain to him the very basics of Twitch.television, because this guy doesn't know, despite being an esports CEO. How are you an esports CEO? You don't know the basics. But anyway, both the tournaments selling broadcaster rights and broadcast being monetized. He's telling Ken of Beyond the Summit that he told Nintendo that about Beyond the Summit and how they monetize tournaments through Twitch deals and broadcast rights sales. Right? AKA, he's telling Nintendo about BTS's revenue stream, and effectively, if you guys don't understand, telling them, hey, here are these guys who are making money off your IP and selling it. And selling the rights away. Right? Like, that's literally what he's saying he's doing. He's literally snitching on them. It's crazy. And he's like, Ken's like, hey man, it's been like this for 8 years. Why are we stirring shit up? They have a problem with that now. It's been 100 plus events with that, right? Like basically saying like, what the fuck, man? Why is this a problem now? Well, I hope they don't. That'd be pretty catastrophic for every single event. AKA, why is this being brought up to them? I don't know what they're thinking right now, but yeah, it definitely could get rough in some situations. Is that a threat? It could get rough. Is that a threat? Ken's like, I hope not. That'd be bad. It could get rough. It could get rough. Like a threat to me. Mikey, what are you talking about the walk back? Maybe I'm forgetting. What are you talking about? That's a threat, right? It's literally a threat on screenshot. It could get rough. Red flag. Snitching on BTS to Nintendo and then saying it could get rough for you guys. Like, come on. Come on. And conveniently, that part of it cropped out. How about that? So honest. So transparent. This is the most transparent public statement he has ever given. This is the most transparent he's ever been. He's never been more transparent. This is simply the most transparent he could be. Crops it out. Bro. And you know Ken's gonna drop that shit. Couldn't be more transparent if he was a ghost. But we're gonna empathize and we're gonna love him. Because that is everything in this world. Love and empathy solve all the problems in this world. Never forget that, chat. Shame if things got rough around here. It could get rough in some situations. This is about to bring out the baseball bat to the kneecaps. Blur, do I think he's stupid? I think he... I don't want to go personal. But this statement is not good. If you can't tell. He's literally cropping out the most incriminating part and saying he's being transparent. While talking some bullshit, everything so far has been pure BS, except for 3 sentences in total. 3 sentences in total. And then he's going after my friend Ken Chen. A goddamn angel, if I may say so myself. Come on. You're caught, bro. Just take the L. Hold the L. Maybe his ego blinds him. Yeah, I think maybe he just loves Nintendo, like, to a degree that I just don't fucking understand. And I don't get it. Like, has he been a part of the Smash scene? Like, I think he was also literally just not a TO. And I think a lot of the problems wouldn't have happened if he was. If he simply was a TO. If he literally ran a tournament that wasn't Sandstorm. He might have learned along the way how things work. Whew. Okay, from SWT, we're gonna keep on marching on, chat. The statement does not end. I want whatever happens here, we're gonna have a long VOD. If anyone wants it, they can go to any point of my breakdown and get a refutation of literally every sentence. Because I think I've so far done a good job of calling out every BS. I know it's a long statement, and this is gonna be a long VOD, and most people won't watch this. But there's going to be a fucking contingent of you who know the truth, and that's what's important to me. Okay. From SWT statement, BTS has very little motivation to get broadcast ready for free. Sounds right. Why would they? After BTS held firm, the CEO Panda warned that they would get Nintendo directly involved, putting broadcast rights for all tournaments in jeopardy. Yeah. Yeah. Does my conversation with Ken after our first call sound like I was threatening to have Nintendo attack them or get free broadcasting rights? No, but this does. I don't know what they're thinking right now, but yeah, it could get rough. It could get rough? Bro, You're caught red-handed. You're caught red-handed. You wrote it in text. Bro, no. First rule of Illuminati, never do it over text. Whenever you have to do some such shit, do it over call. Come on, guys. Basic criminal shit. This is like basics. You wrote that shit over text, it could get rough. It wasn't even what Nintendo wanted. Oh, you're talking about how Nintendo wasn't even like, yeah, this is a problem that he fucking put to their desk, right? Like, and they walked it back later. Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. Anyway. Yeah, I know, Mike, I got you. I get that. Also, as you can see, I directly connected Ken to Nintendo as well. Do you think you did him a favor by doing that? Nintendo is not a weapon I can wield. You just wielded it. By connecting Ken to Nintendo, you put BTS in jeopardy. Do you not understand how the ecosystem works? Oh, well, he doesn't. Maybe he's just naive. Maybe he's just a noob. Maybe he's just a fucking noob. Maybe he's just a noob. I think he might just be a noob. Is that what we're getting at now? Maybe that's where the love and empathy is kicking in. He's just a noob. Is that it? He doesn't understand that connecting Ken to Nintendo is a bad thing. He doesn't get that. He doesn't understand the very basics of what Nintendo means in the tournament organizing landscape. He doesn't understand that that's not something that Ken wants. Or that anyone wants, frankly. It's like, Nintendo is not a weapon I can wield. Bro, you're snitching though. You're snitching. They take their own actions and are their own company. They won't take any actions if they don't know. And you're snitching on us. You're snitching. You're bringing things to their attention that they don't know about. And that could give us trouble. Get us in trouble. Stop it. Don't do that. Why people would say that a multi-trillion-dollar global company would jump when I snap the... That's not what they're saying. Though I think you do have influence over them. Because you're their favorite partner. You're literally their lapdog. With all, again, love and empathy. Don't want to make... That sounds like an accusatory phrase. Something that someone who dislikes this guy would say. But you're their... Okay, not puppet. I don't want to use the word puppet because puppet also sounds like an insult. Like a word I would use as an insult. Lapdog and puppet both sound like words I would use as an insult. You are their preferred partner. So you do have influence over what they do. They are sitting there and listening to presentations that you're giving about the community because you're their liaison. How do you pretend like you have no influence over them? You have influence over them. That's part of the job. Do you think they like sit there and listen to your fucking presentation and walk away with no influence? Then why are you doing the presentation? Of course you have an influence over them. And you are wielding them as a weapon. Because simply having a conversation with Nintendo is fucking terrifying for a TO. And certainly if it's about their goddamn broadcast rights. Okay, going to the second conversation with Ken. I had some new ideas. I'm sure they're great. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm actually having fun now. This is kind of like the point where I get delirious and I start to have fun. I start to have fun with this. This is getting fun. One of my ideas required me talking to... You're gonna snitch not just to Nintendo, but to Twitch? Why? Stop it. Prompting Ken to explode. Yeah! Don't stop talking to their partners. Stop talking like about BTS to other fucking companies. And I had to reassure him that I wouldn't do that without permission. A promise I kept, thankfully. Am I losing? Yeah. Dude, multi-trillion. Yeah, by the way, multi-trillion? This guy's a businessman. IBW said this guy was a better businessman than me. Multi-trillion dollar. You know, come on, Google. Do you know what a T is? Trillion with a T. Come on. Look, Cody, I'm gonna get you a sponsor, but you better look me in my face with your beautiful eyes and say, Blur, you're a better businessman than Alan Bunny. I need to hear it. That was uncalled for. Compare me to him? Come on. Come on. Anyway. This guy at the fucking analyst desk, he really wants an analyst desk. Septillion-dollar company. Dude, what is... Okay. So, he is shocked and appalled that Ken didn't want him talking to Twitch about broadcast rights. Wait, so his first idea is, hey, bro, what if I talk to Twitch about your broadcast rights? That's his first idea? All right. Let's see what his second idea is. Another idea I had was to enter a multi-year agreement where we'd hire BTS to be our official remote analyst desk at every single stream we did in exchange for being able to stream 3 events this year, but that too was rejected. Okay. So he's saying at Panda Cup events, am I understanding this right? At Panda Cup events, BTS would have like in their studio be an analyst desk that would work remotely and would be like plugged into streams. By the way, analyst desks are bad ideas. They're not. No one wants them for Smash Brothers. It would just make the stream a little longer and we would see less melee. It's not a good idea. What is a good idea is sideline reporting. I really want sideline reporting. I think sideline reporting would be really good. Like, in order to talk to players before and after matches and talk to attendees, be pretty good for breaks. But it's analyst desks. Trust me, I was on an analyst desk. I've been on analyst desks. They're not good ideas. So, when he says it's a good idea, it's not a good idea. But maybe it works for in a business sense if he's going to pay them. So let me figure it out. Alan pitching horrible content. Yeah, it's like analyst desks are just bad, bro. Like, why? Melee's like we want to go to the next set. We don't want to wait around and listen to some bullshit. Pre-show, yeah, I do like pre-shows, but that's not what an analyst desk is, Edrio, right? So it's like if you just have like a pre-show, it's like a studio pre-show where it's like before top 8, we preview top 8. I think that's great. Like a good like 30-minute preview. I love that shit. That's great, especially if it's really well cut and well done. People like that. But like something in between matches and shit that like analyzes the fucking forward air and the Ken combo or some shit. Like, no one wants that. We don't want that. The commentator does everything. That's right. It's just not good content. So, okay. So he said another idea I had was you give me 3 events that you've already locked in so that we can pay you to be an analyst desk at our Panda Cup events. Every single stream we did. Maybe you guys haven't noticed. Maybe you can look up the /Panda Cup channel. When he says every single stream, there's not a lot of them. And there's not a lot of streams. There's just not a lot of streams. So, being an analyst desk for Panda Cup events is like being an analyst desk for CEO, tournament that was not even stacked. LTC, I think was on Panda Cup, /Panda Cup. Big House wasn't even on Panda Cup channel. So, what else was on /Panda Cup? So when he says every single stream, he's just talking about CEO and LTC? The PAX one? Okay, does that even count? Like, does that actually even count? As a fucking tournament? Yeah, so it's like, no, Gama wasn't on his channel. So, point is that his every single stream idea isn't very many, and certainly not at that point in the call where he didn't have any TOs, right? If I'm getting the timeline right, he didn't have TOs yet, so be a remote analyst desk for fucking what? And how much would those call? How much would he pay them for doing that? And it's certainly not worth fucking 3 events. 3 events? What 3 events? Like Big House, Riptide, and like one other? Like, why would they give that up? What'd Bobak say? One call he googled how to play melee on our call because we were concerned about how to onboard players. And he gets something to prove us wrong? What's Bobak saying? I don't really understand. They can just Google it? Jesus Christ, man. He's just a noob? Are we coming to the inevitable conclusion that yes, he might have been unsavory in many ways, stealing a word that he used, but the more important problem was that he's just a goddamn noob? He doesn't know how Twitch works, doesn't know how Nintendo works, doesn't know how TOing works, doesn't know how the calendar works, and it's causing tons of problems while he's trying to become king. And he doesn't listen to anyone, like me. He's like the worst noob possible. The noob that doesn't listen to anyone. Someone who knows very little and then listens to no one is like the most dangerous noob alive. There are literally Redditors who know more about this stuff because we've done so much transparent content at this point that I'm sometimes shocked when I go on like Reddit and Twitch chat and shit about how well you guys follow like the business side of like Smash. Like we've been really transparent, and I think it's helped create like a group of people, probably like the people in the stream, who are starting to understand how these things work behind the scenes. Like you guys are kind of getting it. Actually, I'm actually surprised. Like some of these Twitch chat comments, I'm like, yeah, you guys are fucking getting it. You guys are gonna kind of understand. He didn't even do the basic job of watching my streams or like old MIOMs and shit to like really understand the scene. Like you guys clearly have, right? Like I can tell what the words you're saying. You guys fucking get some of the things I'm putting down. But he just, on a very core level, does not understand why bringing Nintendo to BTS's doorstep is not a good thing. I feel like if you watch literally one MIOM, you would understand that. Like, or just any VOD with like me, Scar, Toph. If you watch one YouTube video about competitive Smash Brothers, you probably get that far. And you'd understand that. How did he become CEO? How did he become a doctor? Whatever. I don't want to do personal stuff. Let's keep going. I was met with more stonewalling because your ideas are trash. More obtuseness. More of Ken's yelling. All right. Your ideas are so bad. They're all really bad ideas. Really, really bad. Between the 2 calls, a legal issue was flagged by someone else that had, and currently still has, significant implications for the revenue of most major events in the community. By adamantly refusing to do anything with any other third party, not just us, in any way, shape, or form, Ken would be forcing scrutiny of this legal issue to escalate. Okay. So okay, this is the biggest bullshit in the whole article. Get ready, chat. Boggles, I'm gonna explain it for you. This right here, because I remember when I skimmed through the article, is the biggest BS in the whole fucking thing. So get ready for it, chat. This is what you're here for. This is where Blur gives you the straight truth, because this shit is some bullshit. Alright? Get ready for the worst part. Boggles, hold on to your pants. Sorry for all the Slay the Spire followers in here. This is a very different stream. There's a lot going on in Smash Brothers tonight. And, I don't know, I'm not playing Spire right now. So chill. Chill. Hold. Do I still play Spire? Yes, casually, and I'm sick with it, Tenshira. I'm literally actually one of the best still. Top 5 dead or alive. Guarantee it. My win rate's really good. But I don't stream it. Anyway. Hurry up. Okay. Get on with it. I gotta pee. None's gotta pee. So, this part is so bad because when he says legal issue, what legal issue? If you don't know what happened, you don't know what he's talking about, right? Because he's being very vague, right? What's the legal issue? What is the legal issue that he's talking about? The legal issue he's talking about, as far as I understand it, is the fact that, BTS and other tournament organizers sell broadcast rights without a license, right? That's basically my understanding of it, right? Now, he keeps this deliberately vague because this is the thing that he snitched on Nintendo to, right? Yeah, Mikey confirms that's correct. That is what he's talking about, right? He's keeping this deliberately vague because this is this thing that we haven't red-handed on, right? And he is correct that has significant implications for the revenue of every major events in the community. The problem is, this is something that he brought up to Nintendo on his own accord, that we sell broadcast rights to platforms like Twitch without a license, right? When he says BTS refused to do anything with any other third party, the third party he's talking about is Nintendo. Again, he's being purposely obtuse here, right? BTS doesn't want a Nintendo license, obviously, like any other TO. So when he says they don't refuse to do anything with another third party, he's talking about they're adamantly refusing to be licensed because they're good at their fucking jobs. And being licensed is trash, right? As you guys know. Ken would be forcing scrutiny of this legal issue to escalate. No, you, Alan, would be forcing scrutiny of this legal issue to escalate because you brought it up to them. You literally snitched on them, right? That's the core, right? You snitched. Bro, you snitched. And it's not like getting a license. In that license, like them not getting they've been fined for, again, like Ken says in the fucking thing, we've been fined for 8+ years. What's the issue? The issue is that Alan is escalating this. Do you get this? I was desperate to make that not happen. How are you desperate to not make that happen when you snitched? Escalation interesting for the entire community. We agree. This is, true sentence number 4. We're at number 4. Chat. Who's keeping track? That's 4. That's 4. We're at 4. Love and empathy. Love and empathy, team. We're at 4. We're not trying to escalate with Nintendo. That's a fact. I begged Ken in the middle of the call, please, can we figure out some way of working together even a little so we can stop that can of worms from opening? The can of worms would have never... If you just stopped snitching. If you just stopped fucking snitching, there'd be no can of worms. Nintendo doesn't know. By the way, this is a threat. You guys understand this? You can't tell that he's making a threat here because he's being vague, right? Because he doesn't say who the third party is, right? But the third party is Nintendo. And when he doesn't say that he's talking about licenses because he says refusing to do anything. You see how fucking terrible this paragraph is? You see how fucking lame it is? And why I really did this stream, because I was like, no, we can't let this stand even for an hour. I don't care if I don't sleep tonight. I skipped the gym for this. Trying to get swole. Anyway. So he's talking about licenses here, but he doesn't say it. He's talking about Nintendo here, but he doesn't say it. And he's talking about broadcast rights here, but he doesn't say it. All to obfuscate the fact that when he tells Nintendo, when he tells Ken, please, can we figure out some way of working together so that we can stop this can of worms from opening, he's actually threatening him. Do you guys understand that? Do you guys, are you picking up what I'm putting down? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? What he's telling Ken is work with me or else this can of worms going to open with my partner Nintendo. You guys, he's literally self-reporting. But he just thinks by obfuscating it with fucking words in this thing that we can't see it. Yeah, Wooj, this is what the stream's for, Wooj. This is what the stream's for, Wooj. Literally a self-report. And like the 5th self-report of this fucking statement. He's like, work with me or this can of worms will open. That's literally what he's saying here. That's a threat. Why would this can of worms open without Panda being involved with all their bullshit? If Panda was just not doing their cup, was not escalating everything to Nintendo, was not trying to fuck around with the broadcast rights, there'd be no can of worms. There'd be no can of worms to stop. You're threatening him. It was just worded weird, the whole paragraph. Yeah, he worded weird on purpose, Ed, and this is why we're here for the truth. We can't let that shit slide. We can't let that shit slide. This is fucking horrible. This is horrific. I was asking him for his help. Bro. This is like, you know, when like the mafia's like, hey man, why can't we cooperate? And then he's just like fucking like taking your knee out. Like, come on. It's like, I hate for something to happen. That's basically what he's saying. He yelled, let it happen, let the can of worms open. Even if Ken yelled, which Ken is a very professional man, I might have lost my cool. I think anyone who's getting literally threatened, especially if their favorite community, would be like, yo, bro, what the fuck? I don't even think Ken yelling is a problem. This guy's being a fucking shithead, right? No other way to read this. This guy's literally threatening us to Nintendo and snitching on us. Actively embracing the idea of legal trouble that could only end badly for the community. Legal trouble that you are actively making happen. Ken's not embracing. If this is a quote from Ken, who knows? Because this is Alan's word, which at this point is very valueless. Just halfway through this fucking thing. If Ken said this, even if Ken said this, he's clearly saying in an exasperated way, you can't fucking threaten me, bro. That's if he said that, that's all he's saying. All he would be saying is, are you fucking threatening me, bro? Come, try it. Let it happen. So I beg you, I dare you, right? That's basically what he's saying. He was, oh, dude, he was saying I dare you when it wasn't in my control. He keeps saying it wasn't in his control when he's the liaison and he's fucking snitching on them. How is everything not in your control? Ken was willing to jeopardize the entire... You're the one jeopardizing... Bro, it's really clear you're the one jeopardizing the scene here. It's really clear. It's really clear. You brought Nintendo in. You brought up the broadcast rights issue. You're trying to take the streams, and in the process of trying to take the streams, you're escalating a legal problem to Nintendo and then threatening Ken over the phone because of it. Who's jeopardizing? You tell me. Like, it's really, literally in his own statement, he's self-reporting. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it would have happened if I had, oh my God, this guy's writing. And it would have happened if had I not figured out how to stop the escalation without him. How did you stop the escalation? That you created. Given what I've seen of his character and heard about his reputation in other communities love him. Have you ever talked to the StarCraft or Dota communities? Hotbit's a legend. The fuck is he talking about here? You didn't know who LD was. You're gonna tell me you know what the Dota community's opinion of Hotbit is? When you didn't know who LD, literally the greatest Dota caster of all time is? You don't even know who LD is, bro. What are you talking about? You don't know shit about Dota. Like, what? You're talking about their literal most prolific, most popular caster ever in LD. Along with maybe a few others, but like literally LD is... He doesn't know who that is, but he knows that Ken isn't liked in other communities. Well, all the only other communities that Ken's really known in is Dota and StarCraft. What, do the StarCraft people hate Ken or something? No, I talk to StarCraft people, and I'm sure I know more about the StarCraft community than he does. Nah, bro. This is whack. He's literally threatening the guy over the phone. And it's and he's including that as part of his defense. It's crazy. Let me be crystal clear. I'm not expanding on the legal issue because even though I'm leaving, I still don't want to hurt the community. Smash doesn't deserve that. Love and empathy, chat. Chat? Love and empathy? Love and empathy. Oh. Oh. Dude. Okay. So, here is a bit of evidence that he has in his thing between him and Redacted. So, we literally don't know who he's talking to. Very useful. Let's see. What does he say? In this, he said, it covers up the first message. You guys see this? Oh, okay. I can't zoom in. Okay, fine. I'll read it out loud. Yeah, well, Ken 100% would rather watch the world burn than give us the cash cow he has. Cash cow. Smash Brothers. We're talking about Smash Brothers. Anyway, yeah, Ken would essentially cause the world to burn because of what he's doing. How? But we'll cross that bridge later. Yeah, but if that happens, it's because of Ken, not us. How would it be because of Ken? No, it will be because of us. Ken can easily convince events of that with no evidence whatsoever. Yeah, it will be because of us. Wait a second. In this statement itself, he says it's because of us that the world would burn. Maybe he's trying to say the world will get convinced of, would be convinced by Ken's side, and not his, which really goes to show how confident he is about what he's doing. Why would everyone believe Ken and say you, bro? Why do you think that is? My guess of who he's talking to here is probably David, the second in charge in Panda. So don't even take this as very valuable. Like, this is just a Panda internal. Like, everything he's been showing has been fucking either cropped out like the Hotbit one, or personal notes, or Panda talking to Panda. So, not evidence at all. He literally hasn't had evidence this entire time. Yeah, he's saying that convinced people like it was him. But why does he think that? Why does he think that people trust Ken more than him? I thought Ken has horrible behavior and his reputation's bad, right? No, I thought like Ken's reputation was bad. That's what he just said. Why do people believe him over Alan? I thought Ken was the devil and Alan's the saint. Everyone loves Alan, right? So like literally, there hasn't been a single point of evidence brought so far, which is insane to me. Not actual evidence. Notes are not evidence. It's been so much shit and nothing so far. The stats segment was perhaps one of the most frustrating conversations I've had. It's probably frustrating for Ken too, considering what you fucking threatened him. Where every attempt at collaboration or strategizing was met with stonewall refusal or hostility. Because you're threatening him. Once again. The only time I raised my voice. Oh, so you did raise your voice. Fascinating. Maybe you were aggressive, huh? I think it may have been the first time I've done so in a business call. Was in this conversation where I yelled something to the effect of, "Why won't you work with me?" Grumble, grumble, grumble. Work to brainstorm a collaborative strategy. I raised my voice at the time, regret doing it, and own up to the fact that I did. Roll my eyes. Yeah, what's wrong with yelling? If you're getting threatened, yell. If a dude's being an asshole, fuck that guy. Yell back. I'm down. What a saint, right, Mikey? Near the end of that hour-and-a-half call, Ken finally reveals to me that they have already sold sponsorships across primary BTS streams in 2022, which I later found out was Papa John's. And that's why none of the comps they put forward worked. Yes, homie. They sell sponsorships across their stuff. You don't know that because you're not in the loop. You are not a TO. You don't know what you're doing. And that's why all your ideas have been trash. Because it may poorly impact that sponsor deal. I am surprised. And in fact, I would give feedback to Ken that you shouldn't have told him about Papa John's. This guy who's threatening you, maybe don't tell him about Papa John's. Maybe make a hard read and be like, I'm going to not tell him. I'll be honest. Alan's saying that like, oh, Ken finally, after an hour and a half, tells me what's going on. Bro, it could have been 15 hours. I could be in the torture chamber, and I wouldn't have told him anything. I would have been like, I won't tell you anything, Copper. I'd take the fifth. I'm going to tell him shit. So thinks it's bad that it took Ken this long to reveal to him why his ideas suck. I think it's good, because Ken's trying to protect BTS. But yeah, I wouldn't have told him this shit. Despite him yelling at me and treating me incredibly poorly, I actually ended the call by thanking him. Bro, who gives a shit? I don't care. The way he ends, you were kind of hostile. Yeah, you threatened him. You literally self-reported that you threatened him. I believe I was too shocked to even retort. You were hostile. You were hostile. Also, SWT leadership claims I threatened to shut down BTS 2023 operations. I believe they were referring to this particular interaction in that second call, and I remember distinctly how pedantic and bizarre it was. Did SWT's statement say this? That he threatened to shut down 2023 BTS? I don't remember. Or is this just Ken saying that? Or is this just Alan saying that? Where did this come from? Maybe reading more notes will clear this up. Right. We can't forget the notes. His own recollection. Very good. Very good. Ken said it was wholly full of shit. Yeah, so I haven't even read Ken's thread yet. But this is clearly full of shit, right? But I will say, I wouldn't be surprised. Based on everything Alan was doing, it sounded like he just wanted everyone under his shit. BTS, VGBC, everybody. And so, yeah. Sounds like it falls in line with what everything else he's been doing. Anyway. Okay, so now we're back to his notes. Awesome. With no date. Nice. So he could have just wrote this on Slack yesterday. And we'd have to assume this is evidence somehow. Cool. Also so 12:46 a.m. Nice. Thank you for that. No date though, right? Right, Ed? Verified. Also of note, in that second call with Ken, I had come up with the idea of giving them a multi-year deal as an official analyst desk. He already brought that up. So that every single stream we do, we'd hire them for $40K. Which I don't think he let me even tell the number. Okay. One thing. Who takes calls at 12:46 a.m.? Maybe he was in a different time zone. But you're telling me he wrote this after having the call with Ken? So, the thing I was freaking out about just a second ago is you're telling me that Ken didn't see anything worthwhile in any of your offers, and you didn't even tell him you'd pay him for the fucking analyst desk? Like $40,000 per? So he's just hearing, hey, give us 3 events. Yeah, we'll put it on /Panda Cup. And it won't be on BTS Smash. And we're gonna give you some. We're gonna give you analyst desks. And you don't even tell him that you're gonna, like, the compensation you get around it. What? And by the way, $40,000 is not enough. It's not enough. It's like, oh, he doesn't know the economics. He just doesn't know the economics. It's not enough. So BTS would lose, let's say, Big House, right? They don't get to stream Big House. Which means they don't get the sponsorship sales that they have with, like, the Papa John's, obviously, etc. of the world. And they lose the ad revenue. And they lose the Twitch deal metrics. And in exchange, they provide a service which costs money. The analyst desk, they'd have to, like, pay commentators, do production, pay, like, all that stuff, right? So net they spend money to perform a task, make an analyst desk, and they lose money by not having the tournament broadcasts for, like, a Big House or something. And all they get is $40,000? $40,000 is not even nearly enough. It's not even nearly enough to make that worth it for them. It's not even close. But again, he doesn't know the economics. So he doesn't know how bad that offer is. The worst part is he didn't even give a number. He didn't even tell them. He didn't even tell them that he'd be, like, this is why he offered KoDoRiN 500. Yeah, that's exactly why. This is he thinks this shit is funny money. Like, how would 40K be enough? Well, back to if only saw the numbers in the proposals. Yeah, I mean, like, he just doesn't know how much shit costs. Like, dude, the analyst desk alone, if you paid for the analyst desk for 40K, maybe that's okay, right? Like, for the commentators, for the production staff, etc. If the budget for that was 40K, that's fine. But you're also getting the fucking Big House stream, which is, like, maybe over 100K, 200K of value. It's a lot. You're, like, way under the fucking mark, bro. You're not even close. You're not even close. But again, he doesn't know the market. He doesn't know. So this is the new part of him. This is the new part of him. So he's not only been malicious and been uninformed and unwilling to take people's advice. He's also been just a goddamn noob, and that's been part of his problem. Okay, so I recall we had an exchange that sounds something like this. Why don't you offer your deal to events for 2023? It's stupid good. They'll all take it. Hell, even we'd consider it so good. Just leave the events in 2022 alone. Ken saying, hey man, maybe we can work together in 2023. Fuck it. Why not? Assuming these notes are true, I don't even know if Ken would say any of this shit. I don't think Ken would say it's stupid good. I don't think Ken would say that. I don't think he would say, yo, this Panda Cup shit, that shit's fire, bro. I don't think he'd say that. I'm gonna make an editorial remark, but I don't think that's how he said it. Or if he said that. But I could see a world where Ken says, leave 2022 alone. We already brought the broadcast rights. We've already sold sponsors against it. We can regroup and think about 2023. Which makes sense. Because we can't come to an agreement on 2022 when you have this little to offer. He said, and then Alan would say, we could do that for sure. Ken disputes this claim, says it never happened. I mean, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Yeah, it looks sus too. Like this doesn't sound like Ken talking. Anyway, I'm gonna finish reading this because we're being completionists. But we could do that for sure. But let me clarify with you. According to you, every event we offer to in 2023 will sign with us. Correct? What? Ken says right. Okay, this does seem sus. Why would? Okay. Why? Oh, so in this hypothetical situation, if they all align with us next year, then BTS would be making less revenue in 2023 and possibly 2024 if we keep this up? Yeah? So if BTS took a multi-year contract as the analyst said the Panda Cup started in 22, BTS would make more money if they streamed every event in 22? Probably, yeah. So why does making more money work for you? Because that's not what we want? Huh? This is all from his notes. A PR guy is seconding the statement. I don't have time for this shit. Good try, none. We have a statement to get through. I mean, I don't know. This to me looks like a conversation that didn't happen because it doesn't even make sense. The conversation doesn't make sense. And second of all, it's just kind of bullshit. The most important thing is that he thought 40,000 was fucking even close to enough money. And the second thing is, he doesn't understand that BTS wants the shit on their channel, ultimately. And they would do white label events. So let's say, for example, other events start signing to be on /Panda Cup as a channel, and then you took BTS long term as your producer. They would gladly do that. They would work with that and make that happen, potentially. And that's probably if he was smart, what he'd work towards. Because anything else is kind of stupid. Or just put Panda Cup on BTS. On their channel. I don't see the problem here. Why not have Panda Cup on BTS? Especially for your first couple of years. You're just getting yourself established. Why are you so fucking worried about broadcast rights? Anyway. Mikey, that makes sense. If something like this happened, Ken's point would be that the long-term strategy of broadcasting events was more valuable. That makes sense. If that conversation happened, all he's saying is giving you guys the keys so that we could be a fucking analyst-esque company doesn't sound like it's good for us, right? Why would BTS go from being the number one and number two stream in all of competitive Smash Brothers to being the analyst desk company. Does that sound smart to you guys? Doesn't sound smart to me. But he's out here pretending like that's a good deal. It needs to be on Panda Cup because Nintendo needs to know it would be family friendly. Cool. Because we can't run a stream on BTS and not say the F word, right? It's like, and BTS streams are so unfamily friendly. What? No, makes no sense. There are plenty of licensed Nintendo events on BTS and VGBC historically. That doesn't. He just uses Nintendo, right? He just says like shit about Nintendo. He's like, yeah, no, Nintendo really wants it on Slash Panda Cup. When it's like, no, you want it on Slash Panda Cup. And you're really pushing for it because, frankly, yeah, I get it. You want it on your stream. Makes sense. Everyone wants it on their stream. And then he does like a hand-waving Nintendo thing. Excuse. Anyway, following that call with Ken, I brainstormed for days to figure out ways I could prevent escalating that legal issue any further until I finally figured it out. Change everything we've been doing to this point. You already escalated the legal issue. We have evidence of that. So, you're wrong. I worked on incorporating feedback from TOs and BTS and spent a full 2 weeks completely reorganizing the backend of Panda Cup into the version 2. This is the version where he's like, hey, you can do it on your own stream. We're just going to take the points. This is the version that's basically not a circuit. This completely new system was designed for two main purposes. Making it so that my league doesn't make any fucking sense. And making it so that I can actually operate this year when I was so late to the game. Okay, what does he actually say? To allow an option for events to have as much freedom as possible, which was a common thread in our early... Yeah, because, again, they weren't going to work with you if they need to renege on deals they already signed. To not interfere with or harm existing business relationships with BTS. Now I figured out, what a genius. He figured out the way of not having this conflict with BTS was to not have it on his channel. What a genius. Or overlapping with them in any way, I was able to successfully stop the legal issue from escalating by stepping around them. You already escalated the legal issue because you pinged it to Nintendo. So stop fucking lying about that. The legal issue is still there. It just won't be... I love how he never says what the legal issue is. It's fucking crazy, bro. The legal issue is still there. It just won't be the center of attention for a long time or ever, hopefully. Plus, the added bonus was that the new version fit even easier into the current Smash ecosystem. Why wasn't it your first system? So I wanted to invite BTS's main stage into the Panda Cup and take the opportunity to apologize for the second call being so rough. I believe I made at least 4 attempts to reach out. I did not hear back on any of them. Okay, very smart by BTS for not responding. Good job. Good job. I agree. That's what I would have done also. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job. This is really smart. This is good. Good job. This is how you should do stuff. So, the reason you should not respond in situations like this is because this guy just snitched on you to Nintendo, right? Put your shit at jeopardy. Talking with him hasn't really fucking helped your company in any way. He's only been bad to you. You don't need to work with him. You have no real interest in working with him. So, yeah. Incommunicado. No, thank you. Stop tapping. Oh, oops. My bad. Sub-obes. My bad. It was this thing. I got it. Okay. So he sent them a message that says, hey, Ken, just finished figuring out some stuff on our end today. It looks like main stage may be possible. Panda Cup now? They don't want to be on Panda Cup, bro. Let me know if you'd be interested in having a conversation. They're not interested about what it could look like, and I'll shoot you over detailed would for you to read over. Would be great to have you all on board. They're not interested. And then in April, he's saying, I want to check back up on this. I'd love to work with you guys in some capacity. And the minor package was designed to hopefully allow complete freedom on your end with minimal intervention on your side. plus still helping financially for both best of both worlds. Let me know if you have any interest. Main stage being the final event on the Panda Cup this year would be really cool. Both Blank and I feel this way. Hey, I know who this is. Who could have a 2-letter name? Who could have a 2-letter name and potentially works at Nintendo? Who could that be? It could be anyone. D's nuts. DN is D's nuts. It's funny that he blacked out that name because he's basically saying, I talked to Nintendo about main stage, and therefore I talked to Nintendo about licensing main stage. Sweet. Thank you for that again. Really appreciate you reaching out to Nintendo about our fucking tournament. Love that. How many times does he have to snitch? How many times? Mikey, this was sent to you, right? No, this is sent to Ken. Okay, this is sent to Ken. So, good job not communicating with a guy who's literally snitching on you. Appreciate that. Murgatroyd, we're pretty sure it's JC from Nintendo. That's my assumption. I'm 99% sure. I don't know any two-letter names that work in Nintendo. Or Ed. Excuse me. Ed. My bad. The Ed is the head of Nintendo Versus. Yeah, Ed. The point is, it's Nintendo, right? So, he blacked out Ed, but just to let you know, he's snitching again. He's snitching again. And he's wondering why they don't respond. Hey, Mikey. Long time since we chatted. Mikey's in chat too. Hope you're the right person to go about this. Since I've seen you be super active in the community about BTS Smash events recently. We've been super hard at work with Nintendo to open things up. Oh, nice with Nintendo. Love that. To open things up for the Panda Cup to be as simple and seamless as possible for events to join the circuit quickly and easily without the hassle from before. Now that things are much more straightforward, we were hoping to see if BTS would be open to main stage during the Panda Cup. We'd love to have a chat to go over what that entails if you have the time. Like I said, it's super easy to process now, and I think we have ample time to help you all promote the heck out of it. Hey Mikey, amazing work with Summit last weekend. Was a great show. Just want to bump this up. Would love to work with y'all. They don't want to work with you, bro. They don't want to work with you. And very reasonably. You threatened them. You snitched on them to Nintendo. You had horrible, rude conversations with one of their leaders. You snitched on them again about main stage. You're bringing Nintendo to the table for them. They don't want to work with Nintendo. And you're fucking mafia. They don't want to hear from you. That's like, it's bottom line. It's like, of course. Here are some more notes. Love the more notes. You guys ready for some more notes? Love Alan notes. Never loved Alan notes more. See what he says here. You guys probably can't see it perfectly because it zooms in. Let me try. BTS concerns are any sort of deal where they aren't the mainstream is a no. Yeah, like I said, they paid for it. Why would it be? I offered a multi-year third-party production deal. Okay, the analyst fucking desk. And they straight said no, they don't want the money because they don't want to become an analyst desk company when they're already the fucking biggest stream in Smash Brothers. Why would they demote themselves on purpose? They would not sell us the rebroadcast rights because there would be no way our broadcast could be made so differently as to be a different product than the BTS mainstream. Makes sense. They only sell rebroadcast rights to people like Ludwig or alternate language streamers. Makes sense. Those are different non-competing products. BTS has an overarching strategy with the Smash community that is incongruous with any strategy we put forward. Yes, you work with Nintendo. Seems incongruous to me. There is no deal that we can make with them that will make them happy unless they are the stream for these events in 2022. Also, they paid for them. Why would they give that up? They're selling sponsorships against them. Why would they give that up? Nothing. Your little $40,000 analyst desk is not good enough. They also refuse to discuss hypothetical situations because most of your hypotheticals have been ill-formed. They also don't care what happens in 2023. I'm sure they care what happens in 2023. That just seems like an Alanism. So many notes. Note, though, we did end up working with BTS multiple times this year. For example, at a Panda Cup event where Panda was in charge of the broadcast, we completed their sponsored deliverables for Papa John's. This is talking about Big House? This is talking about Big House? They didn't... CEO. Well, Big House had Papa John's too. The broadcast team did everything they needed for the event to get paid in full. Mikey, why is this a lie? Tell me. I wasn't that CEO. Is there... We're only at 4 truthful sentences so far? Even this is a lie? Like a fucking side quest every time. We're still at 4. Wait, we're at 5? We're at 5? Wait, which was the 5th one? Which was the 5th one? I missed it. The notes were true. Okay, nice. I mean, I didn't dispute any of these. They all make sense. The notes make sense. They don't... None of your fucking things made sense for them. So they don't want to work with you. Sounds legit. They did not fully complete the deliverables. They admitted the Arcadian lowered the required ad plays. Oh. Nice. So even in the one time they worked with BTS, they fucked up. They fucked the CEO deliverables intentionally. Alan said they aren't paying you enough for this anyway. He doesn't even know how much they're paying you. He doesn't know how much the Papa John's deal is. I know that for a fact. I had a conversation with him about it. He's fucking up your sponsors on purpose? Maybe Jabali leaked? No, I know he doesn't know how much it is. I talked to him about it. He doesn't know how much the Papa John's deal is. Oh, I mean for his cut? Oh. So maybe you're saying Jabali told him how much his cut of Papa John's was. And so he said, they aren't paying you enough for this anyway. And then he fucked up the Papa John's deliverables. Dude. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. That's actually one of the worst things he's done. It's one of those things that you don't really want to bring up because it has Papa John's in it, and we don't want to like have at Papa John's see that everyone on the internet's fucking talking about them. But it's fucking lame. Yeah, you don't want to blow up the spot, but jeez, keep it in chat. Yeah. But like, here's another lie. Okay. We're at 5 truthful statements, guys. Keep it a buck. While my intention had no malice or ill intent in my conversation with Ken, perception is what truly matters. I will own up to that publicly. Truly apologize to the BTS staff, except Ken. So petty, bro. So petty. That my conversation with Ken was perceived in the manner it was. You even said you yelled at him. And you clearly threatened him. It's not a matter of perception. And that is very much malice. You can't say there's no malice or ill intent. You're threatening him. You're telling him you're going to open up a fucking can of worms on his... I wish you accepted any of my multiple attempts to make peace, explain myself, or apologize, but I hope you now understand that I have not now or ever had intent of harming you or sicking Nintendo on you. You've self-reported that you sick Nintendo on BTS many times, and we have you in screenshots. We literally have you in screenshots. Sicking Nintendo on them. This is as pure as it gets. You're offering no screenshots, only fucking your own notes and all this bullshit. We have pure, hard line, as hard as it gets, evidence that you sick Nintendo on them. So what are you talking about? Own it. Got you a 4K. Additionally, after we heard some wild rumors spread from my one-on-one conversation with Ken, wild rumors sounds like after we heard some truth spread from my one-on-one conversation with Ken, we did everything we could to dispel the rumors, and we internally decided we want to speak to TOs in groups of 3 to make sure we can corroborate anything said in case of misconceptions. That's been our procedure for 4 to 5 months now. Damn, bro, your conversations are going so badly that you need a witness for each one. IBW says this guy's a better businessman than me. However, let me also say this publicly. Along with SWT, BTS stands to gain quite a bit by taking Panda and the Panda Cup down. Especially after you lost your contract with Dota. Low blow! Low blow! Low blow! Low blow! Many major events in 2023 that are normally streaming on BTS have already confirmed to us that they stream on Panda's channels because the package we offered was better for them with upfront guaranteed sponsorships. Okay. Let's take a second here. I talked to the TOs. No one had confirmed for Panda yet. Not to my knowledge. Not for next year. Maybe Big House would have been on it again. But I don't know of a single TO who'd confirm to be on Panda for next year. Mikey, you can confirm. You can. And Bobax and Stream. I don't know of a single one that'd be like, we're on Panda yet. So, I don't know what he's talking about here. Maybe there is a TO. But every TO I talked to, and I'm talking about, I talked to almost every single one, wasn't yet on Panda in 2023 when all this shit went down. So he hadn't locked anyone yet for 2023. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about here. He's smoking weed? Yeah, Mikey, I'm right? I don't know what he's talking about, right? Yeah. He didn't have anyone yet. So many major events in 2023 that are normally streaming on BTS had already confirmed they stream on Panda. Who? Would Riptide switch? No, Riptide is still BTS. Riptide's still BTS. Big House is still BTS. Genesis wasn't switching. Who? This is just a lie. Big House would be maybe the only one. But they hadn't signed anything yet. I know that for sure. So this is definitely not confirmed or anything, no. This is why you gotta name names, right? No, Big House was on BTS's channel. It was just on Panda Cup. So yeah, I don't think this is true. So his package was so good that he didn't have anyone in his fucking December 2023. To my knowledge. Now he's saying he had people. But I'd love to know who. Because I don't know of any. I literally don't know of any. And I'm the most well-connected person in Smash Brothers. So if I don't know, good luck. Like, I just don't think it's true. I don't think he's telling the truth. At this point, he's lied so many times, I'm just going to be like, this is just fucking not true. So, what is there? He probably could have just won if he had waited a while. Yeah, I mean, I think some of them might have gone on Panda eventually, especially after his cup if it went well. And if he really did offer a lot of money. Like, I'm not disputing that many events could have potentially done that. I just don't know. He's saying they're already confirmed. And I don't know of a single one that that's true for. So, and even if it's true, like, it goes against its core thesis that we're not a competitor to BTS and VGBC, and we're only here to help them. Like, how is he sitting here and saying, we're not a competitor, we want to work within the ecosystem, we want to make everyone else grow, we're not trying to shake any ships and fuck anyone over, while at the same time saying we're taking events that would normally be on BTS. Like, pick one. Pick one. You can't have both. That's not how it works. It's fine to be competitors. I think we all understand that. It's fine. We get it. It's fine. If you have a better product and you have a better package for TOs, it's okay. We understand. But, like, you can't pretend at the same time that, like, BTS is a partner that, like, and you're so sad that they don't want to work with you. Like, it's not. Anyway. A position we were pushed into by Ken's refusal to collaborate work together from day one. Why would he want to work with you guys from day one if literally in the very last sentence you said that you were taking events away from them? It's like my brain is melting. From the start, he wanted stuff on /Panda Cup. It's not just like he was pushed into it. Wait. Man, there's so much shit that I'm like, I want to make sure I'm getting everything. A position we were pushed into. How was a position he was pushed into if from day one he was trying to have everything on /Panda Cup? Literally, the initial design of Panda Cup was it to all be on /Panda Cup. This wasn't a position they were pushed into. This is what they designed the thing to be. BTS was standing to lose a lot of money next year from community streams, and you knew that. Plus, with Panda's sales team landing deals in every major category, you wouldn't be able to sell against events again next year because the categories will have been filled first. Don't pretend for a second like you're a casual outside observer of the whole situation. I don't think BTS has ever said that Panda wasn't a competitor or that Panda wasn't going after their business. I think that's pretty obvious to anyone. BGBC, BTS, and Panda were all competing. We all talked about it openly. It was like the 3-ring circus, right? We're all very aware of that. The only one who's pretending that they're everyone's friend while stabbing them in the back and using Nintendo as a cudgel and threatening them is you, Alan. Anyway, one more thing. Let's see what his one more thing is. He has so much more he's written, but we're getting there, chat. We're getting there in terms of getting through this thing. I looked the other way when I heard Ken was trying to get TOs to turn on us. Oh my god, dude. He's literally using Jesus language. He's talking about himself like he's Jesus. I turned the other cheek when I found out BTS was threatening to pull Papa John's sponsorship from events that worked with us. A Papa John's sponsorship, which, by the way, Nintendo never had any issues with. Okay, that's not true. This is not true. A Papa John sponsorship which Nintendo never had issues with? Nope, not true. Not true. I don't know why he even said that. And how would he even know that without talking to Nintendo about that sponsorship? Another self-report? Is this what, like the 10th self-report? We have to start counting the self-reports. Right? Another self-report? He still has to vouch for Nintendo. Yeah, he's literally such a shill. But he couldn't know this. He couldn't know how Nintendo feels about the Papa John sponsorship without talking to Nintendo. Because certainly BTS is not telling him about it. So he talked to Nintendo about the Papa John sponsorship. Is what you should read this as. The self-report. Yeah, there's more self-reports than there are a number of true sentences. Legitimately. He talked to Nintendo about the Papa John sponsorship. This is how you should read this. Which makes sense and lines up because Nintendo didn't like that Papa John sponsorship. And that issue got escalated too. So he jeopardized our literal biggest sponsorship ever as a community by escalating that to Nintendo. That's how I read this. You know? Fucking great. And even if he's right about BTS pulling Papa John sponsorship from events that worked with us, why would, even if that was true, BTS is the one who sourced this Papa John's deal. He, as we learned through this stream, didn't fulfill the Papa John sponsorship deliverables. Why would they have that Papa John sponsorship extend to events on Panda Cup when he's already shown that he can't deliver on that sponsorship? And furthermore, why the fuck would BTS give the Papa John's money to Panda? To a Panda Cup event? That's part of the package that they bring to TOs. Hello? Like, if you, like, why, like, would Panda give the milk and pistachio sponsorships to BTS events? If they switched? If a Panda event switched to BTS? No. No, they wouldn't. So I don't, even if that's true, I don't see the problem here. And also, it can't be true because both CEO and Big House had Papa John's. So he's saying they threatened, so he didn't say they actually did it. But BTS, clearly Papa John's is at Panda Cup events, and they didn't do that. They didn't actually pull it. So this paragraph's a fucking horror show where he admits that he snitched on BTS to Nintendo about a Papa John sponsorship, or at the very least, somehow knew about Nintendo's stance on the Papa John sponsorship, which I don't know how he would have known a stance on without talking to them about it. Also, yeah, no source on this, by the way. No source on this. No source. No sources. And despite all of that, Caps, I was still, Caps again, I was still trying to work with you, extending olive branch after olive branch. Bro, no one wants to work with you. You're snitching on them. You're literally getting us all in trouble. It's not an olive branch to snitch on us. It's not an olive branch to be like, hey, I talked to Nintendo about main stage. That's not an olive branch. That's not what an olive branch looks like. That's a threat. And for what? For BTS's current leadership, who again, I've never met or spoken to, sounds like a personal problem. Publicly condemn. It sounds like they're really good about keeping their circle tight. Publicly condemning me and speaking in terms like they were personally involved. I mean, I don't think anything they said was inaccurate. You've had a single civilized adult conversation with me. Okay. Every conversation they had with you ended with you threatening or jeopardizing BTS's position in the community. They don't want to have conversations with you. Like, you just took everything that you learned from any conversation and escalated it. For example, when Ken at the end of the call two, brought up the Papa John's sponsorship, which while I was reading this, as you guys remember, if you remember an hour ago, I said he shouldn't have done that. Right? That's actually not a good idea. That's bad. I would advise against that. He ended up using that to then fucking escalate the Papa John's thing to Nintendo. Right? He just uses whatever he learns in those calls to then snitch. So why the fuck would they have conversations with you? Like, what do you expect? Thank you, Snoopy. Anyway, let's keep going. And Ken, even though he's no longer with BTS, he's still trying to poison the well from afar. Alright, first of all, Ken Chen is a smasher. God bless his soul. He's not poisoning no wells. He just cares about Smash Brothers. He cares so much that even though he doesn't work at the company, he likes helping. And he's a part of, like, our conversations among TOs. Because we respect his opinion. That's really all it is. I've been told he tweeted that Panda's NDAs are about real estate and didn't provide any protection. Turns out, after double checking specifically Ken's NDA with multiple lawyers, guys, you want to skip this? I don't give a fuck about this NDA shit. It's really stupid and it's a joke. Skip. This is like innocuous. Who gives a fuck? This guy's just making this shit longer for no reason. Ken refuted on Twitter already, right? If you guys want to know about that NDA crap, go on Ken's Twitter, but who cares? Right? Ken has both publicly and privately turned people against Panda for months. So what Ken tweeted out publicly was about how weird it is for a team org to be running a circuit. This is true. It is weird. Regardless of this actual applies, the team org should not have control over the schedule, format, funding, seating, the players of their own events. No league or circuit that actually cares about competitive integrity, and anything can justify this. Yeah, that's a good point. Ken Chen making a good point. I don't know, like, what's wrong with that? It's like, you're just being publicly criticized. Yes, it's by Ken, a person you seem to dislike, but he's right. But he's right. It's weird to own an esports team and then also make the rankings, which include your players, and also see the tournaments and do the qualifiers and make the format. That's like not good competitive integrity. It's really bad. This is just a good point. Like, I guess he's saying that this is just another example of Ken being against Panda. And I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with Ken being against Panda. Sounds like he was on the right side of history. To me. Like, I don't see a problem here. And he's making a good point. All right, more Allen notes? Anyone's ready for more Allen notes? Who is ready for some more Allen notes? His evidence is always notes. This time he has April 14th. Per blank. Damn, this one's redacted as fuck. Oh wait, this is the same one? This is the same one. He just copied and pasted it. from before. He just reposted it. Okay, whatever. Thankfully, we get to skip another notes session. Okay. I truly believe the people inside of BTS are not malicious at all of their misconceptions, and their misconceptions stem from Ken. Ken's an angel. You need to take his name out of your fucking mouth. Sorry. Love and empathy. Love and empathy. Love and empathy. That's what Will Smith said after slapping Chris Rock. He used those same kind of words. And I don't want to use words that were said in anger in a similar way. I don't want to do that. It's not me. That's not who I am. That's not who I am as a person. All right. In fact, I feel like a large number of misconceptions, even beyond. It's just, you guys have to understand. It's just really hard to read so many lies. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's like every sentence. Wait. Oh, this is not a sixth sentence. This is half of a sixth sentence. I truly believe the people and staff at BTS are not malicious. But then, and all their misconceptions stem from Ken. So we had a half sentence. Chat, are we at 5.5? Or was it? Yeah, it's 5.5, right? We're not doing 0.5s? We're not doing 0.5s? No, we're not doing 0.5s. we're not doing 0.5s. We're agreeing. Handshake, no 0.5s. Okay. In fact, I feel like a large number of mistakes even beyond BTS where my pan's intentions are due to Ken. I mean, Ken told people what you said and did. And you're corroborating that actually in your fucking statement. So, maybe don't be an asshole and then people wouldn't think this way about you, bro. Like, it's not that hard. Nobody I've ever met at BTS has misinterpreted my words or have been anything but professional and kind, except Ken. So I'm not looking to condemn them. I think Ken's great. So, whatever. TO strong arming. We passed the BTS point. Guys, we are like 3/4 through. How exciting is that? Ooh. Woo. Oh boy. The accept Ken's pretty penny, right? We're back to the accept Ken's. He did accept Ken for the apology too, right? All right. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. More than any other time period of the Panda Cup, I'm sure that this is when any misunderstandings could have arisen. When we first got the green light in March 2022, I began preparation to launch the Panda Cup. Wait a second. March 2022 is when you got the green light? You announced the fucking thing and you didn't have the green light? So wait, what is it? Is it either? Oh, is it because of Omicron? Okay, is that what he's saying? Maybe he's saying he didn't have the green light because of Omicron. Okay. I misunderstood. Not sus. Moving on. That's fine. That part's fine. I was beyond excited to finally talk about something I had been working on for 4 years. Okay. Nothing wrong here. I want to call it a true... does this count as a true statement? This is probably true. This sentence seems... I bet it's true. I'm sure he was excited to start working. Alan has emotions, correct? Six? I think we're down for 6. We'll give it to him. I think we give it to him. I think this is a 6. He got up to 6. Let's see if we can get to double digits by then. That's really the test. Can he get a full paragraph of true statements? The same day we got approval, I sent meetings with the first few TOs thinking they would see me and Panda as a collaborative partner and as an ally of the community. As he cooperated, looking out for their best interests. Okay, this definitely is not a true statement. I thought Our track record spoke for herself. What track record? You hadn't run any fucking tournaments. This was not the case. TOs by nature are a careful bunch, and many of them have been burned by others before. So it turns out they're constantly looking behind themselves for an ambush, even when there isn't one coming. Hey! That's also true. This is true. This is true. I think it might be at 7. I bet this part's going to be the best part, the one where it gets more. It is very hard to bring the TOs together. I can tell you that for a fact. TOs are really hard to work with. Really, really hard. And he wasn't going to do very well. This gaslighting is not true? How's it not true? Oh, not true that he said an ambush wasn't... Even if there wasn't one coming. We're going back to 6. We're going back to 6. Because there was an ambush coming. There was an ambush. We're back to 6. He's the ambush. Redact. We're back to 6. He's not going to get to double digits, is he? So close. Good reading comprehension, chat. He doesn't get there. He doesn't get there. Doesn't get there. You blew it. Things were moving fast behind the scenes. I was new to TO negotiations. And you took this project on? Why? It's a specific skill set unique from others, I found out. Yeah, dude, you were way in over your head. You were a goddamn noob. And I was overly excited to get things going. Hey. Can this count? He admits he was a noob. And he was overly excited to get things going. This can count. He admits he was a noob. I appreciate that. Self-awareness. That's progress. We can use this. I told you guys, love and empathy. He's being self-aware. He's being self-aware. Playing the victim, guys, no, come on. He's being self-aware. He says, I was new and I was overly excited. That's good. That's good. I know my intent was always to be honest and truthful, but with things changing so quickly and my passion overflowing, I may have given off the wrong impression to a handful in those early talks. I don't think he gave the wrong impression. I think he unfortunately gave the right impression, and they didn't like it. For example, I heard at one point that when I made changes to my pitch based on feedback given to me by TO1, I talked to TO2, TO1 found out and felt I had lied to them because I didn't have enough time yet to update them on the changes I made for them. So he doesn't explain in detail what this is, but I think this is plausible. I think based on everything I've seen with TOs, the amount of fucking chatter behind the scenes and how discombobulated and fractured the scene is, like, it can get really hard to wrangle everyone. It's really hard. Many people have tried, and this is part of why these joint projects often fail, is because of shit like this. And I think this is actually his best paragraph in this whole thing. This is by far the best paragraph. You gotta name them. I think it's fine not naming them. Like I think the overall thing he's bringing up here is, yo, the TOs are really hard to work with. I was in way over my head. I had a lot of passion, and I was trying my best, but it felt like everything was against me, and I couldn't get everyone on the same page. This shit sounds right. This sounds true, and it checks with everyone else's experience I know, including myself, by the way, who have tried to do collaborative shit in Smash. It's ridiculously hard. Everyone wants different things. Everyone expects a lot, especially in year one, and everyone isn't patient to wait for a product to mature, right? They want. They want to be fed. They want to just be fed. You know, they're not very patient for it. So I think this is now, I'm not going to say this is true because I don't know if we can't add this to the list because we don't know about TO2 or TO1. So I'm not going to add it to, I don't know, he could have just made this up. I don't know. But I do think it's probably true. This is probably true. This is probably true. I can't confirm that it's true. And whatever. But I think it's probably true. And I think this overall paragraph is a very good paragraph. In fact, if this general vibe was his whole statement, I would have loved it. I would have actually been cool. You know, we wouldn't have like let him run the fucking Panda Cup or whatever. But I would have been like, hey man, you were in over your head. You were trying to make shit like, can you guys imagine if his statement was just like stuff like this, which is what I would have recommended at this. If you had asked me, if Alan had talked to me, and well, I guess I wouldn't have helped him at this point. But point is, if somehow I was an Alan advisor, but in this situation, I would have been like, yo, do this vibe. This vibe is fine. You're saying I want to do the best for the scene, and I was in over my head, and it was really hard to work with TOs, and getting everyone together is ridiculous. And when I would tell one TO one thing, the other TO would talk to that. They would talk to each other. The TOs would talk to each other, and all of a sudden they would think that like I'm lying to them when I really wasn't. Like, yeah, been there, bro. I get this part's good. So it's a shame that's not the approach he went with in this overall document, though. After those first 3 weeks, I slowed down with the help of some of our staff members, and I started figuring out how to approach TOs in a more clear and concise manner that I hope made it way hard to have any misunderstandings or miscommunications. Okay. Due to the fluctuating nature of things back then, I promised early TOs I would back up my commitments with my personal finances so that even if things didn't pay out the way I stated, I would do right by them. Source? Do you want to... Was Panda's financial situation that dire? Was Panda's financial situation at a point where he had to be like, yo, I'll pay you, I'll Venmo you, bro? If I was a TO and I heard a CEO saying, worst comes to worst, I'll Venmo you, I'd be like, hey, hold up, what's up? Wait a second. We have a contract with Panda Global. Your shit's gonna come through, right? What do you mean? Worst comes to worst. It's weird. I think we said the same thing to our internal teams. About what? And I put my own personal funds into our hardware division on multiple occasions this year alone to keep the lights on. Your shit's like exploding around you? You're using your own money? Didn't you have VCs and stuff? How much money has he lost by doing this Panda Cup idea? And this guy's... Look, this is where the love and empathy really comes in, right? Because this guy's life is getting fucked. He was a doctor, and, you know, the community that I truly believe he loves despises him. He's getting panned over Twitter. It's literally been trending for multiple days. Every big content creator is talking about how much of a bad person he is. Rightly or wrongly, that's what they're saying. And he's lost his company. He has to step down as CEO. He still is an owner, so he hasn't lost his company, I guess, but his company's valueless. The cup that he's been playing for 4 years burned down around him. And what to make matters worse, he's not going to get likely the sponsorship money that he went out and tried to get for this cup. So a lot of the costs of the cup are already spent between the final and everything leading up to it. So he probably lost a shit ton of money in that process, or at least Panda did, right? I'm sure a lot of Panda's money is his as well. I'm sure he's not doing great financially as a result of this, but it's probably adding a lot of stress to the situation. This is where the love and empathy come in. Don't all pour Alan with a little smile. Look, he's still a human being. He's still a human being. We can agree he fucked up. But that's a rough situation to be in. He put himself in that position, but you can still be empathetic for people who fucked up. Exactly what Mikey said. Like, also, like, I wonder if his practice, like being a doctor, isn't going to do very well, because if you Google his name, you know, all this shit will come up. Like, you Google, if you try to look for a doctor and you Google his name, are you going to go to the doctor that has all, like, all this shit go, like, in the Google? I don't know, man. He showed an inkling of remorse. I think there's a handful of it where he says he apologized. It's not much. It's not much, though. You're right about that. Anyway. Basically saying, my money funds all this stuff. Whether, how much that's true and how much is his VCs, I don't know. But I don't think he's doing great financially as a result of everything that just happened. That part I'm pretty sure on. But I'm pretty sure this has all been really bad for him personally and financially and in many ways. Do I think he'll learn from it? I hope so. I hope so. I don't wish badly on the guy. Right? Like, why? I do think he cared about Smash. I've been saying that from day one. I just think he was wrong and he was a noob. And he didn't listen to me. Maybe the most important thing, actually, among all this, the worst sin he made is that he didn't listen to me. Because the truth of the matter is, he could have had all these other character traits that we're saying are bad, and if he just listened to me, none of this would have happened. Do you think Panda's done for? Can they stay returned? I think they're done for. I think it's over. I don't think there's a route for them to be anything. Maybe they can be an esports team till. No, they're just done for. It's over. I don't think there's like a thing for them as a company anymore. I don't see it, at least. Do you think Nintendo makes a statement about this? Yes. I do. I really want that controller too. Dude, that controller was a $2 million fucking Kickstarter. Or whatever it was. Was it GoFundMe? I don't remember what it was. Was it Kickstarter? Whatever. $2 million. How would Nintendo react to this? Dude, that's hard to say. They've really been on Team Panda this whole time. And I think this might be the straw that makes them stop. Honestly. Especially if he's still an owner, right? No one's going to buy those shares. No one. No one in their right mind is buying that shit. Maybe his co-founder, David, will buy it from him for like a very cheap price and be like, I'll just take full ownership. Just to like have it and to see if he can salvage the Nintendo relationship and then continue. I can see that world. Kind of like Apex. If you remember Apex, it tried to continue under Bifuteki after Alex Strife got ousted. But like, it wasn't until the more modern revival that it became anything relevant. This is really bad. This feels like this weird enough situation that Nintendo might say nothing and back away. They might say nothing. They literally, like, this is too much for them to respond to. This is just too much here for them to respond to. I think they might have made their last statement. You might be right about that, Hyperflux. I think you're actually probably right about that. 90% chance you're right. They might just be like, whoops. And they're going to wait and see. They're going to lick their wounds. Nintendo got fucked up here. I love that. Can we all high five in chat? Because I've been waiting 21 years for this. 21 years I've been waiting for this. Maybe that's why, as dire and as sad some of this news is, I do take joy in one thing. That in 21 years, the only thing we've been able to do to punch back at Nintendo was like basically post on Twitter. That's all we've ever been able to accomplish. That's it. That's all we've done. And at some Nintendo Versus events, some Splatoon players made it real awkward for them by having like funny tags. That's all we've done. That's like the best. That's the best we've done. This, on the other hand, they really wanted Panda to win. They really wanted Panda to fucking win. They wanted Panda to control the scene. They wanted this perfect conduit. And as you can see through all the statement, this guy would have been perfect for them. He was literally like he was like, oh my God. He was so perfect. He was like an angel that came down. Oh, I guess a devil that came out from the ground. Well, I don't want to compare him to the devil. Love and empathy. He was perfect for them, right? Because he listened to everything they said. He snitched on people. He truly was invested and bought in on a pro Nintendo vision. And so, like, they really wanted him to win. And with all this happening, with Panda going down, this is a true punch to Nintendo. Like, this is something that I guarantee you they're unhappy about. More so than just any tweets. This is something they're unhappy about. And for that, I have to thank Alan. You got to thank him for that. He gave us this one golden opportunity to make Nintendo mad. Right? I appreciate that. I appreciate that he gave us an opportunity to make that Nintendo Versus department feel the burn. They took a huge L. They took a huge L here. They took a huge L. This has been a lifelong eternal battle. But they took a huge L. This one was like Gettysburg, where they just lost so hard. They lost so hard. They lost their queen. Yeah, they lost their Nana. If we were playing chess, Alan was the queen. Panda was the queen on the board. King stays king. Nintendo's king. If Nintendo's king, look, the king's still out there. It's still scary. Game's not over. But we took their queen. We took their queen. And that feels pretty fucking good, doesn't it? So, I appreciate that. They took out a rook with SWT though, but yeah, I don't want to say we'll take that trade because that sounds bad. Because, I don't like what happened to SWT. That's definitely sad. And obviously all this shit sucks. Bottom line. But there is a silver lining. All right. So what else is he saying? After those first... Okay, he slowed down. Personal finances. I'm looking out for their best interest. There's no ambush behind them. There was an ambush. That Panda is for real. It wasn't for real. It's literally not happening. I didn't receive any feedback from TOs directly or my staff at that time that I did or say anything that made them uncomfortable. Well, a lot of things did. In fact, the feedback that I received was glowingly positive. Cite your sources. Cite your sources. Cite your sources. So I figured everything was going well. For every single discussion with TOs for 2023, I had 2 other team members along. I went back and asked those team members, whatever. This is just fluff. He says, hey man, actually the TOs loved me. I know they're posting online that they hated me, but trust me, man, they loved me. Weird. And my coverage of 2023, not a single TO reached out said they wouldn't want to talk or listen to us. Well, I'm sure they'll listen. But in fact, of our early negotiations, only 2 out of 14 events we spoke to declined joining us after the initial pitch. He's saying he had 12 events for next year? He's saying he had 12 events for next year. What events? He had 12 events for next year? They're mostly regionals. He's saying only 2 declined, right? So he had 12 events. Only 2 declined. Oh, he doesn't say that they accepted. Others didn't accept. So 2 declined. And 12 events may or may not have accepted. Relevant. Allen not receiving feedback. Let's read this. Sure. Maybe they were afraid to give him feedback because he was waving Nintendo around. That could be possible. I don't know. I don't know if people gave him feedback. I'm not sure. I think it's... Look, a lot of this section is about... Like, this paragraph I really like, right? A lot of this section is about how hard it is to do what he attempted to do, which is make a circuit, get all the TOs involved, and how, especially how it can, how hard larger unifications are, you know? I think, like, you know, I'm trying to figure out, find something, 1 second. Yeah, I think so. Basically, I think that that there was like a lot of talking behind the scenes about him on a personal level from all parties amongst COs, and he probably felt like he was never given a true chance, and that the firestorm of gossip among TOs was hard to wrangle. A lot of that to me checks out, and it's probably true. I don't think that's just him being shitty and them talking about him negatively because they had a negative experience. I think that's also the nature of how discombobulated and fractured Smash is. I think everyone who's attempted, and I don't just mean me, to do larger unification has had that experience, and that for the most part it's been very difficult to get everyone on board and on the same page. Because everyone has competing interests, as I mentioned before. So I think a lot of like that general theming of what he's saying is true. As far as like where if no one actually felt uncomfortable with him or not, I think them saying publicly that they were uncomfortable is probably the most damning part about what he's saying here. That they were probably uncomfortable. However, I'd have hoped they'd have said it to him actually, so that he could do a better job, right? I do think it's possible that maybe they didn't because maybe they were scared, or maybe they didn't feel like they could be honest. And I think that is again part of what it makes it so hard to do what he attempted to do, is that sometimes the TOs aren't fully straightforward with you. So now, having said that, very hard in this particular instance to say the TOs were simply just gossiping when he was threatening TOs, snitching to Nintendo, and doing things that really made business for a TO very difficult, like getting broadcast rights and sales rights and things like Papa John's and etc. escalated. That's the TOs just talking amongst themselves and trying to protect themselves, right? And that I think is completely fine. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of it got personal, and that part is regrettable, naturally. It's not hard if you give TOs a reason to want to work together. I don't think that's true, Mighty Falcon. That's, I think, the part I'm really trying to get through, is that I have sympathy for that part. I think the task of getting the TOs to work together is very hard. Even if he did a good job, it would have been very hard. I think whoever does do it one day, I don't think anyone can do it, frankly. Tavo has a tweet recently. It was like, I only think Scar can do it. I personally don't even think Scar can do it. I don't think Scar knows enough about the business dynamics right now to be able to do it. He has a lot of good relationships, though. So he has one of the best shots. Scar would be able to? Maybe, man. Maybe. I think he has the best shot. But I don't think he'd want to. I think it's a huge headache. He's a good leader. He's selfless. I love Bobby. But he also smokes 10 pounds of weed a day. So this requires a lot of work. Just don't forget that part. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that about him. It makes him so spiritual. I think living his life the best way possible is really spiritual. But I think like the amount of work and amount of coordination this requires, it's crazy. You should try it. I smoke. I mean, I got no problems. I'm not. We might have young viewers. I'm not trying to incite anything. Wooj gets it. Anyway. So this was pretty innocuous. These parts didn't really have any accusations. He just kind of said, all the TOs love me, when all the TOs are publicly saying they don't. So, I wouldn't say all the TOs. There are TOs who liked interacting with him. We should mention that. In fairness, again, we're trying to be fair, and this is trying to be a good, honest breakdown. LTC, CEO, Big House, had good interactions and felt good about Panda before all the blow up, obviously, right? So, nice, right? That part's good. Can't pretend like that doesn't exist. It's just many others did not have a good time. Stream numbers were abysmal, yes, but I don't think they disliked the partnership. If I did do something wrong to you, where I seem to be mean, threatening, strong-arming, or otherwise something out to hurt your event, I implore you to please let me know. He doesn't use Twitter anymore. What I said, I like this. I like this. This is good. Just saying, hey man, I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to reflect on the experience. Do we count this as a true statement? This could be number 8 here. This is good. This is taking accountability. Saying I'm trying to grow. I want to know. I like that. Overall, this TO section is by far his best written one. Like, by far. It's not even close. And most of where I relate and think he's right is actually in this section. I do think he strong-armed shit. And I do think he went about things the wrong way. And I do think he used Nintendo as a cudgel. And he's literally self-reported that many times here. But I think that some of the things that he's complaining about, I do see as being the case. I want to know how I screwed up so I can never do that again, and whatever I explore after this. Nice! Hey, wait, is this number 9? It's a request, not a statement. Yeah, but bro, our standards are low. It's a true request, maybe. I do not understand how I could have caused the impression when I tried to be professional, honest, straightforward. I also think that's probably true. I don't think he understands what he's done. I don't think, based on the writing here, I don't think he understands everything that. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he gets it. He's too newbie, and he loves Nintendo too much. That's right. Minors, each one of you had no indication from any of our interaction that this was the case. I think he does not understand that I think he felt like he had no indication here. Ed, I don't think he thought that he was this I can see this. I believe that if there are TOs out there that do feel as though it's a misunderstanding, I hope, even though that I'm no longer involved with Panda, that I can at least clarify those interactions for you to clear my own conscience. Dude, what if the whole statement was like this? Right? Could you imagine? What if shit was just like this? I'd be down. Like, hey guys. Wouldn't be 32 pages yet? Yeah. So how do I prove that I did strong arm or threat events that didn't want to join us? Hey, wait, do we have actual evidence coming? Ooh, it took a while. We're like over 3/4 in. We're almost done, actually. So, let's see if we actually have evidence coming. There's so much more. There's not that much more, Rubanya. Relatively. Well, here's a demo screenshot to show you examples of my interaction with TOs that declined joining the Panda Cup this year, and some that accepted. Oh, I think I went through these before. These are just showing like normal business speak. Brandon, are you sure you were on a blacklist? Like, were you told that or something? Like, what? I mean, I know maybe you weren't hired, but... Oh, did he selectively choose? Oh, no way. Oh, no way. Pretty much when they said fuck Nintendo on their Twitter was banned. So you're telling me I was banned? Fall back! Fall back! Blur was on the blacklist? You're telling me if Panda took over, if his vision succeeded? No more Blur commentary? No more WoW commentary? More cropping? That would have been bad. We just commentated top 8 just like fucking 2 days ago. People loved it. I guess Toph said fuck Nintendo. So it would have been no Toph, right? I'm sure Bobby Scar said it. Pretty much all of us have. Literally. Who would he have left? Literally, is there anyone who hasn't said it? On the Melee side, at least? There'd be just Nintendo employees? Where'd these screens come from? Chat. Someone in chat posted them. Okay, so I want to read this. Because they're saying that he actually cropped out, and I haven't seen this yet. He cropped out his conversation with Aaron, which is hilarious. So let's see what this is all about. What did Alan leave out? Huh? Anyone want to check it out? Let's check it out. Hey man, so the Nintendo call went super well. We're confident that for events that sign up for the minor package by the end of the week, because of the timing stuff I brought up yesterday, be able to include 12K of caster support. Try to see if there was any wiggle room for more, but this is the maximum support we can do for the minor package. And after further talking, we figured out a way to make it super simple. After your event ends, you just provide an itemized invoice, your caster costs up to 12K to Panda and get reimbursement at 60. Pretty excited. Cool. So, hey, so am I just handling commentary costs as normal then, or is there going to be an expectation of higher pay by the casters? Do the increased pay they receive by the Panda Cup major events? I can talk about this for a second, but let's keep going. For example, if the Panda Cup is paying top casters 1,500 to 2K, am I now expected to pay that, even though we probably wouldn't have gone higher with 1,200 without support? All right. So Panda, again, kind of because he didn't know what he's doing, started paying casters really high randomly, and one of the things that they one of the only benefits they gave events was quote unquote caster support. Like, hey, we'll give you money, but you have to use it to pay commentators, right? But the thing is, the rates of the commentators had gone so much higher because again, like Aaron mentions, they're offering them like 2K. It means that you can only pay for 6 commentators with the 12K that they're giving you, right? Whereas normally commentators usually get 1K or less sometimes, right? That's pretty normal. So that's what's going on in this. Good to pay commentators more, so I'm not complaining here. But anyway, he says, "Oh, absolutely not. These casters are on your chosen channels, not on Panda Cup channels, and you guys would book/pay them, so it shouldn't be an expectation of increased costs on your end." Gotcha. Really appreciate that, but these aren't the casters being brought out for the Panda Cup broadcast, correct? Correct. These are the casters you would be hiring. The casters for the Panda Cup broadcast would be hired and flown out separately, and you'd additionally be able to hire. Oh, this sounds like a good deal. Okay, sure. We will work together with you to ensure we don't overlap with your caster selection for where, when they'd be booked, i.e. you get preference for top 8 casters, etc. Okay, so we would collaborate before we decide on who is getting hired for either of us, because I feel you're going to be paying more than us and they'll want to work with you. And I don't want to stand in their way of getting a paycheck by making them. Aaron's such a nice guy. Aaron's a sweetheart. How about that? Yep, before anyone is approached, we'll be working together to create the list. On our end, it would probably be blank you'd be interfacing with for that, but we haven't gotten there quite yet. That's probably a Panda employee. Trying to figure out who. But let's move on. Hey, Aaron. Sorry about that. I didn't recall you mentioning it would take until next month. I don't want to add any pressure onto you when you're so busy, but you don't actually need to make the decision right now. The contract is non-binding. It does not take into effect until the Nintendo license agreement is signed, so you're still able to opt out anytime until then. You signing on, 1, shows you're interested in possibly joining the Panda Cup after you receive the Nintendo licensing agreement, and 2, gives me the time I need to get the 12K caster spend approved. I've started that process without Riptide for now, but if I get your signature within a few days, I can amend the approval package I sent to Nintendo. Again, the current contract is non-binding and lets me list Riptide as an event for Nintendo to approve. And you can back out in the future before the binding Nintendo license agreement is signed. In other words, even if you aren't 100% in yet, you can sign on now and make the final decision later. Just let us move forward for maximum possible support. Hey, Aaron, I'm really sorry to keep pinging you, man. Nintendo wants to move forward with a list of events. They've currently signed a non-binding agreement by the end of the week. Not sure if this is a deadline, but it's starting to sound like one to me. If you haven't ruled out Riptide, join the Panda Cup this year. I'd really like to get your signature on either the current non-binding agreement, or if you're uncomfortable with that, a letter of intent. Please let me know if you're comfortable with either of those options or not still. Still time after that for more detailed talks with us or Nintendo before you make a decision. Okay, big Aaron dump. Let's see. So far not bad here, by the way. Nothing I see that's bad yet. The Aaron delegation is listening. Hey Alan, I know it's been a month since my last message, and that, by the way, is not okay, but whatever. TOs are. This is one of the reasons why it's hard to wrangle. It's like sometimes communication can get really fuzzy. Since my last message and from what I've heard, things have already moved on / forward, but I did not want to give off the impression that I was ghosting. At least he responded. I was serious when I said I didn't have time to make a decision until after LTC. I was far too thin and needed time after LTC was over to really think about it and make a decision that I feel most comfortable with. The message from blank that suggested we wouldn't be considered for the Panda Cup in 2023 if we didn't agree to join this year was also concerning and honestly off-putting. Ooh, yeah. Okay. We had agreed that I could have until after LTC, and all of a sudden, I'm being threatened not only to make a decision sooner than agreed, but also not even being given the option to participate in the future if I don't make a decision. I didn't have the time to ask you directly if this was indeed the case or if blank was mistaken, but over the following weeks, I heard murmurs that other tournaments were being told the same thing. This is sus. The Panda Cup has changed and evolved a lot since you approached us back in November. Then again, when we were talked to resurrected in March of this year, the collaborative process of something like this is important both short and long term for it to be able to succeed. Said nothing can betray that collaborative process faster than those involved feeling like they're being forced or to participate, comply with things they don't agree with. I appreciate being considered for the Panda Club this year, even if the time didn't work out, I wish y'all on executing the circuit, and that a lot of your personal vision that we talked about comes to life in the next 6-7 months. Hey, okay, so let's see what he says about this, because this part was very sus. Hey, I'm happy we saw this. Hey, Aaron, I appreciate you getting back to me. May have been miscommunication about timing, because last I recalled, I had mentioned about our time constraints, and you agreed to let me know your possible interest in continuing the conversation within a 1-week time frame. I wasn't aware you intended to wait after LTC until the message you mentioned that. Exclamation point. Regardless, hope LTC went well for you. I'd highly encourage if you have any questions in the future too. He doesn't answer the question. He at least responds quickly. 12:38 p.m. on May 12th, and then he responds at 1:11 p.m. on May 12th. So props to Alan for responding pretty quickly, because Aaron took a month to respond, and he responded pretty quickly, but he didn't answer it. Aaron says, "Hey man, what is up with the fact that if I don't make a decision like ASAP, I will not only not be able to be in for 2022, but apparently I won't have a chance to be in for 2023." And then Alan doesn't even address that. So that's lame. My apologies if there was a miscommunication. So Aaron waits 3 days to respond. There was a miscommunication from my end, given how hectic that time was. It was hard for me to remember or clear everything that was said. I was sure to reach out. So, okay. Where's the statement? I'll go back to it, but I mean, I guess this is like a good example. Is a threat? What's a threat? Only has everyone's best interest in mind. As you noted, things can shift a lot and fast. Oh, well, if he says, if you have any questions in the future, to reach out to me directly and not rely on any murmurs or anything as fact, unless it's from me as well. So he's saying, hey, don't worry about 2023. That's fine. This kind of seems much ado about nothing to me. It's kind of, am I crazy, guys? This seems like much ado about nothing. I don't feel like Alan was unprofessional here. Personally. Am I crazy? I don't see anything here. I don't think this was bad. We got to be fair and balanced, chat. I don't see a problem here. Check DMs. Check DMs. Let me look at DMs. Mikey, can I share that? What do you think, Mikey? Should I let her rip? Sure. Nice. Ow. All right. Wait, can you guys see this? Am I a terrible streamer? Ah. God, it's so small. Oh, that's what she said. No, she didn't say that. Okay, I'm going to zoom out so you guys know it's a true statement. I'm just going to read it. Okay. Work with me here. It's like 5 a.m. All right. With your feedback, we put our heads together and developed something that should be amenable with everything you guys would like to preserve. This new package deal was accepted by BTS as agreeable last week if TOs wish to accept, and also allows you to keep all existing sponsored agreements if you have time. I'm putting together a comprehensive document detailing everything that's been discussed with TOs. I'll deliver that ASAP to answer questions or confusion that's been lingering. Yeah. Mikey, why is this relevant? Oh, this new package deal was accepted by BTS as agreeable last week if TOs wish to accept. And also allows you to keep all existing sponsor agreements if you have at this time. Did BTS not agree to any of that? Ah. So he's just lying for no reason. I guess he's doing it to like get them to sign on, right? But like they'll just talk to BTS. Dude. Is this like a compulsive liar? Got hit like the Sigma grind set. So, I mean, as you guys can see, he is using a conversation with Aaron to show how much Aaron fucking loves him. But then all you have to do is go on Aaron's Twitter to show that Aaron's pretty pissed about all this. And matter of fact, based on what Mikey said, he's probably pissed that he got like fucking lied to. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think this screenshot is representative of Aaron's experience with Panda. It's just not. I would say what Mikey gave us just now is more representative, where he was fucking lied to. So showing us an email where you had one cordial conversation doesn't really show us the times where you lied and threatened people. What's up, Soul Battle? What a god. Puff god. So, I mean, dude, is there anything in this RJ email chain that's worth reading, chat, or do I skip this? Yeah, Aaron doesn't want private DMs going public. I skipped. Skip. People who read it try to skip. It seems fucking useless. It's all redacted. And most of these have been useless. They're just like, you know, normal emails. Is there anything in this Genesis one that's good? No, I mean, it's just a normal email. Like, again, it doesn't... Bobak is in this stream, right? And it's given us multiple times of times where he felt he didn't like his interaction with Alan. I don't think this email is like takes away from those times. Yes, bro, you had one email where you weren't threatening someone. So, no substance. He was cordial to TOs. I don't doubt that he can be cordial sometimes, but other times, he seems to be pretty fucking bad. And I think those times are the ones that people are calling out. Whew. Here's another email to Riptide. I mean, we already saw that Riptide would clearly, like, we literally just 5 seconds ago proved that he lied to Riptide. Like, that was 5 seconds ago. Wait. Here's the email I sent to Riptide to apply to join us this year. No line say, and if you choose not to honor the year, that's it. This year it's okay. I'd love to know if we were missing anything crucial. Where does he say it? Which email says that? Oh, he does say that. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. I guess this is the most substantive one where he's like actually saying, hey man, I'm not going to kill you if you don't join. That's fine. Sounds about right, Ninor. I mean, I don't think he's literally like throwing slurs and expletives at TOs to like force them and shit. I don't think he's doing that. I think he has a capability of being cordial. That's got to be true. But I think nonetheless, he has moments where he lies and threatens in ways that maybe he doesn't see, and maybe because he doesn't understand how much people don't like Nintendo, he doesn't see, or maybe sometimes he's too noob to see how off base what he's doing is. Yeah, manipulation. Yeah, that's another way of putting it. Manipulation is another one. Yeah. This is an internal message, so it's between him and himself. Yay. 2 months ago, he said, at this point, there's literally no other character we can use. If they don't want in, there's no one in. Yeah, bro. 2 months ago, you felt like you had your roster locked in. In October. Also, carrot implies stick, yes. But, yeah, these PMs are not very useful, right, Mighty Falcon? But, more importantly, like, him saying we've got our lineup in, at this point is not really that, doesn't say anything. Like, whatever. It's like 2 months ago. Anyway, also SWT leadership claims I was trying to monopolize Nintendo license agreements. Easily to disprove there are at least 4 license tournaments that did not go through us to obtain license agreements this year, and we're not on Panda Cup. Genesis Low Tide. Did they claim that? Did they claim that? What's up, Moop? It's dope. We're almost at the end. Why did this happen? Oh, yeah. I mean, all these events being licensed. Hey, this part's wrong. Genesis has not been licensed for every one of their events since Genesis 3. This is just factually wrong. I know it's for a fact. So, I don't think it's very relevant, but kind of just goes to show how wrong so many things here in this statement are. Genesis 3 wasn't licensed. So I would know. I was the one who helped license them. Or coordinate it. I didn't really want things to be licensed, obviously, but I helped coordinate it. Was any Genesis licensed? Yep. Many were. Many were publicly announced to be too. So, what else is there? But anyway, yeah, he's saying that some people got licensed without us. I'm sure many of them didn't want to get licensed, but one more claim to disprove, that I prevented TOs from contacting Nintendo. Bro, you did everything in your power to connect TOs to Nintendo. That part we believe. That part we believe. Problem is that none of them wanted to contact Nintendo. Here's an email of me connecting 2 TOs directly to Nintendo. Both these events ended up going to get license agreements, but we're not on the Panda Cup. But you tried to get them on Panda Cup. On March 11th, you did this? Bro, that's so misleading. So this email is dated March 11th, guys. Just scroll up for 5 seconds and realize that Aaron didn't say no to like that Riptide and LTC didn't say no to being part of Panda Cup, you know, as late as March 26th. And even in May, they were still talking about it. May of 2022, they were still talking about being part of it. So it's not like, dude, come on. It's not like he helped hook them up with a license when he thought they wouldn't be a part of Panda Cup. At this point in time in March, he thought they would be a part of Panda Cup. And was working to get them a license so that they would become a part of Panda Cup. They didn't end up being a part of Panda Cup, but still ended up being licensed, probably against their will. And if you guys remember what happened to Riptide, anyone need a refresher? Was that 2022 Riptide? Was that this year? Was that last year? I don't fucking remember anything. 2021? That's 2021. Well, whatever. I forgot the dates. Point is, Riptide has a very tumultuous relationship with Nintendo. Highly doubt they want to get licensed. So his connection here is not appreciated. Exactly. Right? Maybe though, maybe I mean it could also be true that Riptide, since it did get a shutdown, maybe they wanted to get licensed for safety. That's also possible. I'm not gonna speak for them. So I'm not gonna speak for them. TOs in general don't want to be connected with Nintendo, frankly. Right? But maybe they want the safety of a license. Whatever. Mikey says this wasn't even about license. Yeah, wait a second. This doesn't even talk about a license in this email. Yeah, it's about Panda Cup. In March, he was still trying to get them on Panda Cup. This was within the purview of Panda Cup. Yeah. So, this part's just fucking wrong. One more claim to disprove. This is just... Bro, you are self-reporting left and right. He's literally just like, even if you don't know anything about Smash Brothers, if you don't know how anything works, you can easily disprove stuff within the statement itself. You can literally use his own sources to disprove himself like 18 times. Just take the date here and compare it to a screenshot two seconds away. This one says March 11th. This one says March 26th. It's fucking not complicated. This is not complicated. You can't pretend like you hooked them up with a license, which again, the licenses suck, so they're not good things. When at this very point in time, you were still trying to get them on Panda Cup. Murgatroyd, Riptide canceled P Plus in 2021. This is about 2022. So he can't be blamed for that. However, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but they still had a very tenuous and murky relationship with Nintendo. I'm not sure exactly Riptide wanted to be having more interactions with Nintendo after just getting shut down not that long ago. So we'd have to hear from them. Maybe they want the license of safety, but here's another email I sent to Nintendo regarding the status of events in our pre-launch negotiations. The claim that I had to threaten events to join doesn't make sense when we ended up doing far better than anticipated in our first year. Huh? It also shows that there was never any request made of Nintendo to take down events that said no. They were on board. This probably does not show that. They were on board with what events joined or did not join. Oh, this email is fun. This email I sympathize with. So first of all, the idea that this proves anything about threatening to join or not is just weird, because this is an email with Nintendo, and it does not show that a lot of events are signed. At this point, he only had 3 events signed, so he very much needed more people to sign, and he didn't have them. So sounds to me like he was pretty desperate to get events to sign. 3 is not a fucking circuit. That's not enough. And I don't think this shows there was never made any requests to take down events that said no. This is just one email. There may be other emails. It's just a list of tournaments. Let me quickly read this, see if there's anything worth telling you guys about. Hey! I found something. I found something. I found something. I found something. Quick, real quick, guys. I found a quick one. No. It's not 10. This one's a contradiction. In this email, he says, Aaron told me yesterday that he would decide after Low Tide City because he's so busy with prep. I nudged him to sign on earlier than that. But at least, I wonder what that nudge was like. But at least to me, it didn't sound like he was out, ? Not sure if you had another call with him or not. Real quick. I wasn't aware you intended to wait after LTC until the message you mentioned that. Hey! real quick. May 12th? April 14th. This email's April 14th. This is May 12th. Hey, bang, 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 more lies. Whee! We found another one. You see how easy it is? You see how easy it is? Oh, that's fun. He just keeps lying for no reason. This shit is like innocuous. This stuff is really innocuous. Like stuff you don't need to lie about. Bro, you don't need to lie about this. You don't need to lie about this. I wonder what the nudge was like. What is the point of this lie? Yeah, this is not forgetting. This is like, he's running emails. He's saying, hey, they'll, like, no, bro. God damn. Dude is literally just lying left and right. It's crazy. Alright, let's see if I can catch any more. Let's do it. The innocuous lies make the bold claims even less believable? Yeah. I mean, this statement alone has like 50 lies. Like, in one statement. It's crazy. I love the main stage line. Main stage says on her main stage he says no response, comma, not waiting on one either. Ooh, that's a funny one. Not waiting on one either. I wonder what would indicate to him that they didn't want to sign on. Woo! Okay, so he's saying he didn't need events to join. He had no need to threaten events to join because he had plenty of events, and he only needed 3 to 5 events for his first year anyhow. That's what he's saying. Well, the big question here, of course, is then why are you lying and why do you keep threatening them? Because we have proof. One final point towards a lack of motive to threaten events. The offer we gave most events was really good. They saved tons of money for infrastructure, had the broadcast upgrade, casters paid for, sponsors bought on, etc. I think this part's not horribly. This is pretty true. I think CEO, LTC, and Big House are all happy about being on Panda Cup, and they were supported way above and beyond their frankly owed. Like, CEO's Melee event is not worth that much. Can we go with this as a true statement? I think he made it to double digits, didn't he? I think this is true. This checks out with everything I know. 90K supporting one event. I believe that's CEO. 50K on another. That sounds like LTC. They had no saying else allocated. Yeah, but look, man, Bobek. CEO and LTC are not getting deals like this. They're not. This is good for them. And this is way above what they're worth. Like way above. At least he didn't get that much. You think this might be Big House and this might be CEO, maybe. I could see that. Maybe 90K is Big House and 50K CEO. But nonetheless, that's still above. Like CEO's Melee event? That's just worth nothing to me. I wouldn't pay $5 for that. With all due respect to Bailey. But seriously, I wouldn't pay $5 for that. So, I don't think it's untrue that they got tons of money. I also think it's really bad circuit design to give that much money to an event that hasn't proven itself to that degree. I can see how Joe guy's so happy if he got 90K. Yeah. Look, that part we won't deny. That some of the support was okay for those specifically those 3 events. Those 3 events, not bad. Now here's the problem, and we'll get to it later. He near the end talks about more than $2 million in sponsorships and counting. If 90K is what Big House got, you're telling me you sold against my brand for $2 million and you only gave me 90K? Because there was like almost nothing else on Panda Cup. It was like Big House, I think Gommel, CEO, and I mean, it was pretty much Big House and Gommel, right? And LTC. Right? Almost all of the value of Panda Cup came from Big House and Gommel. So you sell $2 million against my brand and I make 90K? As much as like as good of a deal as that is relative to what we've got in the past, it's kind of shit, right? If you lost 60 employees to CEO, yeah, it's also about how money's allocated, right? Like, oh great, you gave me a bunch of support, but you spent it all by flying out your own employees? Who gives a fuck? Where was that $2 million going if Alan claims he wasn't making money? Yeah, like, Big House's cut should be way, way bigger if you're doing $2 million in sales. So, I think we'll still count this as true because ultimately these are relatively good support for a lot of the events that did happen. Like, that's undeniable. But I think it's with the caveat of, yeah, bro, but if you brought in $2 million in sales, these are still really low numbers. And truth be told, like, you still couldn't get all these other events on board, right? Like the real main tent poles in the scene. Tell me, with $2 million, you couldn't fucking own Smash Brothers? $2 million? And that's just in sponsorship sales. There's other revenue streams too. Why aren't you spending your money and getting these TOs? Panda gets 96%. No, I mean, it gets actually about a little, it's like less than 5%, yeah. Less than 5% of total sales go to Big House. Does that sound right to you? Big House is like the biggest event on their fucking thing. Gommel's the only other big one. Big House should be getting like $1 million of the $2 million. Not even kidding. Like, not $1 million, but maybe like 750, 600. He couldn't sell without Big House. So, as good as this sounds, it's still pretty much of a raw deal. So, like, this is kind of like one of those things where, like, it goes to show how bad infrastructurally Panda Cup was for the scene, because he didn't structure it as a rev share. If he structured it as a rev share, he would have gotten more TOs. He only had a flat fee. If he had a sign-on fee, where he gave them flat fee plus a rev share, it would have been much more attractive to TOs. But he just gave flat fees. And he was the one who allocated where those flat fees went. So it's like 90K of support, but it has to go towards these casters. Or 50K of support, but for all I know, he's using that money to fly out his own employees. I don't know, you know? I don't think he spent it on just flying his employees. Again, LTC CEO and Big House seem to be relatively happy with their support. That's good. I don't think they should be, because I think what they should be doing is saying $2 million fucking dollars, and I got paid 50K. I'd be furious. I'd be furious. I'd be furious. I mean, when you're starving, you have very little. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. The league should get at least 50% cut of sponsorship sales, in my opinion. Right? I think that's pretty obvious. Because the league needs to pay for prize pool. It needs to pay for its finals event. It has a lot of costs. Right? The league is needs to get a big chunk. But he's not giving $1 million back to these TOs of the $2 million. He's not even close. So, what's up? All right. There were some bumps along the way while figuring out footing, hence why the deal was so good. Bro, the deal was trash. I just went through it why it was so trash. The deal was really bad. Real bad. But, again, in another perspective, CO was getting no one to pay for them $50,000 or however much for their melee event. They weren't getting anyone to pay them $10 for their melee event. So maybe it was a good deal. Right? I don't find... You can argue that. You can argue that. Al's a better businessman than you because he scams people. Yeah, I mean, I'm of the type that thinks that, like, especially in your year one, you want to establish a long-term business relationship with the TOs where it's mutually beneficial. So, like, even if you can get them to accept low amounts of money, whether that's because of you're the only one with a Nintendo license or because they frankly never had anything better before, you don't want that to be the status quo because you want them to grow with you and you want them to have money in their pockets so they're able to invest it back in their event, into their staff, etc., etc. Right? Like, that's ultimately, like, what the deal is. But, that's not how he saw it, clearly. He was like, they'll take 50K? Hell yeah. Now, having said that, I don't think he knew he was going to sell 2 mil on the outset. I think 2 million in sales is really good. Frankly, on what Panda Cup was, selling 2 million, that's really good. Whoever their sales guy is, I want to hire them. It's pretty fucking good. So, I'm going to be buying RTS. They have a sales guy, like a gray-haired sales guy that they have as like their head of sales. Is 2 million a real number? I actually think it might be. We'll get to that part, but I actually think it might be. It falls in line with other things I've been told. He could have lied about that. I actually think he might not be. It's just it falls in line. Guys, make no mistake. If you have a Nintendo licensed circuit, you can sell a lot of fucking money. And if this was year 1, I mean year 2 could have had 10 mil plus. Easily. Like anyone with like remote competence could sell that much. That part I really don't see as weird at all. 2 mils well doable in a year 1 Nintendo licensed circuit. I could see it. But kind of a shame then though that all this is trashed now. Guess not a shame though, because once if their year 2 was as big as I'd expected it to have been in terms of sales, like if they sold 10 million for year 2, then Panda would have 100% won, and Nintendo would have therefore won, which would have been bad for us long term. Like I said from like the beginning, the worst case scenario was if Panda did a good job, because then we would be shackled for Nintendo for life, which would have sucked. Because I don't think TOs would have said no to like the bigger agreements he would have been able to pull off in 2023. All right, what else does he say? There's no reason to threaten someone to take a deal like that. Bro, we have you red-handed. And also, there is, because you're trying to scramble to make some shit happen. So, and I think, the more importantly, I don't think he knows when he's making threats. A lot of the threats that we're talking about are shit like, I'm going to tell on you to Nintendo. Right? And based on my read on it, he views Nintendo so positively that he doesn't seem to understand that people view that as threats. And people view that as a betrayal. Right? People don't, like, I don't think he actually literally comprehends that people are afraid of Nintendo. Rightfully. Which is crazy. Because he's talking to people like Riptide who just had their event shut down. Like, what? Like, maybe he doesn't see that snitching is threatening. I don't know. Mike talked with TOs have read many times that Panda does not want the full pie. We just want 10% of a much bigger pie. Source. And also, I doubt it. I think they want to take over. Plain and simple. Very clear from the start. That's what they wanted. This part's just, come on. You don't even have to say it. You want to take over. By the way, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Mikey, is that now leaked? Do people know about that? I can talk about that if you want. Yes? Yay. I think I saw it on Twitter for a bit. Yeah, his first approach before Panda Cup was announced was he was going to buy all the tournaments. He was just going to buy them. And they would all be owned by Panda. So, like buying the Genesis and the big houses and etc. You offer $350K to buy Genesis? Yeah, exactly. Like Bobak is confirming in chat. So, when he says he didn't want to own everything, I'm like, you literally, I mean, on a very literal level, as literal as it gets, it doesn't get literal, more literal than that. You literally tried to buy everything. You asked TOs how much they're worth and if I can buy you. Wow, he cut up Bobes? That's fucked up, Bobes. I'm sorry. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, bro. Also, $350K for Genesis. Don't you guys make more in revenue in 1 year than $350K? Yeah, you do. How does that make sense? How? Depends on the year, right? But like, you know, in general. It's my day job? Bro, you're looking at it. I sit in this chair, I chill out. I don't do shit. It's dope. Okay, Edwin, let's not get out of control. It is something to be said that they might have that much revenue, but they don't have that much profit. So maybe you can evaluate Genesis's like roll-up value to their like next 5-year event, next 5 years expected profit. That could potentially be a way of calculating how much their event's worth. But I think you would still end up with a number higher than 350K. I really do. Time is a flat circle. What does Talos send?
With no dev support.
I like that video. $1.5x multiplier. Yeah, I think a 3 to 5x multiplier makes more sense. So, Genesis is probably worth like 700. So he's about 2x off. I could see that. 700 to a mil. Yeah, that seems fair. But he was way too low. Round up to a milli. Why not, right, Bobes? Why not? I don't see why not. Him constantly telling his content team. I didn't know about that, Edwin. Is that true? Confirmed? Confirmed? What's Zane's take? The P video? Dude, it's confirmed by Edwin Budding. Dude, this 6-hour VOD is the most devastating one. Like, if with all the different people that have come in chat and like spilled some shit, if only the humans could watch this 6.5-hour VOD to know how shit this is. Like, he's over here talking about he doesn't want 10% of the much bigger pie when he was literally offering TOs to buy them. I don't know what he's talking, you know? Save this VOD? Maybe. Whew. Greetings to all future 1.5x speed watchers. You gotta put this shit on 2. Melee content thing? Oh, let me see. What? Wow. Wow. Yeah, so you really just hated Melee, huh? That's fucked up. Well, good thing this thing died, huh? There's a lot of silver linings here. This thing dying was really good. We should all collectively be happy. Right? Was a very positive outcome. It wasn't good that SWT also fell. But this thing needed to die. Badly. Badly. Like, if this thing continued, if this thing succeeded, imagine if this thing succeeded. This guy would be in charge. Nintendo would have a death grip on our scene. Melee would be devalued. Like, this thing needed to die. Also, he'd have been selling sponsors for larger and larger sums each year, and the TOs would be getting smaller and smaller crumbs, all while having the Nintendo hammer on top of them. Like, this would have been so bad for us. This whole thing would have been horrific for us. So, at least we can take solace in that fact. I will maintain again that I did not strong arm, threaten, otherwise pressure events to join us. I don't think that's true. If any presumption otherwise is a misunderstanding, and I would love a chance to clarify with the involved parties. Okay, so where are we going? Okay. Hey, oh, I want to talk about the Nintendo section, actually. This section annoyed me. Is there a way to prevent this from ever happening again? Long memories. Next time someone comes in with a Nintendo League, we say no from the outset. We don't even fucking entertain it. We don't even entertain it. The next Alan Bunny, we don't entertain it. We don't say, well, we'll see how it goes. And then, like, sign up to go to the Panda Cup. Because we were going to go. We were going to have all our top players there. We were going to have all that shit. Everyone's got a price. Someone's got a crack. You might be right. But hopefully we are smart about it. Because the truth is like, even if someone cracks, like, the rest of us don't get anything out of it. Like, the fuck, what does the fucking 0-2er get out of it, realistically? So if the boycott comes from the bottoms up, like, I don't see Nintendo being able to get an incursion. It's just we have to always be vigilant. It's a forever war. It's literally a forever war, you know? The 0-2er doesn't decide anything. Oh, they do. They do. Don't. You ever watch that Bugs Life clip? Let me.
There was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Wait. Let me. Fuck. Damn it, I might fuck my shit up just to watch this.
But there was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss, they're puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
How about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up.
Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in
line.
That's why we're going back.
Does anybody else want to stay?
That's good shit right there. I love that movie. That movie taught me more about tyranny than, and at a young age, than anything else. What a badass movie. Point is, even if the powers that be, the TOs or whatever, really want it, if the community doesn't want it, if the community doesn't want Nintendo, we won't get Nintendo. See if it's still my Twitter's now fucked. See, this is why I didn't want to change my setup. Still work now? Alright, this works. It's fine. Alright, All right, let's go to the Nintendo section. We're almost done, guys. I think this is like the last section before the conclusion. So, Nintendo, a big question all the time was, what is Nintendo providing that makes the partnership worth it? Hey, bro. Wow. You start answering those questions, these type of questions, after your shit dies? On a public platform? Might have wanted to do that earlier. What if you did that earlier? Maybe that would have helped. Anyway, Nintendo supports events in different ways. I hate this section. Every way about helping them save money and become more stable. Commentary support sales, production time, staff, shipping. I've seen Nintendo spend more money on the Smash community this year than any organization in the world outside of the Panda Cup. No? Are you telling Nintendo spent more money on the Smash community than Papa John's? They didn't. Matter of fact, Panda Cup didn't spend more money on the Smash Brothers community than Papa John's. Give Papa John's some credit. So this is just wrong. Very sus. Every penny they spend is towards the community. I'm rolling my eyes. They can't help everyone, but they truly tried to help prop them up. And we think Nintendo only gave their blessing or gave us a license and a thumbs up. I have no idea how much they've done behind the scenes. I haven't heard shit about what they've done. And as far as I understand, it's all Panda money. So I think this is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And it's actually weirdly, like, disproven later. This is, like, all disproven later. So I find this so weird. Like, as in he even goes against his own statement in a second. So let's wait for it, right? War with Nintendo is challenging. You don't say. They have high standards for their partners and care deeply about how their IPs are used. Also, they don't respond to you for months. How about that part? There's a lot of red tape. Yeah, very true. Even for people used to red tape. The design of the Panda Cup has helped to simplify that process, make it much easier for events to obtain licenses, which they don't want, with or without Panda. Within a reasonable time frame. Every single competitive video game in the world that has a size match of publisher regulations in order to do major commercial activity, and that's a fact. Yeah, but no other competitive game has their publisher antagonist having an antagonistic relationship with their community to the degree that Smash has. It's a very important fact that you have to fucking account for here. You know? Smash has never really had meaningful major commercial activity in it. Because, why do you think that is? And that's part of the problem. Yes, Nintendo is the problem. Because if Smash never has that major commercial activity, then it'll never be able to sustain full-time careers for more than a handful of people. Yeah, Nintendo has robbed us of a lot. I would have a lot more money if it wasn't for Nintendo. For example. I would probably have a career. I probably wouldn't be unemployed. The community would continue to see the most passionate and the most talented people leave to pursue jobs where they could actually raise a family or make a long-term career. Yeah, like basically every Smasher you can think of. That part's true. Hey, wait. This is weirdly true because there's an implication here that it's because... I mean, he isn't... Does this count as 11? Because the thing is, he's implying that Nintendo can help change that. When the truth is... Well, it's true that Nintendo can help change that. But by not being dicks. And not necessarily by like... whatever the fuck he thinks it is. Yeah, he's saying it's our fault that it's never been commercial. It's like, no, it's Nintendo's fault. That's been true this entire time. Why are you not paying attention? But the worry is that if Smash had publisher regulation and commercial without proper community oversight, then we lose the risk of that. Yeah, that's... Yeah. No, this... Yes. Yes. But your thing doesn't solve this. You just became the puppet for them. We were going to risk losing identity. What do you think losing people like all these commentators is. That's the identity. That's the identity you're talking about. It's not worth it to us if the Stews, the Junes, the Wisleys, and if it's true, me, Waff, Toph, blah, 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 can't commentate. It's not worth it for us. And I don't just mean that in a self-interested way. It's just like, there goes our culture. Right? If everyone who says fuck Nintendo can no longer commentate, that's like a lot of people. Like that alone. It's also not worth it to us if it's NA only. It's also not worth it to us if it has lopsided agreements with TOs and all these other things. So, we're not 11? Yeah, we're at 10 still, right? This became the cornerstone of Panda Cup. No, it didn't. Dude, no, it didn't. The cornerstone of Panda Cup was the community loses identity and becomes subservient to Nintendo. I know he doesn't see it that way, but that's what it was. That's what it was. We take the red tape, the corporate limitations, the months and years of approvals, in exchange for the rest of the community having freedom. What freedom? What freedom? How did we have more freedom with Panda Cup than without it? Because to me, it seems like we had less freedom. Far less freedom. Keeping their identity. How are they keeping their identity? While being able to do major commercial activity. Helping take advantage from barely breaking even to profitable so they can support careers, blah, blah, blah. He's like, the money though. Remember the money? Yeah, bro, but we don't want to lose who we are. We didn't want the whole pie never have. Literally untrue. Like I said, they were trying to buy up tournaments. So this is just not true. Whew. Okay, so here's the part that's hilarious. Watch this. So how much did Nintendo directly pay Panda to do this? $0. Nintendo supports events in different ways? They give all this shit? But they also give $0? The fuck? And if you guys are wondering, did they pay events? Where are the TOs in chat? They didn't. It was all Panda. So, if they're not giving Panda money, and that money's then exchanging hands to the TOs, and they're not giving the TOs directly money, and they're just giving TOs licensing agreements, then, the number was 8K? Oh, wait. Are you guys saying Nintendo was offering 8K? Or are you saying for security and safety? That's a terribly low number, but better than I've ever heard them do. $8K. So generous. You might be able to like pay for like a couple commentators. A few commentators. To TOs for security. Maybe you can run a couple side brackets. It's not nothing. So, if that's true. All right, let's do a quick double check. How many Panda Cup events were there? Let's be insanely charitable and pretend. I'm going to look this up while... So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And one of them is a fucking PAX event. So we'll count it anyways. 9 events, right? 9 times 8. We're being extremely charitable in using the Genesis number for what fucking Save Mr. Lombardi might have gotten from Nintendo, which I don't think Save Mr. Lombardi got anything from Nintendo. Actually, I'm 90% sure they didn't. Right? 90% sure they didn't. Right? So the best case scenario is that Nintendo put in 72K across 9 events. Best case. And they gave $0 to Panda. That's nothing. It's fucking nothing. That's not even, that's like one employee. It's nothing. And honestly, I'm telling you this honest. This, you guys say Mr. Lombardi, Port Priority, like these events, Smash Factor, they're not giving them that much money. It's got to be a number that's like sub 25K. Like I think it's sub 25, most likely, across the entire scene. So, does that sound to you guys like more money than any other organization in Smash Brothers? Maybe add one from Panda Cup? No, because they said they didn't pay anything to Panda. He says that right here. By the way, he's breaking NDA. This is breaking NDA. Hardcore. He's straight up torching NDAs here. Murdering his NDAs. Which is one of the reasons I think maybe Nintendo's going to back off this whole thing. Like this line right here. This line right here is grounds for a suit. Easily. Easily. This one's bad. This one could get him in real trouble. I don't think, I mean, maybe Nintendo could swallow anything else. And I mean, he's trying to speak positively about them, but this line's really bad for them. And really breaks NDA. This is talking about what's in their contract and how much was it give and take. This is literally detailing the contract between them. Nintendo wouldn't like that. So, I think if I would estimate how much Nintendo invested in the scene, based on everything I know, it's probably 25K or less. It's probably 25K or less. So I don't think that's fucking very good, bro. And certainly not worth our soul. Certainly not worth our soul. So, calling BS on them being so goddamn great. So, I don't know. I just dislike very strongly that he's talking about how amazing Nintendo is, how much they've been supporting and all that. Then literally like a couple paragraphs later, he's talking about how little they gave. And confirming how little they gave. It's fucking ridiculous. How much did Panda pay Nintendo? $0. I know this I believe. This is going to be a true fact. This I believe. I know this would be true. I know the type of deals Nintendo takes. They wouldn't want money. Nope. Just our souls. Just our souls. They supported Panda on the back end. Are partners with Panda and help facilitate the Panda Cup. Despite popular belief that they'd get in the way. Oh, they trust me, bro. Your shit's not running because of them. Because they're such shitheads. All of this happened. They never once said no to a sponsorship opportunity for the Panda Cup. That's funny, by the way. They're really slow on approving everyone else's sponsorships. But they're fast with their favorite son. Within 5 months, the Cup signed like 2 million sponsorships. Where the fuck was that 2 million for me? Where was it for Big House? Where was it for any of us? Where the fuck was it? 2 million? Every single sponsor. And where was it for the players? Or was this the fucking players? Wasn't this a 100K prize pool? 100K prize pool? You did 2 million in sales? You did 2 million sales and you did a 100K prize pool? Every single sponsor they wouldn't have come in if Nintendo wasn't supporting. This is true. We can do this as a sentence. I believe this would be true. This is true. I think a lot of the sponsors he got in wouldn't have come in without Nintendo. I think this is officially 11. Yeah, this is the 11th. I think many of those sponsors wouldn't have come in if not for Nintendo. That part's true. That's just a reality. Like, it's easier to sell sponsorships if you have Nintendo. You can't deny that. This is year 0. Panda Cup spent all that money on the Panda Cup and the Panda Cup finale event. Finale was going to be big. Because this is very untrue. Had 50 entrants. It had, what was it, 45 or was it 50 entrants? And this was before all the hubbub. Before all that shit went down, its free event had 50 entrants. Wasn't going to be very big. He somehow managed to have no entrants in SoCal, the biggest region in the world, with free entry in LA Convention Center. Couple hundred for alt. Yeah, they had 200 for alt. You're right about that. But that's still fucking garbage. You know what Champ was doing with alt in SoCal? Fucking Smash 4, not even alt. Like, come on. 200 for alt for a free event? You give me free in LA Convention Center and I have a 10K event. I actually might have 10,000 people. I'm not even kidding. I think I might be able to pull 10K people. With a full year of planning? Yeah. Blur's getting 10K people between both games. I would do local advertising. I would fucking go crazy. Do it? I don't have the LA Convention Center and I couldn't afford doing it for free. But I certainly would get more than 50 fucking people. LACC and Nova would have been sick. Hundreds of setups. Arcade games. You had hundreds of setups, but you had 50 fucking people? That would have been embarrassing. That would have been embarrassing. A finale that Panda had to postpone because death threats to our staff and even contractors. I don't think it was just the death threats, dude. Your shit was just fucking falling apart. I've been part of the Smash community since 2007. I've served as a volunteer moderator. Look, he has, in some ways, like, he's been a part of the scene. That part, you can't take this away from him. Can we go for number 12? Number 12? I think this is fine. Wait a second. Has he been a community leader? I guess he's been a TO because of Sandstorm. Is he a commentator? Rule sets? When did Samurai Panda help with rule sets? He was big in Brawl. Maybe it was for Brawl. I can't confirm or deny that one. Did he commentate? Okay, one thing we can all agree, community leader, no shot. I don't even know what that fucking means. Am I a community leader? Who's a community leader? None of us are. We're all just a bunch of kids. We're all just a bunch of fucking bozos. Just a bunch of bozos. Lin Yoi is a community leader. Only Scar is a community leader. I'm down to call Scar. I mean, I guess. He does speak truth to the people. He is the people's champ. But, like, I don't know. When I think of leadership, I think of, like, ability to influence stuff. And none of us have really been able to influence very much other than public opinion. Does public opinion influencing count? In that case, every single top player is a community leader. You know you're a community, stop acting humble. I don't think I want to be one. I think people are really weird about community leadership. I think they like expect shit from you. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna do a goddamn thing for you kids. I'm tired of y'all. I'm trying to be the best with Marth. The only thing you should expect is a slice and a dice. Ed, I like that. Let's go with that. Bragging is disqualification. Let me tell you something. If I was a community leader, this community would be a lot better. How can I be a community leader if no one listens to me? All I do is say the good and right things, and then no one listens to me. And so we're left with the same problems every year. Anyway, less about me. Even I supposedly retired from Smash. I went to graduate school. I found myself, okay, this is sure, who gives a shit? All right, empathy. He's just telling his life story, I guess. But I'm just like so far into this shit that I don't care anymore. Panda was amazing. 9 years. Panda was awesome. I love Panda. Reddit funny tweets that the industry is a losing rag and the only respect-worthy people are the ones that take VC money and give it to their homies. I laughed, mostly because it made me realize I built a company that never took VC money. Wait, didn't you take VC money? Maybe it never ended up happening? I thought he took VC money. He still poured millions of dollars into the homies and was sustainable. Is this him talking about being a greedy corporate pig and how he's vilified? Apparently he's never paid himself. Bro, know your worth. You worked 9 years, you never paid yourself? Where did you get the money from? My team was harassed to the point of resigning, many in tears. I don't think it's only... Dude, it's not because of the harassment. I mean, I'm sure the harassment might have had something to do with it. I'm not going to look past that. But I think they didn't want to be associated with you anymore. I think that's a lot of the reason they resigned. And not really admitting it here. SWC leadership, or maybe he would have done better with vacations. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he needed a vacation. I can see getting a little stirred up with taking no vacations for 9 years. SWC leadership, blah blah blah. This is all bullshit. There was no shared revenue in the Panda Cup model. It's not how it worked. It was a flat fee. Now he's just using that as a general term, but it wasn't a fair system that he was building. The system he was building was very lopsided. And if you stick to flat fees and the total sales number goes up, it gets even more lopsided. Yeah, people emphasize not harass Panda staff. I think some people might have done it. But I do think that, like, people went really hard on Alan and his personal character, and we gotta admit that that was definitely a real thing. And I'm sure people went hard on Panda people to, like, resign and go, the internet's cruel. I'm not gonna look past the internet being cruel and Smashers being little dicks about shit. However, what he did was really bad. And people really care about this community. And he jeopardized it. Smashers can be such dicks sometimes. Yeah. A lot of them are really young. I try never to take it personally. I actually never really take it personally. So you guys want to do a little summary, and then I think we kind of got it, right? Went through a very detailed retelling of it all. In summary, my conclusions. What did I learn out of this? Honestly, nothing. I was hoping maybe you guys would learn something though. Blur spent 6-7 hours of his life just for you guys. Think about that for a second. 7 hours of my finite existence. I didn't go to the gym for this. I only have one life to live. But I hope you guys got a bit of transparency on how the scene works and learned a lot. Overall, Alan lied a lot. He threatened people. His whole thing is filled with falsehoods. You can see that throughout the stream archive if you want. Almost no sentences are true. I think, what was the final number for number of 12? There are 12 sentences that we can confirm are truthful statements in this entire monstrosity. I cannot verify anything but those 12. Everything else seems sus or is a straight up lie. So there's no real evidence in here. Most of it is bullet points that he wrote himself, notes, and screen grabs which were cropped and left the incriminating parts out. There's a ton of internal contradictions and self-reporting done here. Truth of the matter is, this guy was snitching on us at Nintendo repeatedly, and he was jeopardizing the health of the scene in the future. We were not down to have Nintendo as involved as he was clearly down for, and that is ultimately why his vision was incongruent with what other people wanted. Even if he was able to sell sponsors really well, even if he was able to do other things really well, it was never going to work. It's not what people wanted, and people didn't like him personally either, which didn't help. He's able to be cordial in some emails. Again, I don't think he's necessarily a bad person. I've never really said that. If you watch any of my streams or content or MIOM or anything, I actually emphasize multiple times, even in the worst of times, that I do believe he did everything he did because he thought it'd be best for the community. He was just extremely misguided. Didn't listen to anyone. Namely, didn't listen to me, most importantly. I'm probably the person you should listen to the most. Not even saying that as like a brag or anything or like some bullshit. But like, I'm the person who's dealt with Nintendo the most in the whole scene. And it's like, you should legitimately just be listening to me. It's not just me didn't listen to the TOs, didn't take feedback, was aggressive, threatened people. His methods were really bad, and he let his people down. It's really sad. Ultimately, there's really nothing in this statement that you should believe, except for, I guess, those 12 sentences. We have way too much evidence, and it's way too deep now to really expect any of the shit he's saying to stick. It simply won't. It's not nothing he's saying is really credible. All of it flies in the face of basic logic, and we have tons of proof against almost every sentence. Obviously, I meticulously detailed it, but I mean, I wish the guy the best. Like, I legitimately have no beef. It ended up not being that bad for anyone but VGBC, and again, it's hard to say how much that was because of Panda, but actually, it's not that hard to say because he self-reports so much here. A lot of it was because of Panda that SWT was canceled. So even though he says to the contrary, I think it's pretty clear that that Panda was very involved in the SWT shutdown at the very least. And so I think it sucks for that reason, but I think like ultimately like it didn't end up being that damaging in the sense that it's kind of just a thing that happened for a year and then it didn't exist and it didn't even have its final, so it ended up just being like Big House and CEO and LTC randomly walked away with some money support for like a half a year, and then it all blew up, and then we made Nintendo kind of fucked, and that gave us a chuckle, and that's about it. So it sucks also that like we lost some player sponsorships. That's lame. And people lost their jobs. That's also lame. I'm not sad about that. I'm sad about people Panda losing their jobs. I'm sad about SWT being canceled. But this is not a blow that we can't come past, and it certainly does feel nice to have escaped a reality where this thing had straight up won. It's clearly, if this thing had won, it would have been really bad for us. Is Genesis in danger at all from Nintendo? Hope not. Hard to say at this moment, because we don't really know the status of Nintendo right now after all this bullshit. Well, they'll probably be fine. We've been given no indication that they won't be. Nifaso, I give you full permission. Please do, and link it to me so that I mean, I don't know where you'd upload it. If you actually end up doing that, that'd be amazing. I think it would help the community a lot. But like DM me or something. I have open DMs on Twitter. I'll look out for it if you actually end up doing it. Any sort of summary would be good. So there's a lot I covered. Do you think VGBC makes a comeback, or do you think they're done for? I think they're going to make a comeback. I think they'll probably be allowed to run their single events. I think they'll just do the events they ran without a tour going forward, is my guess. So they're going to run... I mean, they haven't confirmed this, so I'm not saying that. I'm just guessing here. That I think that'll probably be what happens. That's my current expectation. DM it for me to upload. I would love to do that, Nafasa. If you actually end up doing that, that's fucking badass. Who's number 10 this year? Just reading back. I think it's Laud. So, pretty crazy. I mean, there's a lot here. I think a lot of it's sad. I'm sad about seeing this much conflict. It's all very ugly. I don't like how ugly it is. Right? I don't like how much of shit is out there, and like I mean, it makes me just not want a TO, honestly. Bobak, I don't know how you guys fucking do it. I love TOing in the past, but this shit's just so fucking... This is just like... Ugh. You die a little each year? Yeah, I mean... I just like Melee, man. It's really, that's it. Melee's sick. That's about all there is to it. Thankfully, I can still share that with everyone as a spectator, player, and commentator. But I think being a TO right now, it would take that away from me. You've never TO'd before, this makes you never want to? Yeah. Well, we need new TOs, so it'd be nice. As you can tell, there's a lot of money in it. Shout out to the TOs of the world. Sigh. All right, chat. This stream was good, right? Hey, Vaseth. Vaseth, did you watch a lot of it? I did my best. I did my best. I gave as much transparency as I could. You watched the entire thing? Thank you. That's dope. I hope I gave people as much of an informed insight as possible. I think you guys know what's going on now, frankly. Like, as good as it's going to get. And you got the deets. You got as good of an insight on the truth as possible. Glad you stayed. Nice. Being in the know is stressful. Yeah, we'll be all fine. Alright, I'm going to try to find someone to raid. Let me see. Who do we have online? Save is entitled. I love saves entitled. Alright, peace all. See y'all. Deuces.
Blair, what? Why are you streaming so early? But also, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I should have probably led with the thanks and not the whatchamacallit. What up, Blair? You guys were up all night? God bless. I'm not the code. I'm just a guy who plays TFT. What up, gamers? I don't know what to do now. I haven't seen. Oh, regardless, hope you guys had a good night. Yeah, I imagine it's cooking heavy over there on the Blur end with all the shit going on in the community. It is wild going on. And I just, every once in a while when I peek in the Melee window, I'm just like, boys, I know y'all are going to be fine because you guys are untouchable mental, or just have seen this shit so many times, but God bless y'all. I have to give my thoughts on that. Yeah, actually, so my favorite animal, I think, if I had to pick any, probably a panda. Just naming stuff off the top of my head. Just like thinking about anything, you know? If I had to pick one. and the raid viewer numbers goes from 300 to 0. Pandas kind of suck. Oh, red panda, I agree. I 1000% agree that red pandas are awesome. Where do I still have my little guy? Oh yeah, I mean I do. I have my little red panda here, so I might be the insider operative. This is actually my 3-step plan to ruin Melee, and then I come back making TFT videos, and then I'm like, oh, but the community really needs me. I guess I can come back and take over. Like Wheat is not actually taking over the rankings. I'm taking over the rankings. I'm just gonna be in like a Wheat's like 5 inches taller than me. I'm gonna just be in my Wheat suit. I'll get my orange beard. Tell Blur he's still alive. Yeah, send it. I'll reverse raid back to Blur. You guys are just disgusted with me. You're just like, we've had enough. The old whatchamacallit, the old Twitch Ponzi scheme where you just keep on raiding people back and forth. Yeah, it sucks. I feel really shitty for, again, like, incredibly, the discussion that you're about to have on the Panda situation is monumentally less informed than the one you just had. But yeah, it sucks though. I think the players and the people working for the orgs, I think, is what ups, and yeah, well, the players not getting the money for the tournaments and planning all the events and doing all that shit. But I definitely feel bad for like IBDW, who's like, hey, it's really hard to make money in the Smash community and find a sponsorship, and someone's out here like a well-regarded community, well-regarded org, and then it's just like, sorry, no, you have no sponsor. You're kind of put in a rock and a hard place situation. Right, gives Grizzles. I still don't know what Blur doesn't know. What doesn't Blur know? What doesn't he know? What